Alo Snacks, and welcome to my weekly torment. This is Jodi. This is the Jodi Jar. We're going to finish up our Dark Souls run today. And how's everyone doing? Today we have a very special guest. My joy friend Manal is here.
Hello.
And let's see, we have Kim Jong-un, Yuji, and Midmush Gaming in chat. Hello, all of you. Kim Jong-un, you showed up very briefly yesterday. Welcome back. I like your username. Let's just get into the game, I guess. Now, some of you might have seen Manal in chat before. Also, Zach is here. Hello, Zach.
Hey, loser.
Zach traded sweets for a comfy compliment. Fuck you, Zach. That's your compliment. So anyway, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're finishing up our run today. We're going to get every achievement that's left, which means that we're going to just run quickly through what remains of our New Game Plus run of Dark Souls 1, and then the 4 bosses that we need to beat in New Game Plus 2, and then we'll be done. So let's go quickly do that. That does mean, however, I'm going to need to quickly run to the Undead Asylum, which I thought I wasn't going to have to do this run, but it's because I messed up all the stuff with Priscilla in the last run. I need to go back to the Painted World, so we got to get the key to get in there. So, Manal, you have watched some of the run. How well do you think you understand what's going on in this game?
I think not at all. To be
Fair.
completely honest with you, I have no idea what's going on, basically, ever.
That's fair. I guess one thing that we could do here is, like, as I'm quickly running through, I could explain, like, who each boss that we're fighting is and why we're fighting them. Would that help, you think?
That would be great.
All
Because
right.
honestly, I watch this game and I'm like, you're killing random enemies, and I'm like, I feel like these enemies matter in some way. I don't know even sort of what they're doing there.
Yeah, that's fair. So, first off... So we started the game in the Undead Asylum. That's also where we're going back to. The way it works in this game is there is an undead curse, essentially, that's spreading through humanity. And because of that, anyone who's found to be undead is shipped up to this asylum. And there's also this prophecy that's like, oh, there's going to be someone who emerges from this asylum who is going to... It's kept very vague what this means, but who's going to discover the fate of the undead, essentially. So... that prophecy's kind of about us, but also it's sort of a lie in the first place, and we'll talk about that this stream. Welcome back, Jay Hill, or welcome Jay Hill, welcome Nonbean, welcome both of you. This is Manal. You might know Manal from stream chat, and now she's actually in this stream with me.
What was that bird?
There are lots of fan theories about this bird.
Next time.
See you in the burb, Jay Hill. All right. There's lots of theories about that bird. There is a goddess who is mentioned very briefly in like the game's lore named Velka, who is associated with ravens, and people think that that is Velka. It's unclear.
Interesting.
There's a lot of stuff in this game that is
Never explained.
left deliberately vague. Velka is one of them. Velka kind of drove people a little crazy when this game came out. They wanted to find as many connections to her as they could. And then the developers were extremely vague about, non-committal about Velka. And then just a few years later when Dark Souls 3 came out, they actually ended up confirming that Velka is actually very important. It is unclear... Nonbean, what? Okay. It's unclear if that was always, like, the plan, or if they were like, oh, people really like Velka, let's put Velka in. But, like, actually...
Do you mean like cow butter and peanut butter in the sandwich? Is that all this? I'm confused.
I'm so confused, too. You meant peanut.
Wait, but is it...
Well, you said butter and peanut butter, and that's part of the confusing thing here.
Like, is it just peanut butter in the sandwich, or is there peanut butter and butter?
Also, was that autocorrect in the first place? I'm so curious. Not to, like, drag you for this or anything. I don't think that is, something... I think it's just kind of funny. I don't think it's like, something to be...
Butter and peanuts probably taste good together. I don't know. Peanut butter and jelly sandwiches are very funny to me because, like, they're really just, like, goops in a sandwich. Yeah. Like, they're just... they're just goop the sandwich. I hated jelly growing up though. My dad would make me special peanut butter sandwiches for school.
Oh, nice. I used to have peanut butter and marshmallow fluff sandwiches.
I hate those. They're way too sweet.
Well,
If I want dessert, I'm not putting it in my bread.
I have a massive sweet tooth. I'm only just now starting to outgrow a little bit. Like, in my 30s.
I never had a sweet tooth, because when I was a kid, eating sweets, like, hurt. I had really bad dental problems growing up, because, I was a mouth breather, which just means that you breathe out your mouth, which is a terrible for your teeth, because, your mouth dries out faster, and saliva is the main antibacterial in your mouth.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so if you're a mouth breather, your teeth just decay faster because of that. But also, kids don't know how to brush their teeth.
Yeah, that is true.
And so, like, I was, like, by the time I was 12 years old, I had 30 cavities. So, like, sweets just hurt. I hated eating sweets.
Oh. Like, the thing that really broke me from my sweet tooth, kind of, is that starting transition and taking spironolactone gave me a real salt tooth. And but the sweet tooth didn't really go away, like, well, not even fully. It didn't start really, really going away until, like, this last year or so.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I really like baking. I like making sweets. I just don't like eating them. And my family always used to make fun of me for it because they'd be like, why are you so invested in baking if you don't want to eat anything you make? And I was like, I don't actually know. We see you, J Hill. Something weird is happening, but you're here.
Wait, is everything okay? What's happening, J Hill? Why do you think you're not allowed to be here?
The redeem here isn't working.
Oh, it's not? Hang on, let me check that. Hey, Andre and Spider, welcome to the stream. Let me check on the redeems real quick. I don't know why that one would ever be off. We would never, like usually when redeems are off, it's because we turn them off for a different stream.
Yeah.
No, it's on. That's weird. Try it one more time. Streamlabs might be being a little bit weird right now in general because, like, there was a solid 5 minutes where we had the chat actively moving. Oh, there we go. There was a few...
It might have been a cooldown thing.
Might have been a cooldown thing. There was, like, a solid 5 minutes where the chat was moving, like people were talking, and Streamlabs was telling me we had 0 viewers. So things are being a little weird right now.
Interesting. Another bird. I guess it's the same bird.
Same bird, yeah.
Is this the warp mechanic?
Oh, just for that one area. And also, this bird's just always in this area. She's just right there.
Just a giant bird.
Just a giant bird. But yeah, I don't remember if I got cut off in the middle of what I was saying. So basically, it's unclear if Velka being in Dark Souls 3 was a thing that was planned originally, or if that was just like, yeah, this is like a popular character to theorize about, let's put her in. But like, she actually ends up being like, she never shows up personally, but she's very like, very critical to one of the DLCs. Like, one of the characters is directly, explicitly praying to her, and that's the character who brings you into the DLC. Hello, Pepper.
Hello, Joe Jones. I'm showering.
Hooray, I did good on that assignment I turned in yesterday.
Nice, good job, and now? I know you were stressed about it, but I'm glad that it went well.
But yeah, no, I notoriously, I almost always want salty foods. I occasionally want sweet, and then immediately after I eat the sweet thing, I'm like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah, fair. Like, that's starting to be, like, when I say my sweet tooth is going away, that's kind of what I mean, actually. Like, I still have the sweet tooth, but then very quickly I'm like, ooh, this is too much, actually.
Yeah.
Hang on,
I
sorry, I gotta
should make
swap out
baked goods for
controller.
you next time we're in the same place.
The batteries if you want me to use that one.
What kind of sweets do you like?
I love jelly beans. Like, that's kind of my main thing, actually.
Jelly beans? Really?
I know,
think
it's such an
jelly
old
beans are
person candy.
disgusting. It's... I do like hard candy, so maybe
Yeah.
I
I'm
bet you
old
like the
person.
sucks too.
I do, Pepper. You know that.
Hard candy.
Wait, Yuji, you don't have to leave. You're fine. What's going on?
Why would you leave?
I don't know. He just says, "My sorry, I leave." Like, no, you're fine. You don't have to leave. We like having you here.
Unless you mean that you have to go and you're sorry.
Oh,
you have to go.
oh, if you mean you're sorry because you have to go, that's a different thing. We'll see you later if that's what you mean. I misinterpreted probably.
It could be either. Who knows?
You're not
It's hard
allowed
when
to.
trying to read text.
Yeah. So anyway, like, to explain what we're doing, we were told like about that
Y'all are
prophecy.
just old people candies going on.
Yep. Werther's is old people candy. I do actually kind of like Werther's also.
Werther's isn't bad. It's just really funny. I don't think
It
I
is.
don't think of it as my favorite.
Yeah.
I like sour candy.
Sour is good. I really like sour candy as well. So yeah, like we talked about that like prophecy. We're gonna find out more. Like that prophecy was just like a fake thing to try to get people to do what, the
Throw
powers that
themselves
be
in fire.
wanted. Sorry.
It's to throw them. To get them to sacrifice themselves. Right?
Exactly. Part of
Yeah.
that is like, oh, you go ring the bells of awakening, which we did last stream. You can actually hear someone ringing a bell of awakening in their world right now, another player. After you ring the bell of awakening, it's like you prove that you are like up to sacrifice yourself by going through Sen's Fortress, which is mistranslated. In the original Japanese, it's House of a Thousand Traps, but 1,000 in Japanese is Sen. So. Or not the House of a Thousand Traps, Fortress of a Thousand Traps.
What is that?
That is a snake man.
Well, what a creative name.
Yep. These guys also show up in Dark Souls 3. Like everything else in this game, they show up in Dark Souls 3. These were made by a guy named Seath the Scaleless, who we're gonna see later in this stream. Like there's a lot of like mixtures that were made by Seath experimenting. Like, you have like, like in Dark Souls 2, we have a character or two characters that were made by Seath who are like half scorpion, half human. Just a lot of things like that. Like the crystal golems that we see like later on were also made by him. He just likes to experiment. He's a little weird. He's also a dragon. I don't know if I made that clear.
I have to go for a little bit to do my telehealth appointment, which is an hour earlier than I thought.
Oh, okay.
No, I'll be back in a little bit.
Talk to you when you get back. Yeah, we're just going to kind of not go super far out of our way in Sen's Fortress. We are still going to free Logan because we want another copy of Soul Spear, just because that's really useful.
Hey, Jodi.
Yeah, Pepper? I know they are. I'm going to turn the webcam on. Nambin, you throw up after eating butterscotch? Is that like a every time sort of thing? That sounds unpleasant. Not that butterscotch is a candy I eat a huge amount, but, still.
Hey, loser.
Thank you, J Hill. I'm going to take a sip. Sen's Fortress, like a lot of areas in this game, it's kind of wild how small it actually is when you're just kind of running through. Pepper Yuji says hi.
Hi.
Yeah, the thing with the snake men is that you can parry their sword attacks, you can't parry their bite attacks. You can get like a partial parry, which is when like you parry with the correct timing and it's not a parryable attack and it blocks some of the damage, but it's not actually like a parry. I don't even know why partial parries exist as a mechanic. They're kind of annoying. Yeah, Manal, like, part of the plan was always that Manal was going to have to step out for a few minutes in the middle of the stream for a telehealth appointment. Turns out the telehealth appointment was a little earlier than they thought. So that's just where they are right now. The Fuji, like the like avatar that Manal is using, will kind of just come back on its own when they log back into the Discord call. That's just kind of how it works. It's all automatic. That's not something that we do manually. Kim Jong-un was here again, yeah. I'm not really sure why. Didn't remember being here yesterday, apparently. So, interesting thing. Griggs, our starter sorcery teacher, back in Firelink, for whatever reason, I couldn't get his quest to finish last time. He just wouldn't do the final step when Logan was gone. But basically, when Logan leaves, you can find him here, hollow, and you have to kill him. And it's just like, oh, this is his corpse, but like, way ahead in time from when it should be here. It's weird. There's a lot of stuff like that in Dark Souls 1, where it's like, you find the corpse of a character before they're dead, because, you know, the flow of time is convoluted and all of that. Oh wait, I gotta get Logan. EJ Hill points out Iron Tarkus is another example of that. Yeah. Dusk is also kind of an example of that, although that's weird because she's from the past in the first place. It's weird, but like, when we found Dusk after beating the Hydra in New Game, only after summoning her and talking to her did her corpse with her equipment show up, like, under the waterfall. Alright, that Snake Man's dead. Spidere is Pepper, by the way, Yuji. It's interesting that later Dark Souls games didn't really do much with the whole, like, the flow of time is convoluted stuff. It really does feel to me, in hindsight, like it was just kind of an excuse to not figure out the timeline so much. But it is interesting, and it does kind of contribute to some of the unique feel. Let's get him out of here.
Oh, and I must speak.
Okay. We're going to talk to Logan back at Firelink, and we're going to get another copy of Soul Spear. Then later on, like way later on, we're going to talk to him again at Duke's Archives to get another copy of Crystal Soul Spear. And then we're basically done with Logan. Like, we're not doing the whole quest line this time. What's the best questline in this game? There's really not that many quest lines in this game, but it would probably be Siegmeyer's. Although, every quest line in Dark Souls 1 in particular really suffers from, like, you're not finishing this unless you read a guide, basically, you know? And, like, Dennis is a big part of that. I talked in New Game about, like, how convoluted saving him in Izalith is. Logan's isn't bad, though. I do like Logan. Solaris is fine. Solaris has never done it for me as a character. I think that might be partially just because, like, the memes about him were everywhere, and it just kind of felt inescapable at a certain point. We will actually eat the world's hottest chocolate. Yep, once we reach the $500 donation goal. We have it sitting right on our desk right now. Haven't touched it yet because we're scared. Oh, is he following me? Nope, I thought I heard footsteps, but I guess not. How long have we had that chocolate for? It's been a bit. We'd have to ask Pepper about exactly how long she's had it for, but it's not. She didn't get it for this, is what I'll say. Little Nitro and Devil's Toe. Why do people, when they make hot things, why do they name them like that? Don't eat it if we've had it for over 2 years. Why is that? Now I'm scared. Is it like super spicy if we have? Is it dangerous? Oh, I have to go get that key. Ugh. It goes bad? Oh, Pepper, did you hear that? We might have to change that donation goal, possibly. Uh-oh. Oh, you don't think it's that old? That's good. When you say you're gonna make some eggs become hard, you mean hard-boiled eggs, Nanbin? Ah, hard-boiled, okay. What is in it? I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to look at the ingredients.
Make sure you bring
I'm
more
sure.
maca next time.
See you in the birb, Nanbin. I'm sure it's like chocolate and like really hot peppers or something. There we go. Firebomb guy is dead. So now, I'm actually going to go back to Firelink, because we freed Logan, and we have 40,000 souls, which is enough to buy Soul Spear. And I don't want to go... I want to go through Anor Londo with an extra set of Soul Spears, basically. That was stupid, and I'm glad it worked. So, how's chat doing? How are my snacks? I ran out that way because I didn't want to get hit by the ranged one. Confused as to what to do about the boyfriend, but otherwise fine. Yeah, it sounds like a confusing situation you've got there. I do feel like most times that you talk about this boyfriend, J Hill, you use the adjective toxic. So I am a little concerned. Did I just sit at that bonfire? Because if so, that was stupid of me. I should have just run, and then I could have homeward boned back to Sen's Fortress. I guess we'll see if I did that.
There you as
Soul Spear.
I will stay here for the speak.
Alright, bye. I mean, J-Hill, I don't know your situation. I don't know what the negatives are. I don't know if there is abuse or anything like that, but I'm going to talk about abuse. Like, every person I know who has been abused has talked about how there is good in the person abusing them. And they're probably right. I'm sure there is good. Like, there's good in everyone. You know, that doesn't necessarily mean a lot on its own. Hi, Death. Welcome to the stream.
It doesn't mean you have to suffer because of it.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you have to suffer because of it, as Pepper said. I'm not sure if she was audible.
So, here we are.
Welcome back, Zach. Come on. Oh, come on. Are you kidding? I don't know why this guy in particular is giving me so much trouble. I should be hitting these parries. Okay, that one was late. That one. There we go. I see, J-Hill. I see. I wasn't necessarily like... I know how I worded it. I wasn't necessarily trying to say like, oh, there is abuse happening here, or that what I'm talking about is only applicable if there's abuse there. It's just like, it is normal in these situations for people who are with a partner who's toxic in any way and not just abusive, to say like, oh, there's good in him, as like, I don't know, as a way of diminishing whatever the toxic behavior is. And I just wanted to point out that that is a dynamic, you know? Anyway, let's go kill the Iron Golem. You see, J-Hill, that makes me curious, because I have heard people say those things, and I feel like there's a way people talk about... Okay, trans ideology is in and of itself a red flag for me, just that phrase, trans ideology. Also, the way people talk about transitioning and the supposed pressure to transition is always also a big, big red flag. Like, the specific thing that you're talking about, people talking about, like, the way people talk about transitioning as a cure-all that'll fix all the issues you're having mentally, like, that is a specific line I've heard from a lot of people, and it's usually covering up other beliefs. I see. I see.
Can I say something?
Of course, Pepper.
I'm gonna yell from over here because I don't want to get up.
Is, before Pepper says what she's gonna say, is she audible? Do you hear what she's saying, J-Hill?
Well, welcome to the log. If you what?
Just a second, I'll be right over.
Oh. J-Hill says that they can hear you. If you yell like you were. Okay, okay. Pepper will be right over. Excuse me. Pepper, Zach has a message for you. Yeah, I am officially at the point now. I'm not sure if people saw me do that. I attuned my magic and got rid of my soul arrows, and now I just have a bunch of soul spears. That's where we are with this run.
Hey, loser.
Hey, Shiny, welcome to the stream. I'm gonna take a sip. This room used to be my worst nightmare. I hated going through the rafters like this. Pepper's coming over.
I'm not stinky.
Pepper's not stinky.
I'm not stinky. So the thing I want to talk about is like, jail. I remember we talked about this on the Minecraft stream, but I'm just gonna reiterate it. Like the whole quote trans ideology thing, because of what your toxic boyfriend went through with was it his parents? That's not trans ideology. Those are people being literally transphobic.
Yeah.
Those people aren't doing transness. Those people are being transphobic. That is actually how you keep people from transitioning, what they did, which could even be why he hasn't transitioned. Because that's what happened to me when I first came out originally and then went back into the closet. It was similar stuff. It was exactly the same sort of similar stuff with a group of friends of mine and also some people in my family who were like, okay, I'll go out with you in a dress. You should wear a dress. You should go out in public and wear a dress. Come on, do it. And then people getting weird about me also, like, in the relationships I was in at the time. Because I was not trans enough or not gay enough or whatever. Not fitting their ideal type of gay. Those are people being transphobic and queerphobic and homophobic, etc. That's not support. That's not trans ideology.
Yeah.
That's not, like, good. That's the stuff that kept me in the closet and made me think that there was some sort of trans ideology that was forcing people to transition. That was the stuff that made me think that, because it was the transphobes being transphobic to me. They didn't realize they were being transphobic to me, but it was them being transphobic to me that made me think that there was some sort of trans ideology that was trying to force people to transition. And that to me is exactly what's happening here, based off of just everything I've heard. So your boyfriend is also just seemingly experiencing the same thing. It is not just try to tell him any of that, or have him listen to this, honestly.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all. It's okay, Pepper. I know. I'm explaining a thing. It's okay.
Yeah.
I'm doing good.
You guys aren't used to hearing Pepper off stream. This is kind of just how she talks off stream. Like
when it's more serious.
Yeah, when it's more serious.
Also, I talk like this on stream.
Yeah,
It's just usually towards my Minecraft streams.
That's true. That's true.
I think Yuji's just not used to it.
Yeah, that's also true. But I feel like yesterday, like even J Hill was like, "Pepper, are you all right?"
Oh, that's because I was getting roiled up.
That's true. You were getting riled
I was
up.
getting roiled up. Oh.
Roiled
Actually,
and riled.
I'm wet.
Roiled and riled.
Jodi, I'm wet.
What?
I'm wet.
Oh, you're wet. I see.
I'm wet. Pepper's more British off stream. Fuck you, Zach.
Oh shit. God.
Fuck you, Zacharoni. I'm gonna rip your taint off.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Out would make sense. Off, you have to walk me through it.
Off.
Okay.
That cop pulled out of me.
What?
The cop pulled out of me.
What?
That cop, he pulled out of me.
What?
Do you remember?
Oh right. Yes, I
I was
do.
referencing something. I was referencing a James Randallism where a cop pulled him over or pulled up on him, and James Randall was like, "Oh, a cop pulled out of me." It was really funny. Because I also want to ask Yuji, how old are you? I know people might running. Yeah, Yuji, how old are you?
Yeah, I've been a little curious also.
It's a good thing to ask.
It is a
good thing to check in with on these streams. How's life?
What?
How's life?
It's good. Manal's in a telehealth
I
appointment right
completely
now.
missed Manal.
No, it's okay.
How long was that before Manal had to go?
It wasn't super long, but also he is going to be back.
Yeah, I know that much. It's just
Oh wait, I went the wrong way.
usually you're 13.
I see.
Oh, okay.
I need to.
Too bad. I'm sorry. Usually you
Yeah.
have to be 18 to be here.
Yeah. Sorry, Yuji.
Sad. I'm at the point where like this keeps happening, so I don't even care about explaining anymore. Like
Yeah.
it says 18 plus on the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Yuji. We do need to just kind of be safe. Like, it puts us in a weird position to have people under 18 in our chat.
Yeah.
Especially with the stuff we talk about.
Yeah.
I should have asked earlier. I was getting vibes.
No, that's okay. It's annoying having to ask, but
Yeah.
we need to do it.
Yeah, I don't really like asking either, but
Like, I just hope that having the thing on the screen is explanation enough, but maybe we need to make it larger or
Yeah.
something.
I mean,
Who knows?
it's pretty large. I don't know. Like, we added that after the last time this happened, and we were like, oh, maybe that'll do it, and then it didn't do it, so.
Yeah.
Short of opening every stream with, by the way, if you're not 18, don't be here. I don't know what we could do.
Yeah.
He's pretty large.
That's what she said.
Yeah, he's pretty large.
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
All right, see you in the burb, J Hill.
Jodi, you're pretty large. You're pretty small.
Okay.
You're pretty fucked up.
Okay.
Or I'm gonna fuck.
Okay. What is going on right now?
I'm gonna fuck.
Over to the burger.
I'm gonna fuck over to the burger. Can I bring back the really rancid burger question?
Which really rancid burger question? I feel like there were.
Fucking burgers.
Why?
You know that one? Remember?
Yes,
that?
I don't want to discuss that one.
Okay.
You do it on your stream, not on my stream, please.
That's very fair. Honestly. Zach's getting burritos. I like when they have their sink to death animations.
I love it too. Anyway, J Hill. Oh, J Hill's not here right now. Oh.
J Hill burbed.
J Hill burbed. Well, we're gonna go kill Priscilla again. I looked up a bunch of stuff about how to get Priscilla's tail cut, because this is a problem a lot of people have apparently. Because it's really fucking hard to hit her tail. So I have plans.
I'm amazed how much faster you're going through it this time.
Oh yeah,
Game.
like new game plus is so much faster, and like each subsequent new game cycle is faster and faster. Like I am going to finish the run this stream. I'm very confident of that.
You know what's kind of sad about this whole banning thing?
What?
Is like I think I'm getting to a point that like I feel like a lot of streamers are already at, where it's like I was at a point a few months ago where if I ban someone I'd be like, oh, I hate having to do this. I'm so sorry. And now I'm at this point where I'm just like, yep, all right, bye.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I just can't take the time to make a thing out of it anymore.
Yeah. It's unfortunate.
It is.
Like I do feel a little bad when it's like
I still feel bad.
a situation like this where it's not really because the
Thanks.
person
That
did
would
something
be sad.
bad,
Yeah.
you know, but yeah, I don't know. Although at this point, I wonder if we can say, now that we have 18 plus on stream specifically, it is kind of you doing something a little bad. I don't know.
I don't know. They're kids.
They're
They don't-
kids.
they don't
That's
know
true,
how
that's
to
true.
Interact with things.
That is true.
So, here we are.
Hey, Corgi, welcome.
Hi, Corgi. We just had to kill a child. What?
Don't have you on record as a trans woman saying we just killed a child, even as a joke. Pepper, no.
Whoops. This happens sometimes. But I was stomping so many babies' brains in Dead Space.
That's true, you were. Whoa, camera. Whoa, whoa.
It's Krogi.
Krogi.
Oh, Krogi, I really want to call you that now.
Yep, you're Krogi now,
Oh,
sorry.
it's Krogi. I really like that. It's cute.
Unless you, like, actively dislike it, that's
Yeah,
what I'm calling you from now
If
on.
you tell us not to, we won't, but it's funny. Hi, Krogi.
Zach, what do you mean you look like a gas station? What is that?
It's like, I'm surprised how much of a meme this has become for Zach. It's because off stream once, Zach and I playing GTA, I accidentally crashed into a gas station and it blew us both up and we died. Because we're both in the car. And now whenever, like, I'm in a vehicle with, or doing anything with Zach, if there's a gas station, he'll be like, hey look, a gas station. But then it evolved to the point of him bringing up gas stations even if there is nothing to do with gas stations.
How have I never heard this before?
It's really weird. I don't know. It's been gone for a few months now. I
Huh.
don't know. I don't know. Like, I feel like it's almost purely a Zach joke because, like, I think it's funny, but I feel like Zach thinks it's hilarious. I wasn't even intentionally referencing the meme. Lol. Why did you even bring up gas stations then?
Zach, you confuse me.
Zach, you amaze me.
Anyway, we're already halfway done with the painted world just in that time we've been talking. Like, it's so much faster on New Game Plus.
Oh, you got your fucking hard eggs on me?
Hard eggs.
Nard?
Hard eggs.
You said Nard.
I didn't mean to. Shut up.
What's Nard? It's like saying nerd.
Like balls. Like nards.
No, that's Nads.
Nards. You also hear nards.
Do you?
Like from like Teen Wolf, that was like a thing of like, you remember like where like Wolfman's got nards? That was like a thing.
I don't know.
Okay.
It's making me think of some porn I've seen though.
Well, okay. Sure, Pepper. I'm equipping various homing soul mass spells because we're gonna have to deal with bone wheels in a second, and that is the easiest way to deal with them. And technically pursuers would work, but pursuers only has 3 uses, and also is a very slow cast.
My tits are still out.
Your tits are still out on stream
Whoa,
for free.
tit.
No, they can't.
Oh, Manal's back. Hello, Manal.
Did,
What a time to come back.
Did you hear that? Did you happen to hear that at all?
Yeah, I heard your tits were out, and that's all I heard. And then
not
instead
hear
of
it.
whoa tits.
I can't hear.
Yeah, Manal just heard that and then went, whoa, tits in response.
Whoopsie daisy. Okay, since you're back, I'm gonna go back to watching.
Sorry, I thought my appointment was at 5, and apparently it was at 3:50. That I am seeing a nutritionist. That's all that happened.
Gotcha. Oh, glad to have you back.
Hooray. So what's happening now? What are we fighting?
So I made it through Sen's Fortress and into Anorlando. Anorlando is the city of the gods. And in Anorlando, there is a giant painting called the Painted World, which is where like the gods put all of the things that are dangerous to them, essentially. And we have to go back in here because I messed up getting something in the last run.
I see.
I hate... These are bone wheel skeletons. I hate them so much.
They're pretty ugly. One of my biggest problems with Souls-like games is how they look. I feel like if they just looked less dingy constantly, I would enjoy them better.
That's fair. I kind of like the dinginess, but I can understand why you wouldn't.
I prefer games that are colorful.
Yeah,
They
I
make me
hear you.
feel better. But also just like I don't really like gore in any capacity.
Yeah.
I don't hate it. I'll play something gory every once in a while, but like I just don't prefer it.
Funny thing is, there's actually very little like gore in these games. There's like sometimes like a little bit of a blood spray, and that's kind of it.
Yeah.
But it is definitely dingy.
I don't know. I just also like you can make a dark, dingy setting while also using any color other than gray.
That's true. That is definitely true. I feel like some of the later games are better about that. Like, for all of my problems with Dark Souls 3, it's really pretty. Like, even, like,
Yeah.
the Poison Swamp area in that game, because these games always have to have a Poison Swamp, like, it's pretty nice looking.
I love Wind Waker, Corgi. I'm sad that you don't like it.
Wind Waker's so good. Oh,
Game.
fucking Bone Wheel.
It's also, I think it's beautiful. I love Wind Waker. Wind Waker is my favorite Zelda game and one of my favorite games of all time. And the reason why it's my favorite Zelda game is I think it does a really good job of finding the middle ground from linear storytelling to open world storytelling. I think it does a really good job of putting you in both of those positions in a really fulfilling way.
In a world where Majora's Mask didn't exist, it would also be my favorite Zelda.
I love Majora's Mask. I really do. But like, I won't play Majora's Mask for like, it's not a nostalgic game for me.
I see what you mean.
One, I just didn't play it as a young kid because even though we had it, it was really hard. Majora's Mask, I would argue, is one of the hardest Zelda games.
Oh, it is. That's true.
In terms of like mechanics, and I'm not very good at games. Like, it's just not something that I'm great at. And Twilight Princess is also very hard, but of course you mentioned it. But it's really interesting too. But yeah, no, I just couldn't beat Majora's Mask. Not only could I not beat it, neither could my brothers. And my brothers were much more skilled at video games at the time. So like it was one of those things that like it caused a lot of grief trying to get through that game. So I didn't play it fully until I was an adult. And I really do love Majora's Mask for so many reasons. I think it does a really great job of storytelling around death. I think its time mechanic is really fascinating. I think its quests are some of the most interesting quests in the entire series. It's a great game. But it's not my favorite. I like Wind Waker the best.
Welcome back, Spider.
And in part because Wind Waker's the first game I ever completed on my own.
Yeah, I can definitely see why that would add to that feeling.
Yeah, and like Wind Waker, like it gives me such a great sense of adventure. Like there's this, do you know who Peanut Butter Gamer is?
I don't think I do.
He's just some random video game YouTuber. He's one of the only ones I ever watched. I do still watch him occasionally, but he's just one of those video game YouTubers. Anyways, he has this clip of his review of Wind Waker where it's just his face on top of Link's face.
So, here we are.
Welcome
and
back,
he's
Jay
just
Hill.
saying, adventure! Yeah! And I think about that every time I think about Wind Waker. It just feels so big and expansive and wonderful to explore. And, I don't know. I'd also, like, kind of broke my brain a little bit when I played it, because, like, I have this thing where, I think it's called the Tetris effect, where, like, you play a game a lot, and then it suddenly starts coding your subconscious.
Yep.
And I remember being in high school and I had been playing Wind Waker a lot because I was trying to 100% it at the time. And I saw a group of seagulls in the distance because I lived in Los Angeles. We have seagulls all over the place. I saw a group of seagulls in the distance. And in the game, that means that there's an octopus there that you could fight and get the special item. And I remember thinking, I got out of high school and I was like, oh, I should go towards that. And I was like, wait a second. That's not how this works.
Yeah, I don't know about that, actually. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm about to do the Priscilla fight, and I have looked up what people say to do to get her tail cut, because I fucked that up the first time. So I have, like, the whole thing is that she becomes visible again when you break her poise. So I have multiple things that are low damage and high poise breaking, and we're going to use that and make her visible and cut her tail off.
So cutting tails off is for getting weapons.
Yes. There are, I think, 5 or 6 bosses in the game, or mini bosses, where you can cut off their tail and get a special weapon. And often, usually, like, not in this case, but often, it will also, like, reduce their moveset in some way. Like, they'll have, like, a tail swipe attack that just does nothing now.
Very interesting.
And, like, there's an achievement that we need to get that's for getting every special weapon, and that includes all of the tail cut weapons. And this one is a bastard to get.
That guy just floated down like
did.
Mary Poppins.
Oh, shit.
Mary Poppins, but murder.
Yep. He dropped down,
Never
like,
seen-
he's not going to drop down anymore. He's just going to be down there. And when he drops down, he drops into, like, a spot where he's really fully blocking you, and it's really annoying. But now when we go
Alright,
there,
what
he
are-
won't be fully blocking us.
What are the red lines on the floor everywhere?
Oh, those are messages left by other players.
Oh.
I can go read
Like
some of
real
those.
players?
Yes.
Oh.
Usually, like, with a very limited, like, selection of words to choose from. And, like, finding a way to say something creative and unintended with the limited selection of words you have is usually, like, a big, like, part of the fun for a lot of people in these games.
I see. It's the Miiverse, but Dark Souls.
Yes. Like, and, like, they're not always the most funny thing. Like, in Dark Souls 3, the big one was try finger, comma, butthole. Try finger, butthole. Stuff like that. So, like, it's not the funniest thing, but it's like, that was definitely not intended, so well done.
Interesting. I'd been wondering, because you keep running past them, and like, why are they, and they're not even on the ground, they're like an
Yeah.
inch off the ground for some reason.
So, yeah, bright spot ahead, and, like, what's this one say? Need feet, of course. They're not, like, there's always weird messages around the woman characters, which isn't great. Divine, that's a better one. Anyway, let's talk to Priscilla. Where is the...
So what's Priscilla's deal?
Priscilla is half dragon, and she has an ability called Life Hunt, which is, and by the way, Seath is probably her father, but we're not certain about that. She has an ability called Life Hunt, which is really a dangerous ability in general, but more dangerous to the gods, which is why she's locked here.
Oh, so the gods locked her here.
Yeah, and like
So
there's
why is she fighting you? Why can't you just
she's
free
not. Like, we're going to talk to her, and she's going to be like, oh, you can leave. Bye. And we have to actively make the choice to fight her, which I hate to do. She's one of my favorite characters, but I need her
her?
tail.
Why do we actively choose to fight her? What is the goal?
Because I need her tail.
Okay, is that it?
That's it. Theoretically, if I get her tail cut, I can then leave without killing her, which I might try to do.
Interesting.
All right, let's talk to
There's
her.
no benefit to kill her?
You get her soul, which you can use to make her scythe, which actually... I have the same scythe. Twinsies.
Like, because you had your soul from last playthrough?
Yeah, exactly. Because when I fucked up cutting off her tail, I did end up, like, killing her, and that's why I had to come back and do it on this run.
Poor
Which,
lady.
it sucks, because, like, normally I would only want to kill her, like, the bare minimum. I like her a lot.
What's her story other than being trapped there? Like, does she want anything? Does she have motivations?
Let's just talk to her, and we'll hear what she says.
Who art
Ah.
thou? One of us thou art not. If thou hast misstepped into this world, plunge down from the plank and hurry home. If thou seekest I, thine desires shall be requited not.
So yeah, we don't even really get her deal, honestly. Like, when she sees us, she's just like, I'm not talking to you, leave. So that's kind of it.
Thou must returneth whence thou camest.
Get out of here, loser.
This land
Mhm.
is peaceful, its inhabitants kind, but thou dost not belong. I beg of thee, plunge down from the plank and hurry home.
Didn't want to do this, Priscilla. I'm sorry. I need your tail.
I
Which
expected
eye?
as much from
All right.
thee.
I didn't get it
Why
on the
dost
first
thee
cut.
hurry
That's
toward
okay.
thine death?
So the thing is, when she's invisible, you can see her footprint in the snow. We need to
See.
make her visible so we can more easily get the tail. Oh, I did not. Oh, there's her footprints.
What is your favorite boss battle that you ever played through in any game? Doesn't have to be this one.
That's a good question. It might be Lady Maria from Bloodborne, which is another FromSoft game. I just love the FromSoft. Damn. I just love the FromSoft fights that are against someone who's like basically you, just like better.
This is not my favorite, but I think it's very funny, which is there in Mario Odyssey, there is a battle, a boss fight that you kind of fall into while trying to go to a different area of the game, where you see Bowser, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's Bowser, and then he's riding a dragon.
I love that.
Just like, and like a Final Fantasy ass dragon, like not in the style of the rest of the game,
Yeah.
even a little bit.
Like, there's some
and
Let's
saw
Players I
that
like who
scene-
joke that that's like, oh, we downloaded the HD texture pack.
Yeah, no, like literally, I got that scene, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like, what am I saying? I thought it was so funny. That game is really funny to me in general because like no one needed Bowser to look that hot. Like, who on Team Nintendo was like, "We need to give him hair physics. We need to give him bad boy hair physics." Even, like, there was no reason for that.
I mean, there was no reason, but it was necessary at the same time somehow. Like, I get it, you know?
I just think it's really funny. I think that game is really funny for lots of reasons.
I love Mario Odyssey.
I think it's a great game. I think it's hilarious. I think it's funny that the people at New Donk City just look different proportions than all of the Mario characters. I think that's crazy.
It's really good. And it could have been like a Sonic 2006 situation where it looked really bad, but it still works somehow.
Yeah, it's very silly. It's very silly. And the things people do in that game are also very silly. But what is my favorite boss if I have to name a boss fight? I don't play a lot of games with a lot of boss fights other than Nintendo ones.
Broke her poise, made her visible. Let's try again. There we go, Priscilla's dagger. Bye, Priscilla.
Leave.
Oh, is it not gonna let me do it? Oh no. I might have to kill her. Sorry,
Murder
Priscilla.
is required.
I'm sorry, Priscilla. I didn't want to do it.
Sad. It was pretty quick, J-Hill, so...
Yeah, it was pretty quick. J-Hill says, so who is Ariamis? Ariamis was the person who painted this world. And in Dark Souls 3, we meet someone who painted another painted world on top of this one. So, yeah. We never meet Ariamis, but we meet other people who have the same basic deal. So, interesting thing, I explained this my first time in the Painted World, but the Painted World was most likely intended as, like, this game's vertical slice, which... Oh, thank you for the sweets. I'm going to take a sip. So, a vertical slice is, like, when you're developing a game and you make a portion of the game that kind of shows off a little bit of every mechanic. That's just kind of meant to, like... It usually doesn't make it into the game, but it's just like, oh, look, this is, like, a little bit of everything you do in the game. People are pretty sure the Painted World was that for Dark Souls, and they decided to just kind of sneak it into the game itself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, like, atmospheric storytelling happening, which is very interesting.
Yeah. Like, that is a lot of the storytelling in Dark Souls. And a lot of stuff in, like, item descriptions also, which I'm a little less fond of, but... I've always appreciated that I have always appreciated that the actual narrative is a little bit sparse, and if you want to understand more and understand how you're being lied to by the main narrative, you have to really dig into it. Oh, they're gonna kill me. Okay.
Wow, most of the games I have on Steam have just no bosses at all.
Huh.
That's pretty funny. I don't play a lot of games that are very, like, action. I do like Chicory's bosses. Chicory has some really interesting.
What is Chicory?
That might be a fun game. Chicory is a really beautiful game. The premise of the game is the world has no color. Except for the color given to the world by the I forget the name of the name of the position, but there's a position of like painter basically, where you have a paintbrush and you can color in the world. And you bring color to everyone. Yeah, J-Hill, it's a wonderful game. You're playing as this little dog, and Chicory is the painter for your generation, and Chicory doesn't want to do it anymore. She's done. She doesn't want to do it. You don't really know why. You don't really know what's going on with her. and you're just kind of her like, I think you're just like her like housemaid. Like you're not like she doesn't boss you around. You just help clean up. You know, like you're just helping out. You're just part of the help. And you've come across the paintbrush, and you're like, maybe I could do this. And so you take control over the paintbrush, and you start uncovering what the world is made of, and not what the world is, but like what the world is made of, like emotionally, and like from an understanding perspective, and figure out what it means to be the painter, and what it means to have the paintbrush, and where the paintbrush comes from, and all this other stuff. So like it's a really yeah, it deals, yeah, like Jay Hill said, it deals with depression and anxiety in a really interesting way. It does really especially like talk about themes of depression, anxiety, talk about themes of like authority and responsibility to yourself and to your community. And it's a really wonderful game, a very simple game. It's like a 2D like a top-down like platformer with paint mechanics on every page, on every like screen of the map, and there is bosses, there is fights. They don't happen super often, and they're kind of strange because the mechanics of the game are all about painting colors in.
You know, that does sound really interesting. And like on a similar note, that kind of reminds me, the next game that Pepper and I are doing together in Lesbians Love is probably going to be Okami, which is another really gorgeous game about painting. So
yeah. People who like Okami tend to like Chicory. I really love Chicory. I love Chicory a lot. I would be happy to play it with you on stream.
I would love
or
that.
have you play it on stream while I watch. It's such a wonderful game in my mind. And I adore it deeply. And it's just, I don't know, like having that much control over the atmosphere is really, it's really interesting, because like it affects the gameplay in ways that are really like unexpected at times. Yeah, I got it, J Hill, I got it because my wife was like, hey, I heard of this game, and it's like, it looks cozy and it looks fun and chill and colorful, and that's all you like, you know, that's what kind of games you play. And I was like, aw, thank you, Spider. Or is that Pepper?
That's Pepper, yeah. Also, that would be pronounced Spidere, just so you know.
Spidere, sorry.
It's okay.
I tried and then I failed. I did attempt it, then I didn't know what to do. But yeah, no, it's really cute. It's really cute. I really would recommend it. I'm more of a cozy game person. I play a lot of games that are like functionally pretty easy.
Yeah.
I play games primarily. I really like watching people play games that are harder, but if they're too hard for me, I tend to just get really upset and frustrated that I can't get through it.
That's fair. And like I know I see you playing Stardew Valley on Steam quite a lot. Which reminds me, another, like, if we're talking about cozy games, another game that I think we could play together on stream at some point would probably be My Time at Sandrock, which is like it is a game I really love. It's the second game in the series, but it's the first one that's multiplayer. But it is just kind of like, it's very similar to Stardew Valley, except instead of farming, you're like you fabricate things for people.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would love to try that out. The like grittiest cozy game I like is Don't Starve. I love Don't Starve a lot.
I never got into Don't Starve. I tried, and I just kind of bounced out of it, honestly.
I got really into it, and then I had a really fun run for a while, and then I died due to something stupid, and I didn't play for 5 years.
Oh.
I was so angry, because it's a hardcore game. The moment you die, you lose your save file.
Yeah, that sounds awful. Like, I can't deal with hardcore games like that.
The multiplayer is a lot more forgiving, because if you just hover your ghost over someone who's alive, you just come back to life.
Oh, that does sound a lot more forgiving, yeah.
But yeah, I haven't played in a long time. But yeah, I can play harder games if there's ways to grind to get things to be more possible for me. Like in Breath of the Wild, I really liked that game because there were so many options for creating like meals that were like had some really great buffs or really quick heals to full health, and you could carry a lot of them.
Yeah.
And that made it way more possible for me to play a game that was that hard.
Yeah.
I mean, Breath of the Wild isn't that hard, but it's like it's hard for me.
That's fair. And like, people criticize it for like, oh, like the food makes it functionally impossible to die. And I'm like, honestly, I think that's a good thing. And if you don't need it, you don't have to have all that food.
Yeah. Yeah, Pepper, I do think cozy games are tied to anti-civ conversations. Like, I find it very frustrating how many people who like, oh, I will look into Tome. J Hill, let me write that down before I lose the comment. But I want to address Pepper's point about anti-civ games. Anyways, I think I get really frustrated with people's interest in the games like Stardew Valley from a political perspective, because one, I think it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's like cottagecore is just pretty colonialism. It's nothing better than that.
Yeah.
And I do think that like Stardew Valley is a very fun game and I really enjoy it, but it's not politically important or interesting in that way.
Yeah, and like I remember there was like Tumblr discourse last year where it's like someone pointed out this is like a petit bourgeois like simulator, and everyone got so angry at her for it. And it's like, come on. Like, it's fine to play Stardew Valley. I love Stardew Valley, but know what you're playing.
Yeah, and it's like lots of games are just fun. Like Civ, for example, like the series of the Civ games. None of those games are politically useful to look at.
Oh, absolutely
but
not.
But they're fun and like it's not real. Like that's the point. Is that it's not real. And if it was real, it would be much more fucked up to make up religions and send missionaries throughout the world as part of the mechanic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think a lot of people, like, want to... this is a problem I have with, like, I don't want to call them fake leftists, because I don't actually think they're fake leftists. Like, internet leftists is maybe the term I'm using. One of my biggest problems with like a lot of internet leftists is they like there's two issues. That's really funny, J Hill. There's two like main issues that I find with like internet leftists is one, they okay, these issues are very interrelated. The things they like have to be politically important, and the things they don't like have to be politically bad.
Yes, 100%.
And neither of those things make sense. And like this is something I have a big problem with, especially on Tumblr, and how many people like. There's a lot of Tumblr discourse that is just canceling and unpersoning trans women.
Yep.
And every time I see that discourse, I'm like, you know, you could just not like her. You know, you have to like her. You don't have to have a reason to not like her. You could just not like her. Like this is not a big deal.
Yeah. Like you don't have to suddenly make it like, oh, this is actually your political instincts that made you dislike her. You can just be like, no, she rubs me the wrong way and I'm just not going to interact with her. And crucially, then you also don't like spread rumors about her.
Yeah, and it's not like you don't need to have a real reason. You don't have to defend or and like this is a problem I have in general. Is like you never have to defend just vibes. Like if the vibe is bad, leave. You're allowed to do that, but you don't have to say that the vibe is real.
Yeah. 100%.
Like and like I do think that people should interrogate why they don't like trans women on Tumblr, but like if you don't like someone, you could just not like them. Like you don't have to do anything.
Like I would rather that people like interrogate why they don't like trans women, but I will take just disliking specific trans women and not like being fucking gross about it. Like just it's fine. It's fine. Just don't.
And like if you're normal about trans women in any way, you will find people you don't like that are trans women. I don't like Caitlyn Jenner. I'm not going out here trying to murder her.
Yeah.
Like if you treat people as if people, then you will find people are not always people you like.
Yeah.
And that's okay. There's nothing morally wrong with being unlikable in the ways that you're like that you want to have people in your life. Like I don't know, there's no moral failing in being unlikable.
Yeah.
Be unlikable. Like
and I think it's part of like the political state that trans femmes are placed in, where it becomes like, oh, I dislike this person and therefore I have to destroy her. Like it's so easy to destroy us because we're disposable.
or like you always hear after call out posts, and this happens to people outside of trans femmes, but you see it the most with trans femme on Tumblr.
Yeah.
Partially because everyone else has left, which is sad. Anyways, but like you see it a lot. And by everyone else has left, I meant specifically all the black creators have left.
Yes.
Not saying that like. Anyway,
I know what you
back
mean.
to what my point was. But like, is like you see a lot of the time people saying, oh, I always had a bad vibe about her.
Yeah.
It's like, why? And also, why is your bad vibe proof that this accusation is real?
Yeah.
Like vibes are not. Like, you should trust your gut instinct. You should listen to your gut. You should listen to your feelings. But they're not based in reality in the way that facts are. And, like, you can't use them as facts. You can say, like, that person gives me a bad vibe, and I don't really want to be around them. Maybe I can say that, like, let's say I say that to Jodi about one of Jodi's friends, right? Jodi's allowed to be like, okay, I just want to put you two together. Like, Jodi's doesn't have to be not friends with these people.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't mean, like, I don't know, it's just really frustrating how many people extrapolate their feelings as universal truths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And like, there's that, I don't know, there's that the self-defense manual for trans femmes that goes around sometimes that has a thing that just always, like, it's just never left my brain. That just talks about, like, in a public conflict as a trans woman, like, if you're in a public conflict with someone who is not a trans woman as a trans woman, and there are bystanders, the bystanders will turn against you, especially if they see themselves as allies. Especially if they see themselves as allies. And that seems to me like, and that's borne out in my experience. And that's just like the way that people who, like the way that people's self-perception changes, like people who see themselves as allies will have some kind of like impulse that they would yeah.
You see this with how the liberal Zionists treat Palestinians. Is like very frequently, because they think they're one of the good ones.
Yeah.
They will use that positionality to then tear down the person that they think is bad.
Yep.
Even though they're like not one of the good ones and they're not actually helpful and we don't actually trust them. But if they think that they should be trusted by, like, I don't know, like Audrey's ex was this
Make sure you bring more maca next time.
Jew who wanted
Seen
to
the birb,
queer
J. Hill.
Zionism, like who wanted to queer Zionism and was like always mentioned Israel around me for no clear reason. And anytime I tried to like push back on it, like it became like literally the language used for the conflict that we were in was difference of access needs. Which is wild.
That's so wild.
Wild. Like, and you could, but like you can see in the layers of all of that how people rationalize to themselves their their mistreatment of others through their, they're rational and they're caring and they're, important. So therefore, I can't be wrong.
Yeah.
I think this is also my problem with unpersoning as a concept as well. Is like if you decide that only people who are not people do bad, then you can't do bad because you're a person. Exactly.
Like everything, like it goes both ways in a way that people don't tend to realize.
Yeah.
Or consciously, like they realize very much intuitively, but they never like outright say it.
Yeah. It's frustrating.
Yeah.
And it's something I like really get frustrated with all the time on Tumblr, because like there is trans women on Tumblr I don't like, that I don't really care for. But like I don't say anything because one, it's just gonna blow up immediately, and two, like they didn't do anything wrong. I just don't like them.
Yeah.
Like, because there will be people in every community in every space I will ever be in that I won't like, and that's not a bad thing.
Yep. Okay,
I don't know. People think bad feelings mean so much more than they mean. And they mean a lot. You should listen to your bad feelings. But your bad feelings aren't correct in the literal sense. And they aren't proof.
Yep. And so many people just don't want to like, so many people just cannot stand discomfort and can't stand to think about like where their discomfort comes from. And like in so many situations, is this discomfort something that like reflective of someone doing something bad to me, or is this a reflection of me being exposed to power dynamics that I benefit from and I don't like the thought of benefiting from it?
Yeah. It's really, I don't know, like I was talking recently to one of my partners about this, because I was like I genuinely believe that all people in the US that weren't whoa, Pepper, thank you. I'm great at talking in general. I love to talk. I talk incessantly. And honestly, maybe I should make a channel. Someone will have to listen to me there.
I would love to watch you stream. Also, I'm sorry, I'm just gonna interrupt for 1 second, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So, because we're in this room and Lautrec killed the Firekeeper, the black eye orb that we got from the Firekeeper's corpse is now active, which means we can go invade Lautrec and get the Firekeeper soul back and bring the Firekeeper back from the dead. So we're gonna do that. It's a very hard fight, but we're gonna go try it.
Pepper, I also, like, if I ever wanted to stream, I would maybe, like, talk to you and Jodi about just doing it here. In part because, I don't need anything out of streaming in terms of, like, tangible needs, like, and I think it might be, if anyone's interested, it might still help with you guys with your goals, or you all with your goals.
That's nice of you to say.
I also just, like, I don't need anything out of streaming in a tangible way, and if I could just, like, use that labor to help provide your home with more, then I'm happy with that.
Thank you. This fight is so much easier when you're a sorcerer, holy shit. This fight is infamously, like, impossible a lot of the time. Alright.
Hello.
Hello, Judith. How you doing?
Target destroyed.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Oh, thank you for the like, Corgi.
But I was on a topic, but I can't remember what it was.
Hey, loser.
We were talking about, like, you know, quote unquote unpersoning and all of that.
Yeah. I don't know, like, it's something that, like, really frustrates me a lot to talk with.
Hey, loser.
I don't know, people have such reactionary feelings about fucking everything.
Yeah. I'm gonna take care of that redeem in a second. I'm kind of locked into doing this boss run right now. We're gonna go fight Ornstein and Smo. We have to leave Smo to kill second to get his soul this time.
Whoa, a kitty in a box.
A kitty in a box.
That's amazing, Jeff.
Alright, I'm gonna take a sip while we're in the cutscene.
I took a sip too. I have my water bottle here. Although it's nearing empty, and Audrey's not home to fill it for me, so I might have to leave for a little bit to fill it when it gets completely empty.
Pepper also took a sip.
Whoa, we're the sip gang.
The sip gang.
The sip squad. One of my friends, Xenia, basically memed her way into drinking more. Really funny to me.
Sorry, I'm focusing a little.
This kind of reminds me of like people don't really understand material reality very well.
Oh no.
It reminds me of the conversation around Israel-Palestine about who came first. There's like the Israelis who are like, we're the descendant of the Israelites, therefore we have claim to the land. And then some Palestinians will respond, and we're the descendants of the Canaanites. Pepper, my friend memed her way into drinking more water.
I will lower the game audio once we're out of the boss fight. Sorry about that.
But yeah, no, like, you'll hear some Palestinians will be like, well, we're a descendant of the Canaanites, and I'm like, you're both stupid. That's not what indigeneity is about. That's not what it means. That's not how it works. That's not how it functions. It's not about who got it first. We're not even playing a game of, like, 2-year-olds on the sandbox. Like, some people have been here for significantly longer in the present day and don't deserve to be disposed of their homes. That's it. That's the whole argument. You don't need to go farther than that.
Yeah, like, so many people are so misunderstand indigeneity, and misunderstand is maybe being too kind because it's on purpose, but, like, and it's very motivated, but, like, there's just such a, like, a shrugging, like, well, who could really say what it means aspect to it, you know?
Yeah, Judith, it's exactly, you hit it on the head. Like,
you have to remember, Manal's coming out of the same
they really,
thing, so you have to lower the
oh, sorry,
they
one
really,
second.
Sorry. But yeah, they really do, like, prioritize origin rather than relationships.
Yeah.
To power, to land, to home, to concepts. Like, they're not, I don't know, it just drives me nuts.
Hi, Puddle, welcome to the stream.
Palestinians deserve land deserve the land because they're from there, because they've been there, because they take care of it, because they care about it, because they're being deposed of their land. Like, there's lots of reasons that aren't because we were there first in history.
Yeah, and, like, I've said this before, but the idea that I, as a Jew who has lived in America my entire life, have birthright to this land is fucking ridiculous. Like, and it's just, I don't even know what I can say about it beyond that. It's ridiculous. Like, it's...
I remember what I was talking about before, which is, I was talking to my partner about this, which is, like, we were talking about concepts of colonization. And I was like, honestly, I think people really need to realize that as long as you are not brought to this country through slavery or indigenous to this country, you are a colonizer. Like, you just are. That's just how it works. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. It's just what it is. And I was talking to my partner about this, and he was like, well, like, how does that, like, what do we do with that information? It's like, well, you gotta fight for the people that are here. You gotta fight for people's rights to land here. You have to care about those things, because even if you came here as a refugee, that doesn't absolve you from the problems that you contribute to. It just doesn't. In the same way that, like, you can't, you can't get yourself out of an abusive situation by stealing another person's house. Like,
that's a really good analogy.
Like, it just doesn't work like that. You have to be cognizant of where you're going, and, like, that doesn't mean that the person didn't want to host you, but you can't claim the land and say that it's yours. And we got into a conversation about, and also we got into a conversation partially because we were originally talking about diasporas. And he said the phrase Chinese diaspora, and I laughed. Because there's no such thing as one Chinese diaspora. There's many, and they're not even related to each other the vast majority of the time. And I think that's another problem, is, like, a lot of people have created these very broad, overarching terms that, like, are meant in some capacity to remove the real conditions around something and make it into something that's a lot easier to not market, but, like, argue with. Like you could say the Cuban diaspora. That's technically a thing you can say, but what are the Cubans who left Cuba? Yeah. What were they? Why did they leave? What were the conditions that made that happen? Yeah, absolutely, Judith. People really recoil at their own position in the socioeconomic hierarchy. Yeah.
And that goes outside of, like,
be the biggest victims. And that's just, it's not helpful.
It is not. I was gonna say something and I don't quite remember what it was, unfortunately. Oh well.
That's very funny, Judith. And, like, in terms of the Chinese diaspora, like, that's a very... Some of them did leave because they were landlords. That is true.
I'm suddenly remembering the person on... I'm remembering the person on Twitter who was talking about, like, my family had the monopoly on eggs for all of China, and Mao took that from them. This is what you're like supporting. And it's like,
Oh my god.
the monopoly on eggs? Really? What do you? I don't know that that's like, if that's a real thing. Yes, I do support them losing that.
Pepper, diaspora means like a group of people who in some way were forced to live away from what they deem their homeland. Usually, yeah, exactly, Judith. That was my entire point. That's why I laughed. It's just such a large word for no reason. But no, diaspora means like usually like a group of people forced to leave their home for some reason. For example, Palestinian diaspora is a pretty common term. Oh, sorry, Puddle. But diaspora is very commonly associated with Palestinians, the Palestinian diaspora. There's also the Jewish diaspora, which is much, much, much older, and kind of doesn't mean the same thing as a lot of other diasporas. It's a weird position, has a weird positionality because the Jewish diaspora, one, is extremely old, and two, never assimilated into the cultures that they were a part of, or never really assimilated. So to some extent, the Jewish diaspora then changed its definition of home to wherever you were. That's been changed again because of the Project of Israel, but that's also like I wouldn't put the camp of Jewish diaspora in the same headspace as the rest of communities of diaspora. They're just different. They're not worse. It's just different. But the Palestinian diaspora is a really common example of it. You hear also the oh gosh, my brain stopped working. African diaspora is a pretty broad term, but it's specifically usually talking about those that were spread through enslavement. And the reason why it's so broad is because we don't know where they were spread from. So that's another big terminology that's used. But
I so appreciate having you on stream, by the way. I'm just like sitting back and listening, and I just appreciate this so much.
You're welcome. I'm so happy to be here. I feel bad that I brought a loaded topic.
No, that's fine. That is 100% okay. This is what we want to talk about on this channel. And I'm sorry that Puddle didn't want to be here for this discussion, but like we're going to have these discussions on this channel. That is going to happen.
Okay. I appreciate the reassurance. But yeah, diaspora is just like, it generally, like, it's not a term that's used, or wasn't a term that was used a lot before Palestinian diaspora. Yes, I agree with that, Judith. I agree with that a lot. I think, so Judith said, hot take that I'm sure someone has noticed before, but I suspect the reason that a Romani equivalent of Zionism has never substantially manifested is due to Ashkenazi proximity to whiteness. Yeah. I think it's not even proximity to whiteness in terms of look. I think it's specifically proximity in terms of whiteness in terms of ideology. I think that looks probably played a role in it, but there are white-passing Romani people. I think that their proximity to whiteness is also very ideologically based, and it's not even true of most Ashkenazim in the 1920s. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you, Judith. But like, you also like I don't think that the proximity to whiteness was as severe pre-Holocaust, pre-Shoah. I think it's partially because so many people who had a very different definition of ideology around nationality and around home just died.
Yeah.
Zionism wasn't popular before the Shoah. It just wasn't.
Yeah, like the
lots of people,
like many of the Jewish anti-Zionists at the time were like Jewish communists were extra targeted by the Shoah, and that is part of why ideologies became what they are in like Ashkenazi culture and such. In as much as you could say there is one united Ashkenazi culture, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's also just like, so, like, Zionism, like, people don't really understand, but Zionism was so, like, considered, like, unpopular in Jewish Ashkenazi circles for a really long time. And, like, the first, second, and I think even the third Aliyah, most people returned back. So Aliyah means, like, I don't know if I'm saying the word right. It might be pronounced differently, but it's
Aliyah.
I think it's Aliyah? Okay. is like the migration to Israel. It's the movement for people who don't know. It's the movement towards living in Israel, pre 1948, and most people like I think it's something like 80% of the first Aliyah went back.
Wait, just more emphasis on the final syllable, aliyah.
Aliyah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And like it's
I only ever read it, so
yeah,
I
that's
don't know
fair.
how it's pronounced.
It's something so disgusting to me, by the way, that's the term we use, because like the aliyah is also when you go up to the bima to read the Torah. Like
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's so gross to me.
That's wild. It's interesting to me because it's very similar to our term for like height
Mm-hmm.
in Arabic. So it might be related. Because Arabic and Hebrew are very related. But anyways, like the vast majority of them would go back. Oh, I agree. Yeah, like I think it's different though if you're talking about the U.S. concept or the U.S. Culture of Ashkenazi Jewish people. Like I'm specifically talking about European Jewish people, like who lived in Europe at the time, because I do think most of them had different opinions based on what I've read. It did become more palatable by the 1920s, for sure.
By the way, I just want to talk about what I'm doing real quick. Oh, don't know why they put that ring on. I have the 10 sunlight medals I need, and I have the 25 faith I need. So I'm coming over here to the sunlight altar. Oh, wait, no, I shouldn't do this yet. I just realized I should not do this yet because I need to stay as a daughter of chaos for right now. Or as a servant of chaos. So never mind.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The American Zionist concept, like American Zionism, I think is a very different breed than European Zionism.
Mm-hmm.
Because of just its intersections with American nationalism and its intersections with, because like, you know, it's just there's just like they're also the Ashkenazi in the U.S. tend to be of a higher social class than most of the European Ashkenazim, because the part of it was just like they were able to immigrate in some capacity in the last 50 to 100 years before it happened, but they just tended to have a higher social higher economic class than I think a lot of Ashkenazim in Europe, especially pre-Shoah. I don't know. I feel like a lot of times people don't notice the class struggles within Zionist thought.
Oh, yeah.
Like a lot of people are really confused about it in ways that are really interesting to me. Like the way that people talk about labor Zionism is very fascinating. I think it just totally misunderstands what the hell labor Zionism is trying to do, but it also just it reveals, I think, it doesn't reveal anything true about labor Zionism, but it reveals what people think is true about that, and that's also important.
Yes. Yeah, it's... I have heard so much growing up about, like, oh, well, like, things, like, Zionism isn't all entirely just, like, the things that you hear about. There's also, like, this strain of socialist thought in Zionism, and what they mean labor Zionism by that. And it's never, like, once you actually learn what that means, it's like, this is your socialism? Like, I don't understand how this is how this is being used as like a fig leaf in this way.
I also just I think it's so interesting talking about Jewish society, in terms of its different classes, and not just in economic ways or social ways, but like in like identity ways, like the Mizrahim, which are kind of a made up identity, but also like they're
and
real,
like a recently made up identity.
Yeah, but they are made up to some capacity, and part of the reason they're made up at all is to get rid of the word Arab. For those who don't know, Mizrahim refers to Middle Eastern Jewish people, so Arab, a lot of them. Some of them also Irani or Persian. But most of them Arab, but they don't go by the terms Arab or their countries of origin, even if they used to. In part, it's a dual process that created the Mizrahim. The process required Zionism, obviously, but also required Arab nationalism. Arab nationalism really kind of made it mutually exclusive to be Jewish and Arab. And I think a lot of people blame a lot of it on Zionism, and I think that some of it should be blamed on Zionism, but Arab nationalism also has a heavy role in how that manifested. And they work together explicitly on this project. Like there is evidence of the Iraqi government allowing Israel to bomb synagogues in, I think, Baghdad, for the purposes of scaring Iraqi Jewish people into going to Israel. So it's upsetting from every angle, but it is something that happened. And I think that like they both played a very strong role in it. And I think Arab nationalism not only decided that Jews can't be Arabs, they also decided Christians can't be Arabs, which is part of how my family ended up in the United States, actually. Because my family's last name, my mom's maiden name, translates to priest. So her family is very obviously Christian. In I think it was Qatar. Yeah, it was Qatar. I don't know how Americans say it. I'm
sorry to interrupt. We really quickly have to just get some deep lore in the game real quick.
Oh, yay, lore.
This is
I can ramble forever about most things. You can stop me whenever.
Yeah. And I so appreciate you doing that. This has been really, really interesting. You are deeply, deeply knowledgeable.
Why, thank you.
So this is
sent a bacon. Sorry.
So this is the second half of the lore we started to unlock last stream that you only get if you kill the 4 kings before you get the Lord Vessel. This is the hidden stuff that throws the entire narrative of the game up to this point into question, and like hidden in a way that most players don't see it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
You are astonishing. The truth I shall share without sentiment. After the advent of fire, the ancient lords found the 3 souls, but your progenitor found a 4th, unique soul, the dark soul. Your ancestor claimed the dark soul and waited for fire to subside, and soon the flames did fade, and only dark remained. Thus began the Age of Men, the Age of Dark. However, Lord Gwyn trembled at the dark, clinging to his Age of Fire, and in dire fear of humans, and the Dark Lord who would one day be born amongst them. Lord Gwyn resisted the course of nature by sacrificing himself to link the fire and commanding his children to shepherd the humans. Gwyn has blurred your past to prevent the birth of the Dark Lord. I am the primordial serpent. I seek to right the wrongs of the past, to discover our true Lord. But the other serpent, Frapt, lost his sense and befriended Lord Gwyn. Undead warrior, we stand at a crossroads. Only I know the truth about your fate. You must destroy the fading Lord Gwyn, who has coddled fire and resisted nature, and become the 4th Lord, so that you may usher in an age of dark.
Yes, we're going to do that.
Very well. I shall now guide you to Gwyn's prison. Be still, and trust thine flesh to me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Goat serpent.
What was that?
He looks like a goat serpent.
He does. I don't understand why they modeled that weird mustache for like for Koth and Framt. I don't understand why that's part of the design, but I love it.
He looks like a goat. So I thought. So the endings of this game, we plunge the world into an age of darkness. Is that one of the endings?
That is the second ending. Yes, that's not the one that we got the first time. But yeah, like,
I understand now.
So a lot of that stuff was stuff I've already talked about on stream. The thing that's interesting is specifically about humanity finding a fourth soul, the Dark Soul. This humanity that we've been burning the entire game is pieces of the Dark Soul. Like,
interesting.
Yeah. Oh, YouTube censored your comment. I don't see it to approve it. I'm sorry, Judith. But yeah, like, this is... It's not the deepest, like, twist in the world, but I really appreciate it for how much they take, like, a very standard-seeming fantasy story and trying to make it more unique than that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
think fantasy is such an interesting genre.
It is. And Judith was trying to make a Maoist standard English joke about the serpents. I can see why YouTube would censor that if it was what I think it was.
Wow.
Anyway, if I do end up streaming Dragon Age 1 next, Dragon Age Origins, like, that's another interesting take on, like, dark fantasy. A very different dark fantasy take than Dark Souls. It's got some really interesting ideas to it, and also some stuff that's like, oh, you're gonna use the elves as a stand-in for oppressed people in general. Okay, cool. Like, haven't seen that before.
That's pretty funny, non-bean.
Very well. Once the vessel is filled with souls, the gate to Gwyn shall open. Seek Gravelord Nito, the Witch of Izalith, and the traitor, Seath the Scaleless. Fill this vessel with their souls. Then the gate will open, so that you may kill Gwyn. Are you ready? Then let us return to the abyss. Entrust thine flesh to me.
Entrust thine flesh to me.
Do you think it's really funny or really interesting that this game has, like, kind of the moral of, like, to keep a bad world going, people have to die?
Yeah. And it's also interesting, and this is partially like a consequence of the fact that the second half of the game was a huge victim of, like, their budget running out and, like, cut content and all of that. But it's very fun that both, like, the two diametrically opposed serpents both tell you to do the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's commentary there that people have pointed out. I don't know, like, I don't fully buy it because, like I said, a lot of that is, like, cut content and, like, budget reasons, but still, it's interesting to me.
What is it? I am your guardian. Go on. State your wish.
Why does he have teeth like a person?
I don't know, it's very unsettling. Framt also has it, and I don't like it.
They failed me. Every last one of them. They were strong, but saw not the truth. I am certain that you will prove different.
Okay, we're getting the same dialogue again. So yeah, that is
He
the
looks
big...
like an evil version of the dragon in Neverending Story.
I can see it.
I don't remember anything that happens in the Neverending Story except the horse dies.
Yeah, that's the thing everyone remembers. I've never seen it, but I know that about Neverending Story.
It's really sad.
Anyway, Framt is going to be upset with us.
You sorry fool. You could not be the chosen one.
Oh, the Rock Eater, yeah.
Slumber until I am awakened again.
Okay, bye, losers.
I love the animation for when he just like falls away.
I have this like silly thing that used to happen when I was growing up, where with three different movies, The Neverending Story, Big Fish, and Princess Bride are all in this category.
Oh, I think I
where
saw
would
Big
go
Fish,
to
but I
my-
remember nothing about it.
I love Big Fish. Don't remember anything. Loved it. I don't remember a single thing about it. Still loved it. Anyways, I I would go to New York once a year to at least to visit my family there because my mom's side of the family is in New York City. And every time we would go, for like 6 years this happened. Every time we would go, I would be like, "Oh, we should watch Big Fish, The Neverending Story, and The Princess Bride at different times during our trip there. We usually were there for at least 2 weeks and sometimes a month. And my brother would say to me every time, "You've seen these movies before. Why would you want to watch them again?" And I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen them." And I would watch it, and halfway through the movie, I'd be like, "Oh, I've seen this before." And I did that like 6 years in a row.
That's really funny.
Which is really funny to especially do about The Neverending Story, considering what it is.
Yeah. So, if you forgot you saw those movies, what was it about those three movies in particular that made you keep being like, I need to group these three in particular together?
They all look fascinating in the same way. And they all have a very similar, both like mechanic and art style that were very appealing to me as a kid. They in my head they occupy the same like visual space. And the Neverending Story is also very confusing for kids.
So is Big Fish, because I remember I saw Big Fish as a kid, and just all I remember about that
Big
movie is
Fish
that I
is
didn't
very-
understand it.
Neverending Story and Big Fish stylistically follow very similar storytelling mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot in common. Big Fish is a Tim Burton movie. I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong.
I think so.
But I think it's Tim Burton. But it's not like the rest of Tim Burton movies. It's not like an Edward Scissorhands kind of movie. It's not like there's the dark brooding figure. Big Fish is like very similar to Neverending Story, in that it's a story. It's a thing specifically that this guy is reading to his like grandson or something. Because I think it's this movie that I'm thinking of. It's his grandson's sick. He really wants to go play baseball or some shit.
This sounds
And
familiar, yeah.
His grandfather's like, listen, you can't go outside, you're too sick. But I'll read you a story. And he starts reading the story, and the grandson's just like, ugh, grandpa, this story sucks. And grandpa's like, it's just getting good. And then it just keeps being kind of nonsensical throughout it. Like every like chapter is wildly different from each other in a similar way that Neverending Story is. And like it's about a guy who's just kind of like figuring himself out and wandering the world, and I forget what the conclusion of it was.
Does he become a fish? I feel like I remember him becoming a fish.
He might become a fish. I don't remember. I also think he might be the grandpa. Don't remember.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
It could be a variety of endings, and I just could not tell you until I watched it again. But generally, it's just like, oh, I hate that. Oh, I don't like that.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. I just did it. I was like, oh my god. Anyways, but like it's like a very comforting kind of story about like what it means to like grow up and what it means to see the world. My dad was a kid when Jaws came out, and he begged his dad to let him see it, but only if afterwards he'd go out into the ocean on a little rubber raft like the kid in the movie, scared the hell out of him. Then Judith, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I know that's kind of fucked up for your dad when he was a kid, but looking back, hilarious.
Hilarious.
Deeply funny. You know what movie I loved as a kid? I don't know if it would. I doubt it holds up in a way that's like reasonable. But it probably doesn't. I can name a few scenes where it doesn't. But I loved Master of Disguise. I thought that movie was great.
Interesting. All I know about that movie is that people hate it.
It was a Dana Carvey movie.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there is an instance of blackface in it, if I remember
Would not
correctly.
surprise me, unfortunately.
There's also like multiple times he dresses up as a woman. Not every time is it like a problem in my mind, but like most of the time it is. And also like it's like a really weird movie, especially because it was marketed to children.
Yeah.
And like a big part of the storyline is that he likes women with asses, and the girl he's interested in doesn't have an ass, and how he's supposed to like her.
But okay.
Just like deeply weird things to show children.
Yeah.
But I thought it was hilarious as a child.
I definitely remember being like advertised too with this movie.
Yeah, no, it was for kids. It was like the Roger Rabbit of my generation. Roger Rabbit's also fucked up.
Oh my god, wow. Demon Fire Stage just killed me in one hit. That does not usually happen. This is an easy boss.
Judah says, another time he told my dad he had powers like Popeye when he ate spinach and said he could lift the car. My dad agreed to eat his spinach if he could do it. So my grandfather went and picked up a toy car. Damn. Like, A-tier shit posting.
Oh, 100%.
But like, in real life somehow, amazing.
How's your dad's relationship to him, I wonder? Because this is funny for us, but I don't know how I would feel as a kid. Also, that's a big question. Don't feel like you have to actually answer that on stream.
I don't think any of my grandparents were that funny. Well, my Sidoid was yeah, no, I agree with you, Judith. I loved it as a kid. I don't think I'll ever watch it again because I don't really I'm pretty sure it's not gonna age well. But I did love it as a kid. My grandfather, my Sido just means grandfather. He made jokes, but I didn't understand his jokes. Judy says, my dad and my grandpa have a great relationship. Also, despite his memory being a lot worse now, my grandpa still gets my name and pronouns right. Well, that's amazing.
Great.
I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, my grandfather on my dad's side, he liked to make jokes, but none of the jokes were things I understood because I was too young.
Gotcha.
Like, because kids are very literal. They don't really understand sarcasm or jokes until they're like, I think it's 6 years old is when you start to understand sarcasm and jokes.
Mm-hmm. That sounds about right.
But I was like, he died when I was like 5, I think. But regardless, he would, every time I would go visit him, I would bring toys because I was a little kid. And he'd be like, oh, is that for me? And I'd be like, how dare you? Like, this is
no!
what's wrong with you?
Yeah. I can just picture you as a little kid being like, no, it's mine.
Yeah, no, that's what I would do. And like this frustrated me so much. And I feel bad saying this, but I was a kid. It has nothing to do with how I feel in my real life. Like, but when he passed away, I was a little kid when he passed. I remember thinking, well, he's not going to try to steal my toys anymore. It didn't occur to me what death actually meant.
I mean, you were a kid. That's a normal kid thought to have.
But it was like, looking back when I realized what I had thought, I was like, oh wait, that was not great of me. Judah says, yeah, I'm very proud of him. He's the anti-Zionist Jew who worked as a labor lawyer representing exclusively unions. It's awesome.
That is awesome.
I wish I had anyone cool in my family politically.
Same.
I mean, a few of them were part of the PLO occasionally. But like, okay, like my last name is not an uncommon Palestinian last name, but it's very in common with a specific freedom fighter. And every time people meet me, they're like, oh my god, are you related to him? And I'll be like, no, none of my family's that cool. Yeah, Pepper. Yeah, that was me, literally. But yeah, no one in my family is all that cool. Well, I mean, partially because we were peasants. We didn't really, like, do anything. Like, we just kind of, like, farmed olives for most of history. But
farming
like,
olives is cool.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, generally my family was not super politically active. In many of the movements. And, like, some of my family have, like, really, like, double down in conservative directions that make no sense to me. Like one time I was arguing with my uncle, and I think he's kind of grown past this, and I hope to God he has, because if we ever talk about it again, I'm punching him in the face. But he was like, once we had an argument once where he was like, you know, illegal aliens are such a problem, and I'm like, you're an illegal alien. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you
God.
immigrated here. What are you? I was like, yelled at him. I was like, this is ridiculous. You're completely nonsensical. This has. What are you doing? He drove me nuts. Yeah, Pepper, me too. Some of my family are politically pretty leftist in a lot of ways, but the vast majority of them are, well, most of them are politically leftist in ways that they don't have any like strong ideology behind. They're just like, things are bad and here's why I think they're bad, and they have right conclusions, but they don't really have like a theoretical basis they're working from. Which is like, it's not the worst, but you know, it can be very annoying at times.
Just 1 second. Because we are in the Servants of Chaos Covenant level 2, we can open this door from this side instead of having to go around. And we haven't done any of Solaire's questline in New Game Plus, but if we did, we would save him by killing one of these bugs that ends up possessing him. Which we'll know which one it is.
Your mom didn't know what the Confederate flag was? That's crazy.
Someone in our town had a Confederate flag up, and we were like talking about it to her, and how like that was kind of
worse.
Yeah.
I'll give you worse.
She didn't know.
My aunt, who I love dearly, she is mostly okay. But one time, so her kid came out as non-binary, and she said, my mom, aside from generally being awful and a staunch critic of ableism because she's disabled, but she's reactionary on literally every other axis of oppression. That's unfortunate for you, Judith. I'm sorry. But my aunt is the kind of, I don't really like using this pathologizing terminology, but it's the best I got. She's the kind of mentally ill person who can't take conflict. And so she is so far removed from political conflict because it stresses her out so much that she doesn't know what the left and the right means.
Huh.
Like, at all. Like, I was like, people on the left generally believe this, and she's like, who's on the left? And I was like, oh, we have to start somewhere more basic than where we're going. Because we got into this conversation because, like, they were visiting my cousin and my aunt, and my cousin had recently come out as non-binary, and it come up in conversation, and I was like, I realized in that conversation, I was like, oh, Sama, my cousin, has been trying really hard to explain these concepts to her, and she's just not getting it. I've had much more experience doing this kind of activism and advocacy work. Yes, she is the median voter from those polls. But I had a lot more experience with this kind of advocacy work, so I spent like 6-7 hours explaining to my aunt all of the concepts that I could. And like generally she got it. She eventually got most of the concepts with the understanding that's like, oh, it's just like how people discriminate against me for being mentally ill. And I was like, yeah, that's good enough. It's not the same, but it's good enough.
At least she got there, I guess.
Yeah, like she got somewhere. Like that's like I think those kinds of oppressions are different in some ways, but like yeah, she got there. And that's all I kind of really wanted to get out of it, because I could tell just the Sama had been struggling for a really long time trying to convince her. Like, she wasn't mean about it, she just didn't get it.
Yeah.
So I was trying to help at that time. My aunt drives me nuts for lots of reasons, partially because she's mentally ill in so many different ways that are really like cause me grief, and I feel bad for it sometimes, because like it's not like she can fully control it, but at the same time it's frustrating as hell. Like, she'll say, oh, I'll do this thing for you, like, or I'll help you with this thing, or I'll be there so I can help you prep for something, etc., etc. And then she won't do it because she has such a bad sense of time, and she gets so overwhelmed, and she has horrible executive dysfunction. And it's like, sure, but like, just tell me. Like, just tell me you're not going to be there so I could prepare. Because like, at the end of the day, if you don't even say anything, if you don't even tell me anything, like, I will have to put more energy into a task that I didn't budget for, and if I don't budget for it ahead of time, I will be worse. I will be just more ill because of it. Please just tell me. And she just doesn't know how. Judith says, my mom does this thing where she picks an argument, but then when she starts obviously losing it, she says, you're attacking me and insists on stopping. Oh, so white fragility.
Fair point.
That's what that is. That's the same process that works in that way. Like, this is what it is.
God.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, you probably weren't here when we fought this boss before. This is the boss that is the most the victim of cut content and most victim of them running out of budget. They had to apologize for how frustrating this boss is. And like, good visual design, but this boss has checkpoints. If you get far enough in this fight and then you die, it saves some of your progress. It's the only boss in the game that does that.
Interesting.
Very frustrating boss. Everyone hates the Bed of Chaos.
Yeah. For Pepper and Judith, like, yeah, that's the thing that a lot of, like, especially moms do, parents do with their kids. It's a way of, like, holding power over someone. Oh my god, that's wild, Judith.
What?
That's wild.
Oh, yeah, I don't even know what to say to that, honestly.
But yeah, like, it's a way of holding power over someone in a way that makes it seem like if you were to restrict said power, you would be harming them. It's just the same as like when someone says like, oh, this conversation's not good for my mental health, and then leaves it. It's like it's a way of avoiding accountability and putting you in a position where if you try to push back, you are immediately looked out to be the bad guy. It's really, really common in white fragility, although it doesn't just work within white fragility, obviously. But like, it's a way of reinstating the power hierarchy, and parents do this especially because they feel like they are hierarchically above you. In the same way white people think they're hierarchically above people of color.
I'm sorry. I just end up keep going a lot in this stream. It's just you're saying everything correct.
A lot.
No, and you're being correct, and I don't know what to add to it because you're just right.
Yeah, family abolition is one solution to this, and I don't really know how much I care specifically for family abolition. Partially because I think that its goals are really important, but I don't really think they'll actually happen anytime soon. So I try to think about more immediate solutions. Not because I don't think it's a good idea. Just I don't know. Like there's the ideal world we want to live in, and then there's the world we do live in, and how do we get from one to the other is always a conversation.
I think family abolition is really useful to me as like specifically from the perspective of this is a helpful way to get people thinking about the power dynamics that exist within the family they normally don't think about. As far as like an actual actionable like ideology, I'm not sure.
Yeah, and like I do find like a lot of people who are into family abolition and talk about it very extensively tend to be very, have very uncomfortable understandings of like family structures. Like not necessarily like okay, I've come across people who are into family abolition who are like, who don't seem to fully understand why things like kin adoption should happen. Kinship adoptions. It doesn't happen all the time, but every time I come across that, I'm like, okay, you need to read more about what family structures actually look like in the world. Because you could hate what the family means and still not really want, indigenous children adopted by white families.
Yeah.
Both can be true.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Anyways, I do like family abolition as a concept. I think it's a really useful way to talk to people about what's going on in the world and having them realize, because especially with white people, I'm not saying this even like derogatory, like they're just true. Especially with white people, it's a great way to get them to see like the problems with hierarchical power because they hate their families. The vast majority of white leftists hate their families. And I'm not saying that they should or they shouldn't. Like, I don't care. They can feel whatever they feel about their families. They are the only ones who experience their families, and I didn't have to. They're allowed to hate them. I don't care. But it's just really funny to me that, like, so often people who are into family abolition do, to some extent, hate their families.
Yeah.
and like it's a good way to like talk about these problems with people who are already like primed to hate the family structure because it harmed them so much.
Yeah, I hadn't even really thought of it in those specific terms, but you're so right.
Yeah, it's like it's not something I think there's anything, but it makes sense to me that so many people who are white leftists become to leftists because of their hatred of their families. Wow, that's very sweet, Judith. I think the reason why so many white leftists become leftists is largely related to their families not giving them the opportunities that other white families do. I think if you have the opportunities that white families generally guarantee you, which obviously doesn't translate to people who are trans, people who are gay, people who are, you know, who are already raised poor, etc. Like, I'm not saying that it's like a universal truth. I don't think there's any universal truths, especially when it comes to identity. But I do think a lot of like, if you aren't given the benefits of whiteness in just your family, you are largely going to want to reject it.
Yeah, kind of makes me think about like quote unquote progressivism in the Imperial Core and like the dynamics of how that comes about. How at least like that can start from a place of like, oh, I'm not receiving the share of the Imperial spoils I should be. Like it's the same similar dynamic.
I think a lot of white leftists start from that position. They're like, why am I not getting the benefits of this structure?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then eventually they learn that no one should get those benefits actually.
Well, we hope they do. Many don't. But
yeah, I don't care how you end up becoming a communist or a leftist or whatever. If the way you got there is really selfishly, I don't care. There's nothing I care about like, in terms of just do right by others. That's all I actually care about. But I do think that like individualism and white families falling apart in specific ways contributes to the alienation that white leftists feel before they become leftists.
Yeah. I don't fully feel that applies to me, but I do think that applies like broadly. For me, it was like I think I gravitated towards leftism because I perceived my family as being so left, and like my mom was always talking about labor unions and shit like that. And then it turns out in the end, my family is really not that far left at all. But that was still kind of the impetus for me, you know?
I'm sure that like also like part of the reason why you became, you know, communist, became a leftist was just like that you were around people who were, whether it was in your family or not, and that, you know, especially transitioning breaks our assumptions of like so many ingrained structures
100%.
or thought to be ingrained structures.
100%.
And so like it's not the only way that you become a leftist is you hate your family, but I do think it is a way.
Yeah. Okay, to be clear, that wasn't me being like, oh, you're wrong, because it wasn't true in my case. It was like, yeah. Also, Pepper's here now.
Hello, I'm plugged into the headphones so I can hear.
Whoa.
Julie says, not gonna lie, if you made a podcast, I listen to it. I was thinking the same thing earlier. You two should have a podcast.
Aww.
You should call it Not Pep Talk.
Like, are you saying we shouldn't call it Pep Talk, or are you saying the name should be Not Pep Talk?
Not Pep Talk.
Okay, cool.
Because there's my podcast and then there's every other podcast.
Okay, got you, yeah.
Friends
of the Table, Not Pep Talk.
Yeah.
Yep, got it.
I mean, that's what that podcast is. It's called Not Pep Talk.
Yeah, you're right. My bad.
Sorry. Hello. I'm here. Hi, Manal.
Hi, Pepper.
I like to stop by on Jodi's stream sometimes. You two have been doing already, like, making this stream mostly a political stream. Usually I come in for my, like, 45-minute political segment, just randomly when I feel like it. And I'm kind of here to do that now, but also I don't have to, since if you don't want me to, because you two have been already kind of doing that all stream.
I mean, I'd love to have you take part.
I want to hear what you have to say. Also, Audrey, can you fill me a cup with water?
Oh, you do a cup of water.
I love the way you asked that.
Oh, you a cup of water.
I love like the voice thing that you did, because I do the same exact thing with Pepper.
Yeah, you're so cute, Jodi. You fucking little bitch.
By the way, it's just worth saying again, by the way, Manal, you were so fucking knowledgeable.
Yeah.
Thank you. The way my plurality usually manifests is that the version of me that is knowledgeable and the version of me that asks for literally everything to be done for me are different people, and they talk differently, and that comes out in funny ways.
Yeah, I can relate to that. So I want to today, on this episode of Not Pep Talk, I want to talk about the Facebook conversation I got into
Okay.
today.
Oh, I would love to hear about
my
this
God.
Facebook conversation.
It's bad. It's real
Really
bad.
bad. So this stems from a post my dad made on Facebook.
And
Oh no.
For
That's
once,
a sentence that starts bad.
for once, this is a story that her dad is not on the wrong side of.
No, it's someone else.
Oh, fascinating.
My dad actually.
Breaking new ground here.
Yeah, my dad actually, I think, is starting to, like, make progress. Like, it's like every several months, the thing I had been previously complaining about is something that ends up being worked on, even if he's not acknowledging he's working on it. It's something I'm hoping it actually turns into real progress. Like, not to go on about my dad on stream, but, like, one of the things from a bit ago was he would not take sides and be like, oh, but people have a right to their opinion.
And I don't want to, like, take part in any drama. No drama for me. Yeah.
And then in this situation...
Oh, me and my dad get in that fight sometimes, except usually he agrees with me. He just doesn't like that I argue.
Yeah. And this situation, my dad actually did say something, and that's what I appreciate. Even if it wasn't really much of something, I appreciate that he did say something once this conversation started. So the conversation started because my dad posted this photo that says, like, a picture of the four big billionaires.
A picture of, like, Musk, Gates, Bezos, and Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Oh, we should take a rest.
It's our rabbit bin time. Put it in me, Jodi.
Okay.
Oh. Uncle. Can I have that water?
Sure, you can have that water.
Thank you.
Anyway, as you were saying, I don't know why I'm trying to rush you. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You're not rushing me. So the post says, just 1 year of a 2% tax on billionaires would cover ending homelessness and hunger, providing tuition-free public college, universal childcare, and replacing all of the lead pipes in the U.S., and it won't affect how billionaires live their lives at all. So that's the thing my dad posted. I would go even farther than this. I'd say, like, billionaires shouldn't exist, all the classic stuff. If, for people in chat, like Jay Hill and Nonbean or anyone else who is still here, you may remember how yesterday's political conversation had a lot of big words in it, and it was kind of hard to decipher for a lot of people. This one's going to be, I think, a lot easier, maybe because it's from Facebook, but and not Tumblr. I had to, like, lower, or I had to very much so kind of...
Oh, see you, Judith.
Talk in the same genre as this person to try and have a conversation with this person, with what happens in the comments of this post. So, like, content warning for
racism, transphobia.
Those are the two main ones.
Those are the two main, yeah.
Transphobia. So, Judith also says, I really love the stream. Yay! I've also been really enjoying this.
I'm really glad. I've been enjoying this too. Hi, Audrey. Welcome to the stream.
Oh, is Audrey watching?
Audrey says, hi,
what do I want for dinner? I don't know.
Jodi.
But, do you have any idea?
Can you make me something too?
Yeah, we'll send it in the mail. It'll be perfectly fresh by the time it gets there.
Thank you.
Hopefully by then I will be a male person and I can be the one delivering the food. Yay!
Aged
Oh my god, hilarious. That's so funny. Yeah. Also, Audrey, can you turn on the fan in the...
Oh, Jodi, you died.
I did die. I'm on the fucking bed of chaos. It's gonna happen. Let's just talk about something else.
Okay. So, yeah, content warning for racism, transphobia. So, someone replied, what name should we give him? Because I don't want to use his real name. I'm thinking...
Asshole?
Fred.
Okay, Fred. I was going to say, like, Clay or something.
Clay?
Yeah, I don't know why. That was just the first name.
So specific. All right.
It's what came into my head. Fred. Fred says, or they could stop wasteful spending on DEI programs supporting illegals and trans surgeries and programs. So, like, bottom of the barrel, just garbage stuff. And
that's not what DEI means.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's always really funny how people use DEI.
Yeah.
It's just a fancy way of saying the N-word. I know in my heart that's what it means.
And like, just like, In the same way that, like, they use this is the replacement for woke, which was itself a fancy way of saying the N-word. Like, it's all just like...
And woke was also stolen AD.
Yeah, that's also true. That's
Yeah.
also true.
So
This is wild. Anyways, go on.
So, I just want to let the Sneaks know, I usually tend to stay away from arguing with people like this because it just is meaningless, and also just, it's just kind of like putting pain onto yourself. But I was in a very spiteful mood. This started yesterday. So I said, even if, like, there was no money being spent on those programs, it wouldn't nearly be enough to stop homelessness or world hunger, but a single billionaire like Elon Musk has the funds to do that tenfold. Also, you're a racist and a transphobe and shouldn't be tolerated by anyone. I don't know why anyone gives you the time of day, much less my dad, the father of a trans woman. Because this is a friend of my dad's.
Or a family member.
A
it
family
turns
member,
out.
is what we later found out. As in, I talked to my dad and he said, like, oh, it's a family member, so, you know, that's, like, kind of how it has to be. I have to, like, be friends with this person. Which is, you know, that's a whole other conversation.
Yeah, that is. Baby steps.
Yeah. So, he said, Fred said, I'm far from transphobic. He spelled transphobic with an F for some reason, like F-O-B-I-C.
Which is really funny because it seems like you also typed it, so like...
Yeah. And he continues to do this, even though I also continue to use the word, so I don't know why that's the case. He says, I'm far from transphobic. What another person does with their own body is their decision. The government shouldn't be responsible for paying for their decisions, and especially in other countries. People get Botox.
No one does that.
Yeah, like the other countries thing is something I didn't catch the first time, but that's like a conservative conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
I didn't even catch that part the first time.
People get Botox, injections, and tattoos. Is that something the government should pay for? We're 36 trillion in debt and pay about 1 trillion a year in interest. Our country can no longer sustain it. I know you say tax the billionaires, then they ship their companies overseas and put people
They're doing that anyway.
Put people that pay into the system out of work. What we need is to get
Also,
wasteful
fun
spending
fact.
under control.
Medicaid and Medicare do cover Botox for many different reasons.
I didn't know that, actually.
Yeah, I mean, well, most notably, it's covered for migraines.
Migraines?
Yeah, Botox is a treatment for migraines. It's not used as much anymore, but it used to be used pretty frequently.
I actually don't think I knew that.
Me neither. Oh, no, I did know that. I forgot, though. I remember hearing that
It's not
way in the
used
past.
very much anymore because the side effects are actually pretty harsh. It works for some people really well, but to get on Botox now for migraines, you have to go through like 6 other migraine medications before it gets approved.
I have a friend whose brain is slipping down her spinal cord.
Who?
Oh my
What?
god.
And gets a lot of migraines because of it.
Oh.
How is that happening?
I don't know.
Is this someone I know?
Okay.
Yeah,
Huh.
kinda.
That's pretty horrific,
Here.
I hope.
I'm gonna
That-
mute.
that's
I don't
how-
want to say the name on stream, but I'm gonna mute so the stream can't hear us, and I'm gonna say it.
I'm gonna have to.
So sorry.
For her.
Yeah, but it was an issue, and I do hope she's doing better with that. To continue with, sorry about that. That was kind of random, also. To continue with the post, though. Let's see. So, like, yeah, he ends it saying, what we need is to get wasteful spending under control. And wasteful spending, he means on, as he put it, illegals and trans surgeries.
I mean, I like that. Is that the wasteful spending and not the bailing out the banks every 10 years?
Yeah, apparently.
Okay.
So I said, you're indeed transphobic for even comparing trans health to, like, Botox, for example. Trans medicine surgeries are what keep us alive. In no way is it wasteful spending, and to even for a second believe is in fact transphobia. To which Fred said, it's not wasteful spending if it's your own money. It's your money and body. Feel free to do what you like with both. And I said, and what of poorer people who don't have the money for the surgeries and have no way of earning that money? And are they to just be forgotten and left to die? Also, like, there's a lot more to it. I'm saying, like there's a lot more I could go on, but like I said, I'm kind of having to work within the genre of this conversation because of how this guy is talking to me. Like, that's why...
you can't go to that guy with like this theory of like, people should have bodily autonomy in any way possible, and it shouldn't be barred by any money. That's not gonna work here.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that's what you believe or not believe.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Audrey, what are you doing?
What is Audrey doing?
I'm on her computer, and I guess she's on remote access to the computer, and she wrote hi.
Hi.
Audrey.
It was spooky. I got spooked.
Manal has been possessed. Should I continue?
Yes.
Manal, should I continue?
Yep. Yes. You're good.
Okay.
I got spooked. Sorry for screaming.
No, you're okay. It wasn't like loud or anything. I just I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
This boss is pain, by the way.
So like,
yeah, it seems like there's a lot of like problems of just like basic platforming.
Yeah, and it's like even the parts of her that aren't like an active hitbox will just like push you into the pits every time.
I didn't realize the tree was a lady.
Yeah, that is the remains of the Witch of Izalith.
I see.
So like,
so go on, Pepper.
Yeah, so when I said in my thing, like, trans surgeries, like, I don't like using that phrase. There's much more to being trans than surgeries. There's much more to transitioning than surgeries. It doesn't even have to require surgeries, but I'm not gonna, like, go into that with this person because I'm just trying to use the phrase he used, which was trans surgeries.
Yeah.
It's
just... also, like, you gotta work within the confines of a conversation.
Yeah.
You're given.
Yeah, I'm clarifying that also just, like, for the audience and such as well.
Yeah.
So Fred, so, like, my thing ended with, are they just to be forgotten and left to die? To which Fred said, it's not the taxpayer's responsibility to pay for decisions someone makes. And, like, once again, this guy keeps going back to the idea of, like, taxpayers in general, when I'm specifically talking about billionaires. Like, that's what the whole thing stemmed from.
Yeah.
So, I just replied, like, kind of, like, bluntly saying, so you're saying, yes, they should be forgotten and left to die. Amazing. Coming from the guy who says he's not transphobic. And then, okay, this is where it gets a little bit heavier, so more of that warning with transphobia, particularly here. He says, when was the last time someone died from being born with a penis or vagina? Being uncomfortable with someone's body isn't life-threatening. If they get something naturally that threatens their life, then they should be absolutely taken care of. There are people out there dying from diseases in which they had no say in getting. Lots of these people can't afford the medical attention they need. Then, God forbid, they can afford insurance. They get killed with medical bills for anything the insurance doesn't cover. So don't play the transphobic card with me. If we were sitting in a room together, I personally wouldn't treat you any different than I would anyone else.
I don't believe that that's true.
Yeah.
But also, like the concept of, like, lots of people are born with things that debilitate them is real, but trans things are not in that category at all, and it's just a choice.
Yeah.
And I'm so sure if you brought up your diabetes to him, he'd be like, well, just eat better.
Yeah. Like, it's very pick and choose.
Yeah.
So I replied saying, nearly every day someone dies because of it. Actually, it is life-threatening. I knew people who took their own lives because they couldn't transition. Before I transitioned, I was so close to doing the same many times myself. Therapy didn't help. Antidepressants didn't help. Nothing helped. Until I transitioned. Actually, transitioning is what kept me alive. I had no choice in being trans. If I did, I would obviously have chosen to not be trans, so I didn't have to suffer. There's more to that as well, because, like, there's degrees now where I actually, like, do prefer being trans, but it's for a whole heap of reasons that I'm not going to get into right now. But there have been a lot of times where I kind of wish I wasn't. So we'll just leave it at that.
I think there's a difference between wishing you had the body that matches your mental model and wishing to not be trans.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know. I just think not to say that that's what's happening or not what's happening. I just think that there there is a difference.
Yeah, there is. Because like there's a lot of people who transition and do get the body that like completely fits them mentally. Yeah. So to go on with what I was saying, I added, it's not just being uncomfortable with my body, it's wanting to rip myself apart or die trying until I am the gender I should be. And before you claim it's due to mental illness or that it's like a disease, even if it was, transitioning is proven to be what saves us in the end. And you say you wouldn't treat me any differently, but you literally already are. So I don't even have to play the transphobic card, you are already playing it on yourself, and I hope everyone that's close to you notices and sees you for what you really are. I mean, kind of going for the drama on this one. And this is the part where I was kind of surprised. My dad actually commented in a reply to me there saying, "I'm proud of you for your strength and your voice," which not much, but it's so much more than I've ever expected.
Yeah. He's following the script, but he's like it's a better part of the script for him to read from than he's been reading from in the past. Yeah. So okay, fine.
So Fred then says, and how am I treating you differently? I've been going back and forth with people on this topic all day, just like I'm doing with you right now. I'm treating you no different than anyone else. So, we don't agree on any issues, so I'm...
Welcome, Zach.
You call me a burpee.
Well...
Yeah, I have a little burpee. I'm treating you no different than anyone else. We don't agree on issues, so now I'm transphobic with Neff. Here's
he did transphobic with Neff again?
Yeah,
I didn't realize that.
Doing it. Yeah.
Okay.
Every time he's typed it in this whole conversation, which is multiple times, it's been.
I'm so curious why. At a certain point, it's like, is this even a mistake, or are you doing this for a reason?
Part of me wonders, like, and this is me giving a benefit of the doubt of not just like it being a spelling mistake, but like he would like, well, but the like idea of people being like, well, it's not really like a phobia, like being scared, so I should spell it differently. Like,
I haven't heard that one in a while, but God,
I mean,
yeah.
I do actually agree that we shouldn't be using the terminology of homophobia or transphobia, and I prefer other ones, but it's what we got, and I'm not gonna bother anyone.
Yeah, that's kind of like, I couldn't really get myself to care that much. I think, sure, it would make sense to use different words, but like, yeah, these are the ones we have, so I'm just...
The only one that actually bothers me is...
change it, I think.
The only one that actually bothers me is aphobia, because aphobia used to be an actual medical symptom. It meant being without fear. You didn't experience fear in situations where you should. And now you can't research it anymore because it's been replaced with ACE-related bigotry.
I did not know that.
So that bothers me.
The definition.
Yeah, if you do not experience fear in situations where you should, it's actually a really big problem, generally. But anyways, go on.
So, Fred goes on to say, we don't agree on an issue, so now I'm transphobic? Here's an idea. Give me 15% of your pay every week to spend as I wish without you having any say in how I spend it. That's exactly what our government is doing. I'm pretty sure there's a foundation out there to help people in your situation, and if not, maybe there should be one for people to donate to. The taxpayer money isn't to support illegals, DEI programs, or any other types of those programs, especially in other countries. We're 36 trillion in debt, so we won't have a country like we're used to. If the wasteful spending doesn't stop, that's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
Soon we won't have a country like we're used to? Do you promise? Are you sure?
I hope.
Please, yes.
The thing that's the funniest part about all of that to me was, we don't get a say in how the taxpayer money is spent. We historically do, though. We do get a say to some extent. Are you just gonna pretend that that's not true?
It's really
voting
silly.
is a thing. You are allowed to show up at your council, your city council meeting. I think that the framework of it just happens misunderstands even a liberal understanding of how our government works.
Yeah.
And it's the kind of thing where sometimes conservatives tap into something that is actually true, which is voting doesn't actually do very much, but then they go off in completely the wrong direction with it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
it's I agree though. I agree to some extent that we don't really get a choice in where our taxpayer dollars go. But what I think that we don't get a say in, and what that guy thinks we don't get a say in, are different things.
Oh yes.
So I replied saying, I would give much more than 15% of my weekly pay to someone if it meant they would not die. Yeah, I would hope you do the same. That's the problem here with billionaires. They aren't even willing to give away 2% to literally save millions of people. If I had the opportunity, I'd give away 100% of a year's earnings if it meant I could save a single trans person from death. But billionaires won't even give away 2% to save millions upon millions of people. Whether they be trans, homeless, immigrants, etc. I honestly don't care about the taxes you pay in any of this. What I'm talking about is specifically the taxes on billionaires. So yeah, you're entitled to your opinion, and I'm entitled to my free speech in saying you have a stupid fucking opinion. Fred had a final reply, which is what actually got me to come up here, saying, "Don't worry, I feel the same about your opinion, although I didn't have to swear at you to let you know that. You're keeping it classy. I'm done with you now."
I'm not swearing. That's worse than transphobia and racism.
But I think the part that really got me at the end was the, "I'm done with you now. Leave me be."
Yeah.
Be gone.
God.
Yeah, that's pretty annoying. It's always really funny to me whenever these kinds. I am well versed in Facebook arguments because fun fact about me, I used to mod a 30,000 person group called This Is Bi Culture. Huh. It's been archived for like many years now, because none of us can do it anymore. And my MO for how I modded spaces, and I don't necessarily do this everywhere, but it worked very well in this context, was I just made people mad, and I made people say racist things just outright, so that I could ban people. Like that was, yeah. I made honeypots, I got into fights constantly. And it was stressful, but it did make the space, like, genuinely, that space, as far as I knew it from most of the people I knew, and most of the people I had met through it, and other spaces who had seen it, really valued it because I got rid of people before they caused problems in more direct ways.
Yeah.
So, like, I would make posts like, overpopulation isn't real, you're just a eugenicist, and I would wait for people to argue with me, and then I would ban them.
Yeah. I think that's good.
You know what that actually reminds?
I would just do that.
Like that reminds me of a post that has gone around recently about like a person who used to do well in War Thunder by like, or World of Tanks, one of the two, I forget which, by typing in like the chat that everyone could see Rommel was a Nazi and an overrated general, and then just attacking people while they were furiously typing back.
Yeah.
Hilarious. But yeah, I used to get into these huge fights on Facebook constantly. I actually got an entire group to nuke itself.
That's pretty good. I also just to like add something to that. It's kind of partially a tactic I've adopted here on the channel now as well. Mm-hmm. Is just like when we get new people, I'll kind of like let them sit in for a little bit and like kind of like gauge how they are, and then after a little bit of them being here, I'll try to say like something pretty political, like in the more quote-unquote radical direction, and if they say something like stupid in response, it's like, okay, yeah, that's someone to watch out for.
Yeah. The reason the group got archived, it was in part because at some point in like, this was 2020, I think 2021 maybe, no, 2020. At some point in 2020, there was a resurgence in The Mummy among bi spaces.
Wait, like the movie?
Yes. Okay. I don't know why. A lot of people think The Mummy is just like top tier bi culture for some fucking reason. I hate it.
Interesting.
Can't stand it. It's just a really common Facebook queer kind of genre of meme.
But why The Mummy? I don't understand.
Everyone in the movie's hot. That's literally the only reason I've ever been told.
Okay. That's like most Hollywood movies.
Yeah, that's true. Audrey says I literally saw someone saying this recently. Yeah, it's still around. It hasn't gone away. But part of don't see The Mummy, Zach. It's pretty awful.
The original or the remake?
I don't know about the remake, but the original is definitely awful. I hate The Mummy. And the reason I hate The Mummy is because of a couple of reasons, actually. One, it's an Orientalist nonsense movie. I mean, like, even in that... There's an article from 1999 when it came out saying this is on a whole other level of racism, which is hilarious. And also, like, there's two characters that are in... arguably brownface.
Yeah.
practiced
That
most
doesn't
of the
surprise
movie.
me.
And so I would tell people in the group, like, I don't want to see these memes. Please do not share them. I will ban you. Stop doing this.
Yeah.
And people would not stop. And so we ended up archiving because I just couldn't handle it anymore. And I was the most active mod, and if I can't do the moderating, no one would be able to fill the gaps that I would make by not doing it.
That's I have like a super like what is it, petty complaint about like those types of movies, and that's that like I'm usually like a big fan of the genre of like historical adventure of like Indiana Jones or The Mummy, or
Indiana Jones has its own problems, of
or
course,
like
but,
Tintin.
yeah.
But like they're so fucking ripe with racism, and I just would so badly like want one that's actually like good because I love that genre. Can they make them good, please?
And like I have nothing wrong with people liking problematic media. Like it just please don't share it in this space as if it's without context.
Yeah. And then also don't like double down as if it is like issue free.
Yeah, no, exactly, Judith. Sola is definitely brown face. And it's just annoying. It drives me nuts. But like I was like definitely at the time when I ran This Is Biculture, I was like a D-list Facebook celebrity. Like my post on bi lesbians is how most Facebook queers learned what bi lesbians were. Like and that post is actually why I got a group nuked actually. The group I got nuked was the G isn't for gatekeepers. And it was a group that was made specifically for calling out exclusive queer groups that didn't, support bi lesbians or didn't support ace people, or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I was in that group partially because it was a good way to find block lists for my group. And one time I got into an argument about Wonder Woman in that group.
Yeah,
and I was like, I really hate that Gal Gadot has become this like icon in queer spaces because she's a Zionist and an IDF soldier. I got into this huge argument, and then they deleted the entire thread. And I talked to one of the mods, and I was like, "Hey, what the hell?" And they were like, I cited all of my points and everything to them, and they were like, "Okay." And then they just didn't say anything about it, and I was like, "Great, I guess this place kind of hates me. That's fine." It's still useful for blacklists. And then someone posted a post. Someone shared my bi lesbian post in the group because it was a good way to explain to me what bi lesbians were. Because it had like I think it was like 15 different things that could be what a bi lesbian is. Like because bi lesbians used as an umbrella term, like as a term for many different orientations and identities. It's just an overarching one that can mean many different things. Anyway, so someone shared that, and I was like, I'm so glad that people like this. I wish this group treated me better, though. That would be great. And then they blocked me. They were like, oh, so you don't want to be here? Well, then you don't have to. And then they blocked me. And because I was this D-list queer Facebook celebrity, people rallied for me.
Nice.
People yelled at the original grouping like, hey, what the fuck?
That's something at least. Also, sorry, this is a side note. I don't know how I did it, but somehow I came to the catacombs at the right time to get patches here. That normally doesn't happen. Is it because I never talked to Petrus? I don't know. Whatever. Weird. Sorry, continue.
No, quite I want to add on to after this. People were rallying for me in ways that I've never seen before, and I think it's because I had spent so much effort fighting for people for so long that people were like, why would anyone do this to you? Like I had earned in people's eyes the respect to do this, right? Which is very interesting in some ways, because like I wonder if I was like a less active mod if people would care that much. But also if I was a less active mod, I wouldn't have gone to fight, got into the problem. So who knows? Yeah, so it became this huge thing, and the G isn't for gatekeepers group was like, one of the mods was like, I know this conflict, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, intimately, and no one should talk about it ever, and because it's always just inevitably anti-Arab or anti-Semitic, and therefore we should never talk about it, and no one should bring it up anymore.
Okay.
It was a very weird post. and then they deleted the group.
Wow.
Wow.
People wouldn't leave them alone.
There's so this
That's funny.
this whole conversation has made me think of two things. The first thing is, I feel like I'm surprised at how many of the people I know, and by how many people I mean like you and Jodi, have been mods for things in the past. Yeah. Like, it's just not usually a common thing. Like big mods, seemingly.
Yeah. I'm not going to talk about my thing on stream, but yeah, it's weird.
And the second thing is I actually saw a Facebook group recently that I wanted to. I just saw that skeleton just leap. I tried to join, and then felt weird about because the group is supposed to be like trans joy or something like that. And I was like, you know what? I could see some more trans joy in my life. I could see some trans people being happy. And then it said like specifically never ever, like in the rules that it was very adamant about me reading, it said no ever bringing up the transphobia or the term transphobia. Don't ever talk about things you've experienced or like other people experienced transphobia. God. We're gonna pretend transphobia doesn't exist here. That's the trans joy. Yeah. And I just felt really weird about that.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't like that.
I get you want it to be a more positive place, but you don't get that by acting like negative things don't exist.
Yeah.
I think it also is a problem because, like, if you aren't allowed to talk about transphobia in a group full of trans people, right? What happens when transphobia comes from that group of trans people?
Absolutely.
Like, because it's not necessarily being trans in any way doesn't absolve you from your ability to be horrible.
Yeah. And like, I just know that if I tried to go to that group and discuss like, oh, someone in this group was really trans misogynistic specifically to me, it would not go well. There was, that in particular.
There was stuff like that too. Like they were talking about like, it felt like trans misogynistic to me in that it was like, oh my god, Jodi, what the hell?
Because if I try to go across this thing, he's gonna try to kill me. He's gonna okay. He's going to flip the bridge. That's why I'm killing him.
Well, what I was gonna say though is like there was stuff that was like, okay, you can post sexy selfie stuff unless you have like, basically unless you're a trans woman, which is weird.
Yeah.
Because like I came across this group in the first place because I saw a trans woman on Facebook in a different trans group I'm in posting about like how like she was in a bra and underwear and showing that like, hey, look, progress is going really cool, and someone recommended like, hey, you should join this like trans joy group, and then that's what made me come across it. And I noticed in the description like, hey, those posts actually aren't allowed. You're not allowed to be sexy. And that's just comes off as really weird to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
it's
on
something
that
was one of...
Sorry, just on a completely side tangent, because after this I'm going to head back to the bed and watch again. I'm so tired of having to wear a shirt.
Yeah.
Why can't I go boobies out? That's a separate tangent. I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah, I don't know, like part of what like kind of pushed me away from online queer spaces and on Facebook specifically was there was a transgender education group that ended in a really volatile way, specifically towards a trans woman who I do believe did most of the things, partially because I know one of her best friends at the time of doing most of these things and also a co-mod of the group, who was also a trans femme, can confirm them with screenshots and everything. It's not like, but like that's not the point. The fact that she did it doesn't matter to me. But the way that people talked about her and by extension the rest of the group was like very scary. Yeah. And it was really hard to also suss out what actually happened, because there was like these it was because like part of the problem, like, and like this was a really complicated situation in my mind, and you know, like please call me out if you think that it's not actually as complicated as I thought. But part of the complications was that the things, okay, so she ran an educational group, so she had a large access to people who were trying to learn, both non-trans people and trans people. or both cis people and trans people. Both people who are trying to learn and people who, for others or for people who are trying to learn for themselves is what I was trying to say. And so she had said lots of things in this space that were just not useful, not correct, or maybe even harmful to different demographics within the trans community. And also she like had like people's IP address, like weird things. So like on one hand it was really weird because it's like I don't want people to spread this call out post. This seems completely overblown and problematic on so many levels. But on the other hand, it's like what do we do then? Because it's like it did affect a lot of people. Like what happens for someone? Like I don't know. This was something that I was really struggling with, and I remember my friend at the time who was very close to the situation and close to everyone in it, being like, I also don't know what to do because like I can see the trans misogyny happening. It's obvious to me, especially as a trans femme, but like, what do we do though? Like, how do we proceed? And I felt really bad for her, but she still has a huge platform, so I don't know if she actually like faced any like long-term repercussions for it. So,
sorry, just for 1 second. Jay Hill says, I can admit, and I don't want anyone thinking I don't want this conversation, but I keep feeling awkward when I want to ask questions about the game. Is that bad to feel? I want to be told if something I think is wrong so I can start changing my thinking type of deal. I think that's fine to think. I also, like, go ahead and ask questions about the game. I haven't been talking much about the game because this is mostly stuff that we have seen before, but, like, if, like, we can weave game stuff in and out of the conversation. That's what I've been trying to do a little bit.
Yeah, you can interrupt and like interject whenever you feel like it's useful for you. Like it doesn't. I'm okay with shifting topics at any point.
Yeah, and also.
Oh my god, a pizza!
And also, Jay Hill.
A pepper senpai pizza.
Oh my god, what?
It has a little note saying pepper senpai pizza. It's a pepperoni pizza.
Oh my gosh, it's me.
Pepperoni senpai pizza.
Oh my gosh.
I'll send you a picture.
Oh hell yeah! How'd this happen? How is me in it?
Audrey brought me pizza with this sign on it.
A little sign.
Yeah.
Jay Hill, to answer your question, I have not yet.
But also I want to add about the Jay Hill thing. Like, we're talking about different topics, but like, and these are topics that are a little bit heavier, and I feel like we do talk about this stuff a lot, but maybe not to like this degree of consistently talking about this sort of stuff, which is
fine.
We're gonna do this sometimes, but like it is completely okay to like also ask about certain things in the game, or even want to like shift the topic yourself, because as an audience member you are part of the conversation.
Yeah,
like this is also, we're here for you and you're here for us. We have like the control in the end if we do want to keep talking about this stuff, like we will do that, but like it is completely fine if you want to like ask about things in the game or like shift the topic yourself or any of that stuff, because you are also here and you count and you matter.
Yeah.
When we say things like, oh, people who avoid the topics are bad, we mean more so people who like never acknowledge things and like specifically avoid it so they never have to be a part of it. And you aren't that type of person.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify all that, and now I think I am gonna go head back to the bed.
And also, I will say, just because I didn't point it out at the time that it happened, I went to the Sunlight Altar, I joined the Warriors of Sunlight, I gave 10 Sunlight Medals, I got the miracles from that. I also traded Gwyn's Lord Soul to the Sunlight Altar to get a miracle from that. Then I went to the Gravelord Covenant, and I gave them 10 Eyes of Death, and I got all the Covenant items from, or all of the miracles from that. So now we've gotten every miracle. Just wanted to say, that's one achievement down.
And Jay Hill also says, I have nothing to add, as a lot of this is higher level conversation than I can yet add to. That is such a weird sentence to say, but it's the best term I have for it. No, that makes sense. Like, we're talking, like, I think the Facebook thing I was saying earlier, like I said, was a little bit more, was easier. This stuff is kind of, it's a little bit more in-depth. And it's okay to like, not completely understand it. And if you want us, and honestly, like, because we love you, Jay Hill, I mean, this isn't my stream, so I can't say for sure. But, like...
I'm pretty confident I can co-sign whatever Pepper's about to say.
But, like, you're the type of person I would be happy to change the conversation topics for. Compared to, like, randos, you know?
I think there's a concept of, like, earning people's trust enough to, like, feel like you aren't trying to change the conversation because you think that we're wrong so much as you're like, I don't know how to participate, or I'm uncomfortable in this moment. That's a different thing than if someone new came here and was like, please change the conversation. I hate this.
Yeah.
Or just like not wanting to ever have this conversation.
And also like middle ground somewhat. If you just want clarification, you can always ask for clarification.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and with that, I am gonna go. Did you send me a picture of it?
Yes, it's in the chat. The senpai talks.
Oh heck.
I don't know what those channels mean, so I just put it in the top.
That one works. That one is just anything about the channel, so that one works. Oh yeah, pepper senpai pizza.
Pepperoni senpai.
Oh, pepperoni senpai pizza.
Oh,
that's a lot of peas. I like it that way. That sounds kind of weird.
It does sound kind of weird.
All right, I'm gonna.
What do you mean by that?
There's a lot of peas. That sounds good.
Okay.
But yeah, all I was saying was just like, yeah, there's lots of that was the situation that made me kind of leave the queer community on Facebook. It was just like, I don't know how to deal with the situation, but I think it's bad. That's why I stopped engaging, which sucked. I lost a lot of community members in that way, but also some of them just did suck. So maybe it was fine. I kept most of my good friends.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it very much, but like, I used to be like a moderator on Reddit for like the anti-Gamergator community. At the time Gamergate was happening.
Rough space to be in.
Rough space to be in. Especially like to be modding like an explicitly feminist community on Reddit. Like, oof, it was rough.
Oh yeah, and like our space like you had to be admitted to be a member. Every post had post approval. I combed through comment. Like there's a levels of moderation that we were able to do that I don't know how much Reddit is capable of.
There's some of those things that you can kind of fake with mod tools on Reddit. The mod tools are notoriously awful, but you can do like, everyone, like, a person will automatically have all their comments hidden until they meet some kind of requirement, that kind of thing.
That's still different though, because you could still unhide them.
Yeah, that's true.
It's also like, Reddit's popularity contest constantly is like, but we can move on because I don't really want to get into that on stream because you don't seem super comfortable talking about it. So we can talk about what J Hill's asking.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I do have a question rolling back to an earlier topic, but what are your views on movies and such making fun of topics like how the blackening makes fun of stereotypes that are pinned on African American people in horror movies, horror films?
Here we are.
I do think that like satire is actually a really useful genre in a lot of ways. I think I have a problem with the way that people consume satire, but and not the normal problem. Okay, so let me backtrack. So, satire usually as a genre is misread. That's just the thing we know. For example, like Fight Club.
Yes.
Is
good example,
is a movie about a toxic masculinity, right? It's kind of making fun of toxic masculinity, not in the like haha funny, but in like, isn't this absurd funny?
Yeah. Pinwheel killed me. Pinwheel has never killed me in my entire time playing Dark Souls.
Wow. Get wrecked, loser.
Get wrecked, loser. Genuinely. Shit. I'm the loser and I got wrecked.
Yeah. So sad. I'm dating a loser now.
You're dating a loser who dies to Pinwheel. Fate. I understand if you want to break up with me.
Fate. You know, I think I'll hold out a little bit longer. Maybe you'll survive this. You didn't even make it there.
Okay, well, the run up to Pinwheel's boss fight is harder than Pinwheel usually. Like Bone.
Sure, but it was still really funny as I was saying, maybe you can redeem yourself, and you immediately. Jodi, we're all pointing at you and saying losers.
As you should. As you should.
But anyways, back to J Hill's point. But like, Fight Club is a thing that like is read as like non-satirical by a lot of right-wing guys, you know.
Yeah.
And like a lot of people criticize satire because it's so easy to co-opt by right-wing people and conservatives. But I don't think that's actually useful criticism for satire. I think that's just like kind of fucked up to say to an artist, I'm sorry, but you're fucked with people, and that's a problem. I don't think that's the artist's responsibility, and I don't think people should put that responsibility on them. So I actually don't really mind satirical works that make fun of like tropes that are bad. I think that some people will read them stupidly, or maybe misinformedly, but I don't think it makes it makes the satire bad. J Hill also said, or how
Helldivers.
Helldivers 2 is a massive meme on capitalist culture to the extent that many can't seem to realize it's a satirical take on capitalism.
It's a very
which
Starship
is-
Troopers inspired game if you haven't heard of it.
Okay, which is honestly worrying that so many take it as like this is a world that is a good thing, good type thing, but that is a matter for another time. And Pepper said, thinking of Homelander. Yeah, I think that like the way people read satire in ways that like are just antithetical to the point of the work are they kind of make me sad so much as
Yeah.
they don't really upset me in like an anger way. It's like, oh wow, we are so far removed from having a conversation about how bad this thing is because you think even the worst depiction of it is somehow better, which I am not okay with. But it's also just like it's just sad. Like it's just like, wow, you live in a sad world, sad inner life that's full of sadness. Um, it's kind of like how I feel about like when I hear cis people be like, well, no one wants to be the gender they are, and it's like, no, I think that's a you thing.
Yeah. Like
I
that
think
that
we
is a
should
sad
hear that.
reflection of how cis normativity like functions in cis people to a large degree, but like still that is I don't.
Yeah,
Maybe,
it's
I don't know.
especially
Yeah.
it's always really like sad to me. Like it's also sad when it comes from like AMAB eggs, but when I hear it from
Yeah.
AFAB eggs, it's always like, well, no one wants to deal with misogyny. Why would anyone want to be a girl? And I'm like, I mean, that's not all that girlhood is. And if that's all you think girlhood is, and I'm not saying necessarily that they are trans or not,
Yeah.
but it's like if that's all you think girlhood is, I feel like you don't understand what joy you can find in the world. Or maybe you can't find joy in this current configuration of your identity, and maybe you should explore that. Like and I can't speak to like AMAB egg behavior so much. I mean, I've experienced it, but it's not my community. I don't know what the inner world of that looks like. But whenever I come across AFAB eggs, I'm just like, oh, that's really, you should look into that.
Yeah.
And it's not always that they're trans. Egg I used loosely in this context. It's like it's often just that they have never thought of their identity as anything more than their oppression, which is just something that happens. Like, I don't know. J Hill says though people also seem to mix satire in movies with a message. Like Jordan Peele movies aren't satire, are they? They more on giving a message. Least I feel that way. Jordan Peele's movies. It depends on how you look at them to figure out if they're satire or not.
Like,
I would argue they aren't.
Like, especially with Get Out, though, I could see the argument people could make. I also personally don't, like, personally see it that way, but, like, if someone said they saw that satire, I'm like, well, you're wrong, but I get it, you know?
I haven't seen the second movie he made. I forget what it's called. I've been meaning
Us,
to, but I really want to because I heard it's very, very good, but I don't watch scary movies alone, and no one I know who's seen Us or who has seen Us wants to see it again, or who hasn't seen Us wants to see Us. So I haven't watched it.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of his movies, actually. I really need to. I have a really hard time sitting down to watch movies.
Me too. Nope is one of my favorite horror movies. I don't think from what I've heard from people who like Jordan Peele, I don't know if Us is his weakest. I think it's different than the other two. But like my girlfriend Riza really likes Us, so I've never seen it, so I can't tell you if it's the weakest. But I don't know. I think it's just a different movie.
We should have an
The
Us
three of
watch
us should
party.
have an Us watching party.
Or even just like a general, like, Jordan Peele watch party. Because I need to see Get Out also.
I really want to see his Twilight Zone show.
Oh, I forgot he was doing that.
Yeah. I love Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone was one of my favorite shows growing up, which is a really weird show to like as a 6-year-old, looking back. I was a strange kid. I liked Nope a lot. I like Nope a lot. I think Nope could be read satirically because, like for those who don't know, just the basic gist of Nope is about an alien. Yeah, I love Twilight Zone, Judith. We could talk more about it after this. Let me finish my point on Nope, and we can go into Twilight Zone because I think it's relevant to the satire conversation. Um, but Nope is a movie about an alien who kind of is like completely not sentient, but not sentient in a way that is understandable. Not like it seems very animalistic. Um, and to kind of like does things for the sake of doing things. It's in the same way that like, you know, quite literally in the movie, a monkey attacks. It just does things. May have reason behind it, but the reason's not clear, and it's not also not the same kind of reason we have. And I like Nope a lot. I agree with you on J Hill. J Hill just said I could go on and about the messages in Nopes and about what happens when you never actually leave your trauma.
Hi, Puddle. Welcome back to the stream.
Sorry. Hi, Puddle. When you go your whole life never leaving the room it happened in. Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, J Hill. I think it does a really good job of talking about trauma, but it also is like it plays on racist tropes of horror, and how like horror usually the black man dies first, right? And the reason he doesn't die first, the reason that none of the black characters die first is because quite literally they say nope. They're like, we're not doing this. And the same way that like a lot of black community members will watch horror movies and be like, I would never do that. That's fucking stupid. You hear noises in a new home, you leave. And like that's a real like cultural understanding is like there was a Twitter thread once that was like this white girl, and I think she had like a black husband or something, or might be vice versa. Regardless, there was a white person and a black person in the situation, and the white person was like, wow, this house is so charming, and the black person was like, there's a door we can't unlock. No. And like it was the white person realizing how quickly they would die in a horror movie. Like that was the thread. The thread was just like, yeah, this is fair. But like so it does play on those tropes of like blackness in horror, but it's also not a story. Nope is not really a story about race. Like race is an important aspect of the story, but like it, unlike Get Out and I think Us, so I haven't seen it so I could not tell you, unlike Get Out and I think Us, it's not about race. It's just race exists. It's the real world. Race is a part of the story in important ways, but it's not what's the motivating factor of the story. And I think that's part of like what Jordan Peele's trying to do in that story is basically say, I've told my story about blackness. I've told my story about blackness, and if you keep expecting it from me, that's also racist. So in some ways he subverts the expectation that we had of him of making movies about blackness, about race. So like there's satirical elements of it. Like there just is. It's important to understand that, but I don't know if I would call it satire. Well, let me read Judith said, thinking about the SNL parody scene in Nope and how much it hurts watching Jupe shove his trauma down. Yeah, the do people care about Nope spoilers?
I'm okay with it.
Alright. There's a scene in Nope where Jupe is it Jupe or Jupey? I don't remember how it's pronounced. It's been a while since I've seen it. Judith, can you tell me how his name is pronounced? Oh wait. Sorry, I just don't remember. I don't remember names very well, especially in movies. Pronounced like scoop. Jupe. Okay. So Jupe, there's a scene where he talks about the experience of watching his coworkers be mauled by a chimpanzee, I think it was, and he's telling the story, and he's telling a story. He's not telling the extent of the story to give you understanding. He's telling you the story very humorously, and after every sentence basically there's a scene of what he's actually remembering or what actually happened. I don't know if he's remembering it properly or not, but it's a scene of what actually happened. And so he's like, yeah, it was so funny, and then you see a scene of like him watching someone get mauled. Like it's very explicitly juxtaposing the way that has coped with this trauma and moved with this trauma, with the trauma itself. And Jay Hill says, yeah, Jupe never emotionally left that room, which becomes even more obvious when you see his shrine he has on the incident. He does have a shrine on the incident. And it reminded me very much, it was very distressing how much it reminded me of my own dad. Because one time, when I was in college, I was part of divestment campaigns. Divestment is just to try and get at the time, my university to divest from companies that supported and profited off of the apartheid in Israel-Palestine. And I asked him once, right before we had our divestment hearing, I was like, "Hey, Dad, what was it like living in Palestine? Do you remember?" And he was like, "Yeah, I remember living through the 1967 war, the Six-Day War." And he was like, "We went to go hide in the caves." And I remember we had to go back to town, and my uncle he put me on his tractor. I was like 6 years old, and the idea of shooting at us, and we went to town to get rice because we had ran out of food. And he's telling me the story if it's funny, very funny. Like, he tells me the story with humor in his voice. And I could not, I felt horror hearing that, because it's like, it's obviously how he's processed it, but like, being shot at as a 6-year-old is not normal.
God, yeah.
And he had never told me. And not only had he never told me, most of my extended family who didn't live through it had never heard about it. I had talked to my cousin recently about it, and she was like, "This year is the first time I heard this." She's in her 40s. Like, that is how much we don't talk about the fact that the family lived through the Six-Day War. So hearing Jupe talk about his trauma in this humorous way, while it's immediately viscerally juxtaposed with how severe it actually was deeply unsettling. And it's supposed to be. It's supposed to make you unsettled. It's supposed to make you feel horrible. But like, it was especially unsettling because of like, and like, I'm sure all of us know someone, especially someone who's older, who has told you a horrible story about their childhood, about their experiences that is just, and they tell it like it's humorous. Like, we hear it all the time. It's a really common way of processing trauma. And like, you get stuck in that space. And like, it doesn't necessarily mean you get, like, dealing with trauma with humor is not necessarily mean that you're gonna get stuck in that mentality, but for Jupe it did. For, like, he never processed his trauma as a real thing that happened, and he built his entire identity around that.
Hi, Toshi, welcome to the stream.
We're talking about Nope, the movie Nope. Sorry if that is too intense. But yeah, it's a movie that's like very, very much about trauma. It's also very much about like the way that we anthropomorphize things that cause harm. Trauma's arguably worse when you can't consciously remember any of it. Says Puddle, and Judah says, and ultimately he's obsessed with fixing what went wrong back then. He wants to tame an untamable creature. Toshi says, now I'm invested in the movie. Puddle, I'm not sure if I would really use language of better or worse when it comes to trauma in any aspect, because trauma is just extremely relative. Like, you can't really talk about trauma in a way that compares across different people, because trauma just doesn't work like that. It's really, really hard when you can't remember things, though. Like, I can understand that and can validate that. It sucks. Trauma sucks pretty much no matter what. And I understand that that's hard to deal with. Zach says, my grandpa had a crazy story that he adds humor to about the time he was trapped for 6 days underground when he served in Vietnam. Yeah, that's a pretty common way of people talking about things like that. It's just not, it's hard to engage with. But yeah, Nope does a really good job of talking about trauma It also does a really good job about talking about responsibility. Puddle says abuse on my end. I can't remember a lot of it, but my lizard brain does. Yeah, that's how trauma works. Like, even if you can't remember, if you don't have flashbacks, doesn't mean you don't have PTSD. Trauma changes how your base instincts work. Unfortunately, it's not a curse. You're not gonna. It's not impossible to grow out of, but not out of, but grow in ways that make it more easy to live. But it's certainly uncomfortable and hard and a long healing process. Abuse is not easy. But anyways, I like Jordan Peele's work a lot, and Twilight Zone. Wait, Judith. My grandpa has a funny story, quote unquote funny story, about when he was representing a union in the U.S. Deep South and ended up being threatened for being Jewish by members of the union who were in the Klan. Yep, that sounds right. So like I have trauma of something I couldn't ever actually remember, or something that apparently happened to me when I was 4 months old. Yeah, that's true. Like trauma doesn't have to be something you remember. Zach says, I also add humor to my own trauma, to be honest. And humor can be a good coping mechanism. It's not necessarily bad. No coping mechanism, no choice that you ever make with how your brain works is ever going to be 100% bad for you.
Hey,
in fact,
sorry to interrupt for 1 second. I wanted to talk about one of the other big revelations for this game, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So,
go for it.
I talked before about how when we find the Dark Moon Seance Ring, it's a little bit of a spoiler. It talks about how the Dark Sun Gwendolyn is the only remaining deity in Anor Londo. But you might think immediately, but what about Guinevere? We talked to Guinevere. Well, Guinevere is not real. We're gonna...
Wild. I'm chewing, that's why I'm muted.
Thou that tarnisheth the godmother's image, I am Gwendolyn. And thy transgression shall not go unpunished. Thou shalt perish in the twilight of Anor Londo.
So now the entire thing was an illusion. The implication is that Ornstein and Smo were fake, but there's no way to actually find out because you can't dispel the illusion without fighting them first. It is a really interesting thing. Also, the entire state of Anor Londo is different now. All of the enemies we fought were also illusions, and they're all gone. And we're gonna go fight Gwendolyn now, again.
I'm done chewing, so I am. I only ate the pepperoni off my pizza. I don't seem to like the pizza part of the pizza today.
Oh, interesting.
That's fine. Sometimes textures are weird.
Yeah. But yeah, now instead of those giant sentinels, we have just regular player type enemies. Which I think are supposed to be Dark Moon Blades, the Covenant you can join. A little unclear. Oh.
Pepper screams, what? I think that was a response to Judith saying, Jodi, I can't believe you're going to kill a fellow trans girl.
Everything was fake. Yep.
Oh.
That is what it was about.
That's unfortunate.
Oh shit, it got me. Everything was fake, and it was all part of it's part of the...
You died.
I did die. It's part of the big fake out this game is doing. The whole quest for the that's given to the undead here was... Wait, why is it why did it put me here? Oh, that's bonfires out. That's why. Why is the Dark Moon Nidus not attacking me? She's just gone. That's weird. The entire quest was all just a fake thing to try to convince undead to throw themselves into the fire to extend the first flames, the Age of Fire. Yeah. And now Anor Londo is Twilight. Even the sun was fake. It looks real cool to me.
Even the sun was fake is a very interesting concept.
Yeah. Which kind of makes sense in a way also because the only place you actually really fully see the sun in the game is when you're in Anor Londo. And it feels so different and vibrant when you get here.
It reminds me of Earthbound.
I haven't.
Cool...
I keep needing to play Earthbound.
We should play Earthbound on stream. I love Earthbound. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Yeah. Also, it broke my brain when I played it. Not because of anything. The story is very interesting, but the thing that broke my brain was, as a very young kid, I hated smiling in pictures. And when I was very young, we went to like Sears or Target, one of those places with those photo booths, or not booths, but like the photographer and the like horrible backgrounds and whatever. Anyways, the photographer got me to smile. By saying fuzzy pickles. I thought it was so funny. Pickles. So I laughed. And for years my family talked about it. And we say it when we ask people to smile for a picture and all sort of things, because it was just such a pivotal moment. I smiled after fuzzy pickles, right? And then years later, like at least 10 years later, I'm in the garage of my parents' house playing Earthbound on
Make
the
sure
TV,
you bring more
on
maca
the
next
Wii
time.
Virtual Console, and I get to the first cameraman spot, and cameraman is a guy in Earthbound, and yeah, Puddle, it does sound like a health code violation. But fun fact about the cameraman in Earthbound, he says fuzzy pickles when he tells you to smile.
Oh, is that like an actual like widespread thing? I guess.
No, because Earthbound, especially back then when this picture was taken of me initially, was a cult classic. No one really played it. Earthbound was very unpopular when it first came out in the U.S. It was extremely... That's the reason why Mother 3 never came out in the U.S., is it was super unpopular.
That makes sense.
And so like some random nerd who was a photographer decided to use a nerd thing to make me laugh, and it worked. And ever since then, my brain, like, I see this first cameraman spot in Earthbound where he says fuzzy pickles, and I dropped the controller and I just sat there for like 10 minutes trying to process my life over again. Jodi, can you throw insulin at me, please? Says Pepper.
Yep, just threw it at her.
I feel like that's a really funny way to put it, Pepper. I know that like Jodi probably can literally just throw insulin at you, but I think that like that's such a funny thing to ask for Jodi.
I did literally throw it at her, is the thing.
Incredible. But yeah, I don't know. It was the fuzzy pickles thing. It like every time I think about it too hard, I'm just like, damn, some nerd really just wired my brain chemistry in a way to enjoy this one joke, and it turned out it wasn't. It wasn't something he made up. It was entirely created by cult game.
Toshi says, question for Jodi or anyone in chat who can answer. How did you find out you're trans? If that's not a personal question to ask. I'm personally okay talking about that. So I came out as trans when I was 29, which is pretty late. But like, it had been something I had been thinking about for years and just kind of pushing down. And eventually it just kind of became a thing of like, I am so unable to stop thinking about this. There must be something deep underneath it, you know, if I'm not able to stop thinking about it. And that's not always like, there are people who can't stop thinking about it who end up not being trans. Like, I don't want you to be like, oh, but that's true of me. I guess that means I must be trans. But like,
yeah,
for me, it's like, I was so much just not a person when I was repressing, and the only thing that I could think on some level would make me happier was exploring in that area, but exploring in that area was really scary, which is why it took me so long. Why can I not lock onto Gwendolyn right now? There we go.
For me, I realized I was at least non-binary in high school. I saw the term gender fluid on Tumblr once, and I was like, oh, that's me. And then I just didn't think about it again for like years. It just didn't occur to me that it would functionally change how I should see myself. And for me, it kind of doesn't. Eventually, I came to some similar conclusions I came to before, but it's besides the point. And then I was around a lot of trans people, specifically non-binary people, and they were like, yeah, like non-binary is its own thing, and here's what it looks like, and here's what it means, and I was like, oh yeah, I've known I was that for a long time. I didn't think I could do anything with it. I didn't think that information changed how I should interact with the world or myself. And so I started looking into more on that front. a lot of people I know who realized they were trans also had a moment where they realized that their inner version of themselves and was never uh like connected to their outer version of themselves.
Oh my god, I just realized something stupid.
What?
Okay, so for whatever reason, it didn't put me at the bonfire with Gwendolyn. It put me back at this bonfire with the elevator out of place, which means I'm gonna have to go through like the cathedral again to get it back. And also, I never opened up the shortcuts on the inside of like the palace, which means I'm gonna have to do the entire actual Anor Londo level again to get back to the giant blacksmith. Or I can save that for New Game Plus, or for New Game Plus because I'm gonna have to do everything with the giant blacksmith in that one also. So I guess I'm not gonna do the entire level again, but I do have to do part of it again. Ugh.
Unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
But yeah, like not every trans person like is like, oh, I don't feel like I'm in the right body, and that's not what I meant by like their inner self doesn't match their outer self. It's like they have an inner version of themselves that they don't know how to express. Like it may not even be in presentation. It might just be like, oh, I have such a rich inner life, but I don't even know how to talk to people. Like I don't know how to engage. I don't know how to socialize. That's like a really common thing I've noticed.
That was
with
it for
a lot
me.
of trans people. And like once they start to explore being the gender that they feel like they are, it becomes a lot more possible to like be present in the world at all. So like a thing to look into, like, it is like, do you feel like you're dissociating a lot? Do you feel like it's hard to engage with people? And this isn't the only reason that you would feel this way. It's just it could be one of the reasons.
Fuck you, Pepper. I'm gonna toxify myself. Fuck you.
Whoa.
Ow. Fuck you, Pepper. Sorry, continue, Manal.
But yeah, feeling uncomfortable being seen at all is another common thing I've seen with trans people. Is like having people comment on how you look at all, like even if it's positive, is often very
thank you, Judith.
Is often very disconcerting for a lot of trans people. Honestly, also, like, I want to encourage you, if you think that you are trans, or if you want to explore being trans, like, you're allowed to do that without making any firm decisions. You're allowed to just figure it out and explore it in safe spaces that you feel comfortable in. Nothing is ever set in stone. And you're also allowed to say that you're trans or be trans, even if you think that you're not quote unquote innately trans. Like, you don't have to be like, transness is not in your bones. Like,
like,
if you think you are.
Yeah. Like, I actually like it's so common to be like, oh, trans people are so cool, but like I couldn't ever possibly be one of them. It's real for them, but it's fake for me. And like, I think about this one particular thing for me where it's like, there were 2 times in my life where I was really heavily questioning. The first one ended when I was like, okay, finally, I'm gonna buy a dress and I'm gonna see how I feel in the dress. And then I put on the dress and it was just like, it did nothing for me. It was just like a piece of cloth, you know? And every coming out story I'd heard was like, I put on a dress and it was like magic. I immediately knew. And that was like, oh, that was not the case for me. I guess I'm not trans. And since coming out, I found out that's actually a pretty common story. A lot of other trans people have reacted in a very similar way to actually trying to explore for the first time. But it's like the narratives that you hear about what coming out is like aren't, and like what it was like to be pre-transition and all of that is like, or to be a trans person pre-transition specifically is what I should say. That doesn't have to, those are not exhaustive in any way.
Yeah. And you don't have to be uncomfortable with your assigned gender at birth so much as you would be more comfortable if you were a different gender. Like, and like a lot of people I know will say like, oh, I never experienced dysphoria, and then like transition and be like, oh, I was always experiencing dysphoria.
That was me. Yeah.
so like
here we
like
are.
don't
Welcome
use
back, Jay Hill.
dysphoria as a marker because you might not even understand what dysphoria feels like until you know what other things feel like.
Yeah, like I only was able to recognize actually what the feeling of dysphoria was once I finally got to experience what it's like to not have it or to have it lessened.
Toshi says, I've had the feelings for a long time, but I grew up in a not so accepting family, so I'm just in a big questioning phase now that I'm in control of my life. But again, I don't know where to start.
That's
I
fair.
would just like maybe do some like research on what you know, if there's a specific gender that you feel like you might be, maybe reading other people's experiences of transitioning, of realizing might be helpful.
And also, finding like a non-threatening way to explore. Like, for example, if you wanted us to use different pronouns in this chat for you, we can totally do that.
Or a different name.
Or different
we're
name,
happy to do that. But, and like, if it gives you joy in any capacity, I think that you might be like, and like you might not necessarily be transmasc or transfemme. You might be non-binary, and you might start somewhere and move somewhere else. Like I know a lot of transfemmes who first identify as non-binary and move towards femininity in some capacity, although it's not a spectrum. It's not a direct line between those two. But like
that was me. I was that, although I am still non-binary.
Yeah, and like almost every trans girl I know, is also non-binary and started from a position where they felt their gender was much more neutral, and then as they transition, they're like, oh wait, no, this is actually necessary for me. JL says, so just to check, are you doing Dragon Age Origins next before Dark Souls 2?
That's what I'm currently leaning towards. It's not set in stone yet, but I think so. And this is going to be the last Dark Souls 1 stream, so I guess I have to figure it out pretty quick. But, yeah.
Heretic.
We've already seen this.
Like Judith says, like there is a transition that can be made multiple times. Like and I think also like people talk a lot about things like phases as bad. You can have a phase and that doesn't mean it's bad. Like it doesn't mean like just because you don't decide ultimately that's what you are doesn't mean that you were lying or you were wrong or you were bad. If you decide to be like, hey, you know, I think I might be non-binary, and then later down the road you're like, nope, I'm just a girl, I'm just a boy, then
or some combination even.
Or some you don't need to, but like my point is you don't need to know, right?
Yeah.
You could try things without knowing.
Yeah, and just like see how things feel, and that can help make the answer for you, make the answer clear for you, rather.
Another thing that I would recommend is like hold yourself to the same standard of gender that you would think of, and this is, you know, this is just like a framework, not to say that this is should be how it is, but like hold yourself to the same standard like cis people are held to. Like a woman who is cis who wears a pantsuit is never seen as like less than a woman, you know, like you're allowed to express your gender in various ways that are not the cookie cutter, this is exactly what this looks like, and everyone should experience that. It's just that's not how our world works, unfortunately. But like it just like those aren't don't pretend, like don't address your identity as if like if I don't like, you know, pink and I don't like dresses and I don't like knitting, whatever silly thing that you find is like important to gender, like that doesn't mean you're not that gender. Like you could just hate all those things like lots of cis and trans women do, you know.
Or you could be like me, where I thought I hated those things, and it turns out I actually kind of love them once I give myself the freedom to experiment with them, like for real.
Zach says, I was there. I was to be there. I'm guessing I was there. I was there for a friend's coming out event. His family was very accepting. It was great to see him happy and liberated. He was so scared beforehand. And Jay Hill says, I sometimes feel like I need to transition past femboy, which is my current goal, just because of the motherly force I am for some people. I know I've explained my parental thing in Minecraft stream before.
So like,
that is hard.
It is hard. And also like, there's kind of two things simultaneously, which is like, well, three things really. A, gender is so often bound up in the social role we inhabit for other people. And also that doesn't mean you have to be something just because that's the social role you accept, or the social role that you're put into among other people. And also, what you just described is such a trans girl experience. You have no idea. You have no fucking idea.
Yeah, and it can be really hard to figure out what your identity is when people put you in a box. Like, if people see you as feminine in some capacity and then decide, well, then you should play the motherly role in this friend group. It's like it's hard to figure out, is that something you actually want, first of all, or is it something you're being coerced to do, and how do you detangle that from your actual gender? Toshi says, this is really helpful. I have a lot to think about now. I'm glad it was helpful.
Yeah,
if you have
me
any
too.
other questions, please ask.
Yeah.
And then Zach says, he invited me and another friend for clarification, and I cleared my schedule just in case things didn't go well. That's great, Zach.
Yeah.
I'm glad you were there for your friend.
Me too.
In case something bad happened, and I'm glad nothing did. And then Puddle said, is it acceptable, normal, for trans people to not correct you on using a particular nickname and be upset at you for it? I'm on the spectrum, so I'm curious if this is a common phenomenon. I apologize if this seems offensive.
I'm not sure I entirely know what you're asking, to be honest.
It depends on what you mean by nickname. If it's their chosen name, you should use it pretty much always, as long as they don't tell you not to.
Yeah.
Like, some people will say, like, I am closeted around these people, please use my dead name. But if they don't, then use their chosen name. If you mean nickname as in, like, a shortened version of their name, like how Jodi goes by Jodi but has a longer name.
My full name is Johanna, but I go by Jodi.
And it depends. Like, Jodi doesn't like going by her full name usually, and so I don't really call her full name usually. And it, but if someone was like, if we were in a different setting and it was maybe more like, I don't know, professional or something, and it made sense to call people by their, name, their full name, sure. That's fine, but like nicknames can sometimes just be chosen names, and you should respect that. I couldn't tell you because I don't know the person you're talking about or what their name situation is, but nickname might be the wrong word.
Yeah.
Zach says, what did Pepper say? And Pepper said, I said you were an amazing person, Zach. Yeah, that was really sweet of you, Zach. I'm really glad you were there for your friend.
Yeah. And I just like, I just really appreciate you a lot, Zach. I appreciate the presence that you have in my life very, very much.
Puddle says, I used someone's chosen name but dropped the title of lady. The response was far less pleasant than even after catching the mistake. You might not just, like, to be honest, you might just not be compatible with this person as friends.
No.
That might be the situation. Like, if someone wants you to call them a lady, like a title that is hierarchical in context, and you don't want to, or you, like, I don't know, I don't feel like anyone should be required to call someone a full title name. That's my personal thing. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. What do you think, Jodi?
I don't know. Like, it's kind of the thing of like, sometimes when we're early transition, we can do things that are kind of overzealous, overbearing. I don't know. Like, it can feel like such a life and death thing in that moment to be like, no, please call me exactly the thing I'm asking you to call me. And when it is something that is like a title like that, like, this is not me telling you that you necessarily did wrong. I don't know the situation, but like, there's a lot of things that suddenly become very, very important when you're early transition. And I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but I would say maybe you should just kind of know that that's probably the place that she was coming from, Like,
yeah, I don't think that she was a bad person in any way. Like, I don't really think that you should. You just might not be. If you feel like you're walking on eggshells around someone, like, you might not just want to be in that situation anymore, and that doesn't mean that anyone's bad or did anything wrong necessarily.
Yeah.
It just might not be comfortable anymore. I don't know. I don't know how much. If someone, Audrey says, if you're really, really insecure about your gender, I could see how not being referred to as a lady could be scary, but that's her problem. And Jay Hill says, but yeah, I meant that literally. I explained in a Minecraft stream that I fill in for people who don't get the parental affection and awareness that they needed or still need. So I meant the being mom as almost literal. I've been there, J Hill. It
Yeah.
sucks.
It
Like
does.
it feels comforting to help the people in your life in that way, but it also sucks. And I empathize strongly. I think a lot of people do this, especially to trans feminine people, people who seem like they're trans feminine, and people of color.
Yeah.
And
100%.
especially to trans feminine people of color.
Yes.
Um,
And like I said
but-
before, like this is such a trans femme experience. That was kind of true of me before, pre coming out. Kind of not. Yes and no. It wasn't exactly the same thing, but it was a very resonant experience. Let's say.
Yeah, it's certainly a hard thing to manage. But
Yeah.
Back to the lady thing. I don't know. I just don't think that person's a bad person for it. But I don't
Yeah.
know if I would be friends with someone who wants me to call them lady something.
Yeah.
I just don't think I could personally do it, just because like I am not beholden to the lady of the house. Please do not make me do that.
Also, J Hill, this isn't the boars don't get butt armor in New Game Plus. These two boars always have it.
Pepper says, Joe, you remember how my OkCupid profile said I was looking for a mommy and how you volunteered? I didn't know about this, Jody.
I changed a lot over the course of my transition. I changed so much.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I want to hear more about that story, but it's probably not useful for being on stream.
I mean, that is kind of like most of the story, honestly.
I think that's very I don't know, it's kind of amusing.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, like J Hill, like a lot of people I think take advantage of vulnerable. I think it's obviously not the same, and I would not say it is the same, but it's very similar to like the mammy figure, you know, like someone who is like undesirable in a physical way, but like can play the role of mom. I think that's a thing that happens to a lot of people, and it's really, I don't, it's hard because you want
I would question the undesirable in a physical way part, but overall, yes.
Yeah, like not necessarily, but I do think that's part of it sometimes. Is like, I would never actually date you, but I would want your advice on everything.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
I do
I see
an
what you mean.
attachment relationship with you, but I don't actually want to be in a romantic relationship. I think is a thing that happens to people who are put in this position. I feel that in the opposite direction. Yeah, that can also happen. But I do think that like
yeah,
it's
like
really hard.
I should say, like, I should clarify what I meant by like I would question that one part is that it feels like such a big part of the trans feminine experience, to the degree you can distill that down to one thing, which you really can't, but whatever, is that it's so much of the other dehumanizing aspects of how people treat us come down to like being physically attracted to us but being ashamed of that, or feeling like just being ashamed of that. So when it comes down to like, I don't know, like I guess that's, I don't really have a full thought out thing here. It's just sometimes these things are like, like sometimes these things are overcompensating for like
I think there's
the overall archetype
in it.
Sorry?
I think there's also contradictions in it. Like there is the feeling of like, or the statement of, oh, that person is very unattractive, while the behavior does not show that.
Exactly. And like a lot of the time that behavior can kind of be like, I think you were right to talk about it in terms of like, I'm sorry, my brain is not working well right now. You're right to talk about it in terms of like, you're undesirable and therefore I'm looking to you for advice, but that's more of like the stated motivation a lot of the time than the actual motivation, and you can often tell.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, J-Hill, like it's really hard when friends are coming to you as a parental figure.
Yeah,
happens to me all the time, because on one hand you want to help, like you really do want to help, they're your friends, right? But like there's also the position they're putting you in is inherently uncomfortable for lots of reasons. One, especially if you did not agree to it, and J Hill toxic, but especially if you didn't agree to it, but also like even if you do agree to it, it can feel very coerced because it can feel like, oh, you only agreed to it because like what would happen if you said no? And
thank you for the sweets, J Hill. Thank you for untoxifying me. Yay.
right. But yeah, like I don't know. I think that like it's also really frustrating the way that competency becomes part of how people are marginalized. Like being emotionally competent becomes like one, you're emotionally competent because you were harmed in some way. You had to become emotionally competent. It's usually how it works. But two, then you have to use that emotional competency to help all the people around you because they keep asking you for it and you don't know what to do that's other than helping them. And like and you're the only one who can. So like what are you gonna say no and they're gonna suffer and like and it becomes this like cycle where you feel like you need to because what's gonna happen if you don't? But also you feel like trapped by it. I don't know. The way that like and like I see this a lot with trans women online and I see it with a lot of other groups especially like it happens to me as oh, that sucks. Puddle says, look, I get wanting to be referred to by a chosen name. I was called Jamal by a couple asshats on Xbox Live, left them far behind when I actually responded. That's rough.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, like I don't know, it could feel really frustrating online to be pretty much any marginalization, but I see it as trans women as like if you aren't smart enough to talk about what's happening, you just get thrown to the wolves.
Yeah. Or not even
And
smart
even
enough,
when
just
you
if you're not yet experienced with this to be able to talk about it. J Hill, you are so right.
Have said it, but you are a wonderful addition to the streaming cast, Manal. Thank you, J Hill. I appreciate that.
Manal is so fucking knowledgeable. I keep saying it.
I obviously don't have the trans feminine experience, but a lot of the things that happen to trans femmes are things that have happened to me too. Maybe on a smaller scale, but like
I mean, we would not be the first people to point out that like a lot of the ways that people treat trans femmes is similar to the way they treat like racialized like women in general.
Oh, I probably should have said my pronouns. I accept any pronouns except it. Andre just listed the ones I use the most often, but I'll accept anything. You could practice pronouns on me if that's something you ever want to do. Yeah, no, like, yeah, I've experienced, like, obviously, you know, trans misogyny has a strong relationship with racism and all of that. So like, it's not like it doesn't make sense that I've experienced similar things, but I do have the ability to talk about them in a way that I think a lot of people really struggle with because I've been doing this for so long. And like, not to say that trans women haven't, but like, I've been explaining it for so long is maybe the right way to say it. To give you an understanding of my background and why I'm probably good at this is like I was an activist in college. When I started college, I joined an anti-Zionist organization, pro-Palestinian organization, and I was a very vocal activist. I did a lot. I wasn't super public all the time because I have family in Palestine. I still would like to go back, and I would really hate if that ever gets taken from me. But I was public enough that people knew me. And one of the ways that I was a successful activist, and I'm not saying that you should do this because it's not great for your health, but it is something that works, is I was very good at, thank you, Toshi, I was very good at using pity to convince people of things. I was very good at being the person in the room who looked and sounded like the most oppressed. And that pity is a useful, hi Ashlyn, pity is a useful tool in activism because it makes people do things. If people feel bad for you, they'll do things. And like, it is manipulative in some way, and I'm not encouraging it. It's very uncomfortable and it's very like soul crushing after a while. Um, but so I got really good at explaining the ways that my traumas and my identities and marginalizations manifest. Because if I could explain it well enough, people look at me and they're like, "Oh my God, that's awful. I'm so sorry." And then they feel like they have to do something, and sometimes they do. Um, and so I got really good at explaining a lot of these things. I got really, really good at it. And I was really good at using pity for things. And so I've been doing this for a long time. I don't really try to use pity that much anymore as a motivating factor for other people around me, just because it's just painful. It's really hard um to talk about my identities as if they're only bad, and it's really hard for people to see my identities as only bad. But it was useful.
All right, Puddle, we'll see you
And I
later.
learned a
Thanks for
lot.
stopping by.
Pepper says that's something I found to be true with Zach as well. Him being a person of color who had a lot of difficulties with how people treat him due to health stuff. Puddle says, I'm gonna go. Thanks for the talk. Pepper says, in that Zach has been one of the most understanding of my struggles as a cis person. Pepper says, him being cishet. And Ashlyn says, I get tired of people asking what's my gender because I'm gender fluid, so I started a color coding system where I wear a bracelet for a certain gender. Ashlyn, I've tried that before. I think it's like a really lovely idea. I stopped doing it because I hate thinking about my gender so constantly that I have to change it all the time. It does change frequently, but if I have to think about it, it feels like another chore. Lots of people really love solutions like changing a bracelet or wearing pins or whatever. Just turned out to be too much for me, but I'm glad it works. But yeah, my point being is this, I've done this kind of advocacy work for such a long time that I have language that a lot of people around me just don't have yet. I don't think they know less. I don't think they're ignorant of what they're experiencing. I just think that language is really hard to figure out around marginalization, and it's really hard to talk about it, and I'm pretty good at that. Pepper says, I also want to do that, but sadly, people get really weirded out when they see people in masks in public. Is that about the color coding? Do you want to color code masks, Pepper? I'm a little confused. Masks are cool.
Oh, because like Pepper talks a lot. It took me a second to understand what she meant. Pepper talks a lot about sometimes about like being gender fluid in a way where her gender can be like, maybe I should let her say it, but like her gender can be basically like girl or just like anonymized masked figure, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I can understand that, Pepper. Yeah, my like 4 main categories of gender are boy, girl, bigender, and gender void. I don't use the term agender because it doesn't feel like no gender, it feels like a void of gender. And also because all the agender people I knew when I started coming up with these terminologies for myself sucked, and I didn't want to be associated with them. Agender is great. Agender is wonderful. You're allowed to call yourself that. There's nothing wrong with it. It was just a personal choice.
Like I've started thinking lately about like I feel like for a while my relationship to womanhood has been like solely political, I guess you might say. It's like I am treated as a trans femme, I am treated as a woman. I'm kind of pushed into that box, and that is what my political identity is. But as far as like my personal identity, I'm genuinely not sure, and I am wondering if I'm agender in that way. I would still think of myself as a woman because of the political identity.
Yeah.
But
and there's lots of agender trans women.
Yeah.
I call myself a gender fluid woman because I think of womanhood, for me at least, and it's not true of everyone, but it's true of me, womanhood is a socio-political class that I am a part of. Part of the reason I choose that for myself is very similar reason why a lot of trans femmes do, which is I am classed as a woman by the people who see me. I'm treated as a woman by the people who see me. And also because I fought really hard to be included in womanhood. Probably not as hard as trans women in my life, but like I remember being called it a lot as growing up. I remember how often I had to prove my femininity or I got made fun of it. And it's obviously not the same as a trans femme experience, but I worked really hard to claim this identity of mine, and I'm not gonna give it up that easy.
Incredibly relatable.
Yeah. J Hill says, I do love watching Jodi just flipping everywhere. It's strangely more enjoyable to watch them than the role.
Yeah, halfway through the stream, I suddenly remembered I have the Dark Wood Grain ring, and it's fucking fantastic. I'm going to be using it for the rest of the run.
Pepper says, my genders are girl, spider, mysterious gender, silhouette, and mask. Audrey says, I'm autism gender. Ashlyn says, I'm vampire. Pepper says, hell yeah, vampire is a good one. J Hill says, my gender is usually he, him, but it can change on my mood and which personality is driving. Ashlyn says, I've literally gone to the dentist to have my canines bonded so they're like vampire things. That's awesome.
That is cool.
Gender affirming care.
I have never heard of that particular procedure, but that's cool as hell.
I've definitely seen it before. But Audrey said gaming. Also, Pepper, about the mask thing, something I've heard from other people who mask frequently, and I'm not sure how true it is because I haven't done it myself yet, but maybe worth looking into, is some people say that if you wear really like ornate or like not colorful, but like patterned masks, people are more likely to be like, oh, that's really interesting, than be weird. That might be a way to explore that in a way that's a little bit safer. I haven't tried it myself, but I have heard people say like, you can get away with wearing masks without like the social pressure a lot easier if you make it a style choice.
That makes a lot of sense.
I don't know how true it is in actuality. I haven't tried it, but I do know a few people who do that, and it seems to work for them. I just wear masks normal style whenever I go out usually, but I do get weird looks. I once got yelled at in a Costco for wearing a mask.
If you mean like COVID masking, we've been having problems with that recently about just like people being not like super weird about it, but weird enough that it's like, come on, COVID's a thing still. Come on.
Yeah, I once had some lady in a Costco be like, why are you wearing a mask? And I was like, why does it bother you? And she walked away. I also had someone ask me when I was walking to a Safeway, which is just a grocery store around here. I asked, they saw me wearing a mask and they're like, what, are you gonna rob the place? And I was like, yes. I walked inside. So yeah, I live in Arizona. I imagine it's even worse here than it is there. But you know, you're in rural Massachusetts, which could be worse too. I don't know. Shit's weird. You want to look like I mean, like maybe you could design a mask that would like.
Okay. Yeah, it is a little weird here sometimes in that way. And like like the places that we live, people have such a superiority complex about being like really far to the left when they're really not. And it's like because of that it can make the masking conversation even harder.
People in Arizona are very strange in their political alignments. It's very much cowboy country here. People do not want the government to do anything in any direction, which is sometimes nice and sometimes horrible. Ashlyn says, I sometimes wear a mask, it's plastic and it looks cool, but wearing it longer than 12 hours hurts. I imagine so. Also, I hope you're not out and about for 12 hours straight. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever you want with your life, but like, that seems like a long time. I hope you're getting rest, is all I'm saying. J Hill says, that reminds me of my friend who nearly got in actual trouble because he was wearing a ski mask because it was a blizzard. Yeah, happens to POCs all the time, especially black people. I've definitely been looked. I always buy colorful ski masks because of that, actually, because people will not see you as so much of a threat if you're wearing any color other than black. Sucks. Pepper says, yeah, Ashlyn, I wish I could have a mask for a face sometimes. Actual masks can be really warm. Yeah, masks are hard in like a physical way.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Pepper, it only just occurred to me now. There's a masked character in the Friends at the Table season Songfiel I think you'd really like. he's got like a mask in every scene. He's like a different mask in every scene that he's in, and he's just very mysterious, kind of elder god kind of person.
Pepper asked, I told you about Cryptic, but have you seen the character at all? Was Cryptic one of the drawings you've done? Because I've seen most of your character drawings. But I can't remember which one's Cryptic. JL says, but the idea of a robber wearing a rainbow ski mask with the words grab here written on the back with black Sharpie, it's an image. Yeah, JL, that is an image.
Oh yeah, Pepper, God, Judith, you're so right about Valence. I should have brought that up to try to draw Pepper into Partisan. You're so right. Valence is a character from the Friends at the Table season Partisan, who is a gas cloud inhabiting a robot, and his face is just, or their face is just like a mask that, like, it reads as a mask to people, but it is just their face.
Ashlyn says, I'm currently making a satin mask because I love the feel of satin on my face, and it's gonna have like a galaxy pattern to it. That's nice. Pepper says, Cryptic is a character I made and dress up as, I'm guessing for my ASMR videos. That's cool.
Like, how well does satin breathe? I would worry about that getting really sweaty.
Yeah. I don't know. It depends. I think satin breathes okay because satin is usually used for like bonnets.
True. That makes sense.
Pepper says, may I send you some of my cool mask outfits? Yep, you can. I would love to see that. Pictures. I understood. You could send pictures. I mean, I don't know what else you would send. You're just gonna mail me your outfits. Weird clams.
Weird clams. They're called man-eater clams. The like pearls inside them are skulls.
The one I'm using is really thin, says Ashlyn. That's cool. I use satin for bonnet reasons. For my curly hair. One of my girlfriends who is black had been telling me for years I needed to try a bonnet because my curly hair keeps getting fucked up, and I was like, okay, and then I just keep forgetting, and then I went to a curly hair salon and they were like, you really need a bonnet, and I was like, okay, I'll do it, and it immediately improved my life.
I've been told it can be really helpful even if you have like straight hair. I've been meaning to try it also.
It's super helpful in every way because cotton, which is what most pillowcases are made out of, is bad for your hair. Causes breakage.
That makes sense.
Also, Jodi, I think you might have like at least very light curly hair.
Yeah, I do have light curls.
And I would really love to try like a curly hair method on your hair and see what happens.
I would love that. Like I only really get my curls very pronounced when I like regularly condition, which like depression I don't do that often. But like I love my curls when I have them. I love them so much.
Jay Hill says I hate my curly hair. I swear it gets tangled the sec. Jay Hill, you're speaking to the choir. I've had curly hair forever, obviously, but when I was a kid, even now, but when I was a kid, it was really bad. My hair would get matted nearly instantly. Like it was terrible, like just deeply awful. And I hated it. I hated it so much. And the better I take care of my curls, the less it tangles. Personally. I don't know if that will be your experience. And also, J Hill, if you want to talk in like the Discord about curly hair and how to take care of it, maybe I could give you some advice if that's what you want. I'm happy to help. But the tangles, constant, huge problem. Hated it. I once cut off most of my hair because of how bad it matted. But having a good brush for detangling and having good hair care routines can help with, because the less breakage your hair has, the less tangled it will be. It will still get tangled, but it will get tangled a lot slower in my experience. It still sucks. I'm not gonna say it doesn't. There's a reason I keep my hair so short, but it gets easier. JL says, I've dealt with people accusing me of never caring for my hair, but no, I just look at it and suddenly 1,000 knots. Yeah, I've been there. No, I've been there. I remember being a kid and people would be like, you are like legitimately calling me disgusting because of how bad my hair looked. And it wasn't anything I did wrong. You know, like I may not have the tools that necessarily was what I needed in that moment, but like it's not it doesn't mean you're not caring for it. It doesn't mean you're not trying and you're not doing what you can. I understand. I understand completely. It sucks. It sucks how often curly hair gets really demonized. Like straight people can have messy hair and it's cute. And
I'm just gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'm not gonna go to intermission because you can still talk if you want to.
Yeah. But yeah, curly people have messy hair and suddenly it's disgusting. Detail says, I found getting it braided helped, but I can't do that myself, so it sucks. Yeah, braiding helps, but it is hard to do on yourself. Have you ever tried like doing 2 separate braids? That's what I usually do. A little bit easier. Judith says, my hair is really frizzy no matter how much I condition. Judith, your hair might be curly. That's a really common thing for people with curly hair to have experienced most of their life thinking their hair is just frizzy and straight or frizzy and wavy, and turns out they have curly hair. I don't know your hair texture. I've never seen it, but like you might just have curly hair. J Hill says, yeah, but yeah, if I braid it, it looks nice and doesn't tangle. Yeah, braiding helps with tangles. Judah says, and one time some guy driving down the street past me yelled, you need to condition your hair. That's hilarious, Judith. I've been yelled crazy things about my hair too, but that's really funny to me. I'm sorry. J Hill says, some people just say I should give it and get dreads. If you don't want locks, I prefer calling them locks, but you call them whatever you want. If you don't want dreads or locks, you're allowed to not get them. You could do whatever you want with your hair. But like there's options. Like if you want to talk, I don't know what hair texture you specifically have. I don't have experience with like 4A, 4B, 4C hair. That's not what my hair texture is, but like I can point you in directions that might be helpful. I have 3A through 3C hair. That's my hair texture range. But yeah, Judith, I do think that your hair just might be curly if it's frizzy no matter what you do. Ashlyn says, I've been accused of not taking care of myself or faking not being okay because I disappeared for months during school. That's hard. I don't know what happened there, but I hope you're doing okay regardless. Judith says, my mom had straight hair. My dad used to have pretty curly hair, but now he has alopecia. I think mine sits somewhere in between. Yeah, it might be. But like if you treat your hair as if it's curly, it will be more curly. Just FYI. Like my hair when you brush it looks wait, how do I figure out what to do about my hair? Try a curly girl method. Curly girl method is what it's called. It's not necessarily just for girls. It's just what it's called. But Ashlyn is 16. Not sure what to do about that, but yeah. How do you figure out what to do with your hair? I could recommend some pretty simple products if you want to try some.
Hello, I'm back.
Judith, but like generally, what you're gonna do if you want to try to do some curly hair, is when it's very very wet, put some like light hold gel or light hold mousse, or even just like they're sometimes called curly cream. Just put it in your hair, run it through with your fingertips, and then while it's very wet, it has to be very wet. Start scrunching it up, like bunching it up towards your head, and squeezing it, and then you're gonna take a t-shirt, specifically a t-shirt. You do not need it. You don't use a towel on your hair. Towels are so prone to causing hair breakage. Use a t-shirt. T-shirt material is way better for your hair, just in general.
That is news to me. I didn't know that.
Everyone should probably be drying their hair with towels, without towels, with t-shirt material.
Huh. That makes a lot of sense now that you say it. I feel like I always like pull a lot of hairs out when I dry my hair.
Yes. Breakage is super common with towels. But anyways, try with a towel and then try drying it by doing the scrunching, but with the towel. Yes, it could be the reason why your hair growth has stalled out.
Judith, your hair is pretty long though, isn't it? Like,
Be still and trust thy
But J Hill says, oof, I know that feeling when I get stressed. I get really self-destructive to the point it angers people thinking I just looking for attention. Yeah, J Hill, I'm really sorry that I've experienced that before too. Judith says, that and the fact that my hair gets so tangled when I'm brushing. Yeah, you also need a better brush. Generally, people are not detangling with brushes that are made for detangling, and it can cause more damage than it can help. So like, for example, a Denman brush, which is really a classic curly hair styling brush. should never be used for detangling. It's too stiff. A detangling brush should be flexible in some way. I like the what is it called? I think it's the bounce curl brush. Way less breakage. Pepper, I bet it really smells really bad in that guy's mouth. Yeah, considering how much tooth decay, he's probably smoking constantly.
Yeah. I was gonna say, do you think Koth and Frampt like brush their teeth? But also, how would they? Do they use their mustaches for that?
They don't have arms. I mean, it looks like they smoke though. Like
They
I don't
do,
know where
yeah.
they're getting the cigarettes and how they're putting it in. By the way, thank you so much for your help, Manal from Judith. Yeah, you're welcome. I've been on my own curly hair journey for many years. I grew up in a family full of curly haired people who straighten their hair to the point of like, bye Judith. I grew up in a family with curly hair, that runs pretty rampant, but it's so many people straighten it to the point of that is, it is like my mom has gotten her hair relaxed for the last 30 years.
Oh.
For those who don't know, relaxing your hair basically means forcing it chemically to be straight. Not good for your hair.
I just want to say real quick, so you might know this, we're at the final boss again for the second time in 2 streams. We have 3 achievements left. One of those is just the achievement for getting every achievement, so it doesn't really count. The other 2 are for getting the dark ending, which we are about to do, and the other's for getting every special weapon. The 2 special weapons that we have left to get are the final weapon that we need from Sif's soul, and the final weapon that, or the only weapon that you get from Gwyn's soul. We used Gwyn's soul this run to get a miracle, because you can either spend it on a miracle or on a weapon. So all we have left to do is we're gonna fight Gwyn. We're gonna fight. We're gonna go to New Game Plus Plus. We're gonna fight the Bell Gargoyles. We're gonna fight Sif. We're going to fight Quelaag. We're going to fight the Iron Golem. We're going to get through to the end of Anor Londo. We're going to talk to the Giant Blacksmith, and we are done. That's the end of this run. So, let's get to it. Also, you can go back to talking about other things now. I just wanted to give that update.
No, it's fine. I was just looking to see if I can find the brush I like.
Yeah.
I can.
J-Hill says, that sounds like it could be rough with the New Game Plus Plus boost. It's not. It will take an hour, if that. Like, we are basically done. The New Game Plus Plus part is so short. I forgot I should probably switch to my rapier for these guys for the bonus to riposting.
But yeah, curly hair method will work on anyone who even has wavy hair. It should help with the frizzing. Just, even if it doesn't cause curls, it will help with the frizzing. Just for everyone listening. Also, Pepper, your pictures were really cool. Cryptic's pronouns are he, him, right?
They are, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure, because I saw it on the card, but you know, sometimes we don't always update things when they change.
Pepper has talked about how, like, the initial plan for Cryptic was for it to be a woman, but then this was pre-transition, and she was kind of like, oh, but people will think that's weird, and also she had to, like, play Cryptic herself, so it was kind of just like, okay, I guess he's a guy, actually.
He's pretty cool.
And, like, Cryptic is the main character of a roleplay stream series that Pepper does with Zach. One of the 2 main characters. Zach's character is Mr. Zacharoni. But it's a funny series.
Zacharoni. Yeah. That's pretty funny, Zach. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like people don't really talk about hair care in ways that's useful for anyone other than straight hair.
Yeah. I think that is unfortunately quite true.
Yeah, it's like a really common curly girl experience, to straighten your hair obsessively for years on end before you start learning how to do your hair normally, which is something I also experienced. I used to straighten my hair every day for a while. Not great for your hair. Gail says, would Femme Cryptic looked somewhat like your female GTA character, the thought came to mind as your male one is cryptic. Interesting.
Yeah.
Pepper says, I would love to show you that series sometimes, Manal. That would be cool.
I think Dima's meant to be like a fully separate character, but I don't know. I probably shouldn't speak for you on this, should I, Pepper?
Something that's really, like, funny, I think, about me is that there's very few topics I know about that I don't know a lot about. And so whenever, like, whenever I get into conversations where I have to talk for a long period of time, people are always like, you can't, like, how do you engage like this? It's like, I just like to learn.
Yeah, it's something I appreciate about you quite a lot.
Thank you. I like to learn about things. I like to talk about things. I like to think deeply about things. Which was not always a benefit in my life, but I'm glad I am able to do it. Audrey says, Mimi core is to be scholar of all things that don't matter. Yeah.
I can sympathize with that.
Also things that do. Well, lots of things that don't. Like, do you know that the reason why dogs chew on bones is because they think they're wolves and they think they can eat them?
Oh, really? I did not know that.
It's actually not good to give dogs bones because they can't tell that they can't eat them and they might swallow pieces of it.
Oh.
Yep.
I've been giving dogs bones my entire life. Whoops.
You can, from what I understand, the research is a little bit mixed, but from what I understand, raw bones are significantly safer than cooked bones because they break easier.
I think I did hear about that. Yeah.
They don't break into shards. But yeah.
I think I do remember the point, like, when I think raw hides were found to be not great for dogs, and because I remember my mom suddenly being like, "Oh no, we're not giving the dog raw hides anymore." But yeah.
Yeah, bones for the most part are generally not super great for dogs. Pepper says, yeah, the original Femme Cryptic was basically an entirely different person, a shorter, more petite woman who had just come over from out of the country. She was a lot less serious and edgy, too.
I don't know if she's not edgy. Is she even cryptic at that point?
I know, it's like...
So much of the humor for cryptic is how edgy he is.
Crypt is such an interesting word.
Yeah.
I'm in Arabic, because I'm taking Arabic for those who don't know, we're learning how to turn verbs into nouns. And the rules about how to turn verbs into nouns, like the gerunds, because like in English you could say walk or walking. Walking is the noun version of the verb. Anyways, but the way that it works, the way that the rules work, is also possible to use on regular adjectives and on other nouns occasionally. So you could say like friend and friendship follow the same rules as adding the ing.
1 second. Hi KP June, welcome to the stream. I'm Jodi. I share this channel with my girlfriend Pepper. The other person on the stream with me right now is my other girlfriend Manal. We're playing some Dark Souls. Welcome to the stream.
Nice to meet you, Cappy June. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the rules of grammar in Arabic are very fascinating.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Like, even more so than like the overall languages themselves, different grammar rules in different languages are always so fascinating to me.
My professor got into an argument with one of my classmates today. It was a lighthearted argument, but I think he's right. Which is she speaks Arabic, she speaks dialect. She's a heritage speaker, not a native speaker, which is a distinction in Arabic. Which is heritage means you grew up speaking it in your family, and native means you grew up speaking it in the country that Arabic, like in a country Arabic is spoken. The difference is that if you're a native speaker, you know how to read and write and use all the grammar rules. If you're a heritage speaker, you don't. Because they're technically a different language. Anyways, she was we were talking about languages and rules and the grammar and all this other stuff, and it started with there is a concept within Arabic grammarians that Arabic is a more enlightened language than English because we have a text to go back to prove whether grammar rules are real or not, which is the Quran. And he was like, I don't really agree with that though. I think all languages are beautiful and amazing, and I think they're all important. And she was like,
English does not
no,
need to be defended right now.
and she was just like, Arabic is so much better than English. And he was like, I think you're wrong. Like, my original bachelor's degree was in English literature in Iraq.
I'm so glad someone's here to defend English's honor. Lord knows there's nobody pulling for English in the world right now.
Oh my god, it's Junie. That's my roommate.
Oh, hello.
That is my roommate. That's pretty funny.
Welcome. I did not realize that was you. Sorry for that introduction.
Neither did I. I had no idea what her screen name was. But yeah, like what was I saying? You know, like I think he was, because like her I don't know. I think that like English as a language in its hegemony is a bad thing, but English as a language that you could write poetry in isn't, and that was her argument. Her argument was that like poetry is better in Arabic, songs are better in Arabic, and he was just like, I think all languages have their strengths and weaknesses. They're all important, and how they're used matters, and how we talk about things and how we come across new words and engage with reality is really important and beautiful. And she was just yelling at him. I was like, please, chill. Oh my god, are you serious? That's pretty funny.
Wait, I'm sorry, the W word?
Wait, what is the W word? Junie, can you come over? Can you text me it?
Oh, I see.
Yeah, a lot of Arab grammarians will say the same thing for the same reason that I was just explaining. No, it's a bad word. You're right.
Yeah.
Both of them are bad words, but it's fine. Yeah. I don't know what the rules around those words are. I don't know if I would censor them entirely, but
no, I believe for YouTube specifically, those are fine.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like I hear that a lot about English and different cultures. You know, I think they're right to some extent, but I also think it's like, come on. This is a little unnecessary. I think it's partially like for my professor, at least, like he loves Arabic. He clearly very much loves Arabic. But like he loves linguistics more than he loves any language, and so every language has interesting linguistics.
Yeah.
And his defense was just like, linguistics is very interesting and we shouldn't ignore it. It was also really funny because that girl in that same conversation earlier on said that astrology was real.
Oh, okay. No.
Because there's an Arabic kind of astrology that exists. It's not the same way that astrology works. It's probably closer to like how tarot cards work in the Western context, but there is something like that in Arabic culture. And she was like, it's real in the Middle East, and I was like, oh, babe, no. She drives me nuts sometimes because she speaks almost exclusively in Arabic in class despite speaking English very well, and she speaks in dialect, and so none of us can understand her except for the professor, and he always responds in English because that's the only way everyone will understand what's happening. But like she still continues to do that, and it just frustrates me. Yeah. It's like you should speak in Arabic as much as you can in this class, but also like you don't get to have a different conversation than the rest of us can understand all the time. Please don't do that.
Yeah, that's a little, I don't know, rude, I guess.
The thing that's really funny to me about it is that he always responds in Arabic. Or always responds in English. He never responds in Arabic when she asks questions in Arabic. He could. He clearly knows Arabic well enough. But like it's very obvious to me that he's like, I don't want to encourage having conversations that the other students can't understand.
Yeah. Makes sense.
I don't know. Arabic is really interesting too because like the vocabulary I think is significantly smaller than English. Um.
Sorry, I'm being a little bit less vocal right now because I'm focusing on not getting killed.
No, you're fine.
Gwyn is giving me a lot more trouble this time for some reason. I think I have the pattern though. Gotta back off, use pursuers again, and then Dark Bead will stun him and I can do a second Dark Bead and that should more than kill him at this point. Just have to back off enough to use pursuers.
Yeah, Arabic is really interesting because like depending on how you think about it, it could have millions of words or very few. Because Arabic doesn't really work like English in that most words have a root pattern. And the pattern changes, and if you just it's unclear how if you distinguish those as separate words or if you consider them the same, with different patterns. So like it's hard. Like, and but it makes learning vocabulary easier than learning vocabulary in English because words tend to have overlaps. Like derasa or uderes is I study. Adros is I teach. Madrasa is a school. Mudaris is a teacher. Darasa is a lesson.
Junie just said I do the run back
studying.
perfectly, and then I immediately just eat shit.
Yeah.
I mean, you were right before.
My point is,
yeah, sorry.
my point is that all the words have these overlaps that meaning they're much more connected than English usually is. Anyways. Just me ranting about learning a language.
No, Junie, you're fine. I mean, close enough to perfect. I'm back up to full health. It's fine. And I have 20 Estus flasks, so using one does not matter. I love the visual design of the kiln of the first flame. I love that you just get a sense of how huge the fire was when he relit it. It's like
there's ashes everywhere.
These ashes everywhere and all these pillars that are like melted on one side. Like, oh, it's so good.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Oh, they actually hit me through the fog
bad.
gate. Whoops.
Oh my god, don't die.
Oh shit, that was not the right spell. Not the right spell. Uh-oh. Okay.
Get killed, idiot.
I did that. I already have.
I know, I'm just making fun of you.
I know.
Audrey says the get blanked idiot all the time.
I say it a lot too. I love it.
DJ Khaled voice, another one. I hate DJ You know he's Palestinian?
I did not know that. Huh.
His name is Khaled. His name is not Khaled. He's just whited his name for no clear reason. Also, I hate him. He sucks. He has sold out Palestinians at every given opportunity, basically always.
Ugh.
But yeah, he's Palestinian.
Oh, damn it again. Same exact problem as last time.
Yeah. I remember when Dark Souls first came out, like the series first came out, and a lot of my friends were like, oh my god, Dark Souls is so cool. And I was like, isn't it like kind of a little bit a glitchy mess? And they were like, yeah, that's what makes it so cool. And I'm like, what is going on?
I mean, honestly, it was never that glitchy. Like, there were some areas where, like, the frame rate would go super low, like Upper Blighttown. But, like, for the most part... I mean, okay, and also, like, the PC port was fucking awful. But...
yeah.
For the most part, it was never that glitchy. That was never the issue with it, in my experience.
Yeah. A lot of people also I knew were like, Dark Souls are so cool because it's so hard, and I
Yeah.
was like, I don't think that's a measure of goodness, actually.
Like, even as someone who loves Dark Souls a lot, it's not because it's hard. That's just like there is a degree to which it's like, oh, you get a genuine sense of accomplishment when you win because it was difficult, but it's like, it was never even actually that hard to begin with, though. It's like, it's really good at feeling a lot harder than it actually is.
That's fair. Have you ever played Hollow Knight?
Yes, I love Hollow Knight.
I liked Hollow Knight a lot, but I probably couldn't play it myself because it is a little bit too hard for me. But Audrey played it, and I watched, and I was sad.
All right, let's check out the second ending.
Whoa, ending time. Yeah, ended, idiot. Oh, Hollow Knight is a lesbian love. That's awesome.
Yeah, we are probably gonna do that at some point on Lesbian Love. Lesbian's Love.
You
I need to
should try
make
Animal Well too. Me and Audrey played it recently.
I've been playing a little bit of Animal Well. I haven't actually finished it, but yeah.
When you get towards the end, please talk to me about it. I don't want to spoil shit, but that shit's wild. It did something to me that broke me. I was just like, what? No, you just can't do that. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
There are.
I thought there was only 2.
That's how they made it sound. And Frampt is gonna serve us anyway, even though he was all like, "Oh, you're dark. I don't like you now."
Why is there so many of these goat guys?
Good question.
Goat serpents.
Oh,
I thought they were primordial, and that they've been around forever. Why is there like a dozen of them?
Good question. It's never really explained. But in Dark Souls 3, there is some, there is like one particular building that has architecture where there's a lot of like statues and reliefs of the serpents. That's all you get about like any kind of hint about them.
Too many. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Is this the end of the game? Is it just roll credits now?
Yep. And we've already seen the credits, so I'm gonna skip. No, we still have a little bit of our New Game Plus run now.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is too many of them, and I also don't like it, Pepper. You're right.
It's bad.
Serpents should not have mustaches like that, and they should not be made of flesh.
The mustaches are such
need teeth.
The mustaches are such a weird design element. I don't understand it. So oh yeah, we are up to 39. Thank you. I forgot to update the achievements.
J-Hill, what are your pronouns? I don't actually remember. I'm sorry. Was it? I just a quick question because I know everyone else's. I think him usually. Okay. Let me know if that changes. But I just wasn't sure, and I realized I wasn't sure, and I didn't know how to use pronouns for you. Jeannie says they look vaguely like the racist Chinese characters in the old comics. Honestly,
I kind of see it actually. Yeah, that is fair.
The weird stringy mustaches.
Also, I haven't pointed it out, but you can see the demon just chilling out up there.
That guy looks like KK. What is it? K. Rool.
King K. Rool. Yeah.
King K. Rool. There you go. That guy looks like King K. Rool had a bad day. Well, you already won?
Yeah, I mean this is the tutorial boss. Like
yeah.
Yeah. Like I listed the 4 bosses we need to kill like in this run and then we're done. And I totally forgot about the Asylum Demon because that doesn't even count. It's not a real boss.
Yeah. Mr. King K. Rool. That's what I'm gonna call him from now on. I don't remember his name. Donkey Kong 64 is such an interesting game historically.
Oh, it is.
The whole fact that the whatever it's called, the expansion pack exists, not primarily, but partly because of that game. And also the fact that it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, I like it, but it also kind of sucks. Yeah. But the Donkey Kong rap, that shit's a bang.
Timeless.
That was awesome.
Yeah, 100%. So our last achievement.
What's your favorite like vintage game?
Good question.
What do you say first?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that. Our last achievement is just making 2 more boss weapons when we get to Anor Londo. So the game will end, or the run will end when we get to the giant blacksmith. We have to kill Sif and then kill the 3 bosses we need to kill to open up Anorlando, and then we're done, basically. My favorite, like that era of game, like N64, I think Perfect Dark. I love Perfect Dark.
I've never played it.
It is like...
Is that the 007 one?
No, that's GoldenEye, but like Perfect Dark is like the spiritual sequel to it, made by the same people. And like I loved GoldenEye also, but Perfect Dark is so cool because it's also like, it's not just like, oh, you're a spy for the British government. It's like you are a spy, and also there's like an alien conspiracy plot, and it's really cool.
Do you have a broken cartridge of Perfect Dark, Audrey? Interesting.
Well, if you have a Switch, there's like a remaster of it coming out soon, or not a remaster.
Oh,
like,
yeah, and I have the N64 Virtual Console thing. My favorite N64 game. When I used to play N64 games back then, I didn't play a lot of single player games because. So like when the N64 came out, I think I was like 0, and or I was like I was very young. So we had N64 games into my childhood, but it wasn't like didn't come out around my time. So a lot of the games that were single player I couldn't really play. By the time that I was like, it was still our main console, but. I really liked Mario Party. I liked Mario Party 1 and 3.
you like ending friendships. Okay, I see it now.
I like being really annoying in playing games. I used to play it when we played Smash Bros. I think Melee, Brawl, and 4. When we played those games, I would always play as Zelda, and I would just spam.
I love Zelda.
Crystal.
Yeah.
I would spam the crystal thing. I would hide in a corner, spamming that the entire game.
Oh, that's
and then
annoying.
everyone would fight each other because I was so bad at Smash Bros. And they're like, I don't want to deal with this. So they'd all fight each other and lose all their lives except one, and then they fight me, and I can win four lives to 1 life. I could do that. I can't win on a fair fight, but I can win 4 to 1.
Also, I gotta say, Zelda was always like my favorite character, so you have good taste.
I loved Zelda.
Also, maybe that should have said something about me.
I liked Zelda in part because she was one of the only girl characters they had at the time I started playing Smash Bros. And I'm always gonna root for women.
Yes.
Misandrist over here.
Yes. True.
But also I don't know. I didn't really like a lot of. I occasionally played as Kirby because he was cute. I occasionally played as Yoshi because he was cute. But I liked Zelda. I don't like that thing is following you.
Yeah, like their ragdolls in particular get stuck to your body a lot. Like the ragdolls in this game are silly like all the time in general, but those guys in particular, I don't know why. They're especially weird and funny.
What other vintage games do I like? I liked Earthbound.
Yeah. I so need to play Earthbound.
I love Earthbound. I loved Earthbound a lot.
Anyway,
I would love to play it together.
I'm currently setting up to make a flex that could be really bad for me, actually. We'll see. I'm not resting at this bonfire so that after I beat Quelaag, I can just homeward bone back up. But that could be really, really bad. We'll see.
Well, Jigglypuff isn't necessarily a girl. But yeah. I think that's true. And they did have Samus, but I think this was far enough in the past that Samus wasn't like clearly a girl.
No, like Samus was clearly a girl in the first game she was in if you got like the right ending. Like people knew by the time that Smash Bros came out that Samus was a girl.
I don't know, cuz like I don't know a lot of people who finished Metroid, and it wasn't like internet culture around gaming existed
like,
in the same way.
I knew she was a girl, and I was like just a kid like who didn't have access to like those sorts of things, like the like the internet or anything. Like it was still just like the people just knew. It was like a thing that was like passed around like in schoolyards. Like, oh, you're playing Samus in Smash. Did you know she's a girl? That kind of thing.
Corgi, I knew that it was known back then, but I don't know if it was known by the people I knew.
Oh, got you.
At least not for the first game. Melee I definitely knew by Melee, but I don't know if I knew for Smash Bros. 1. Jay Hill says, I read an article once about how Yoshi is somehow coded to attract LGBT people.
Shit.
It's really funny. There's a meme about Yoshi that Yoshi is the gateway drug to gayness. Which I don't know how that works, but it's pretty funny. Ice Climbers is brother-sister team, right? Yeah, they are a brother-sister team. A lot of times people think they're both girls because of the colors they're in, but yeah, they're a brother-sister team. Corgi, I know because while I didn't beat it, I did grow up with the NES. I grew up with an NES too, but I don't know any. None of my family played Metroid. To be honest with you. Audrey said pwned, and Junie said damn.
Yeah, I did get pwned.
Get wrecked, idiot.
I was so close. I should have been safe, and I would have been fine. Anyway, I'm not going to learn from the mistake. I'm still not going to rest at the bonfire down there. I don't want to go back up through Blighttown.
That's fair. J Hill, so apparently is well known phenomenon that Yoshi attracts the LGBT community. Yeah, I think it's because Yoshi's just cute.
Yeah. On that topic, justice for Burdetta.
Yeah. Yeah. I really like Yoshi personally. For those of you who are not in my life in actual, I am a Yoshi collector. I have I think about 50 different Yoshi items now.
Whenever we have like a video date, they're always in the background. I always think it's really cute.
Yeah, we call them the Yoshi Council. I love Yoshi. I've collected Yoshi for many years now. I'm sitting in the corner of the Yoshi Council right now. Yeah, because Audrey's in the bedroom. But I love Yoshi. So at the very least, for me, it's something. For me, the reason I like Yoshi is one, he's just cute. I have no idea what you're talking about,
J-Hill, what?
That's wild.
What game is that?
What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Jeannie says I still don't trust them. They don't blink. There's too many of them. They're there for protection.
They're outnumbering us. Blink. If they decide to turn on us, there's nothing we can do.
People always ask me why I collect Yoshis, and the answer is I'm not actually sure. I started collecting Yoshis because I really like Nintendo. I always have. Like, I know Nintendo is a really pretty awful company, but Nintendo games are very comfortable for me, and I like their aesthetic. I like the choices they make in terms of mechanics and storytelling beats and also all sorts of things in that regard. And when I was a kid, I was visiting my family in New York, and I went to Nintendo World and saw Nintendo World is a store in Manhattan, and it's like a bunch of merch for Nintendo. It's the only Nintendo store in the country, as far as I'm aware. It might be another one now, but I don't know. And they sell Yoshis in all different colors. And the first time I went, I was like, I'm gonna buy 3 Yoshis. And every time I went after that, I bought another one. And then I bought another one. And then I bought another one. And then I ran out of Yoshi colors to buy there. And I started buying other things. And my family and my friends started to notice I like Yoshi, so they started drawing me Yoshis. They started painting me Yoshis.
Want to say something real quick? I figured out my issue, by the way, why I died last time. I wasn't doing enough cool flips. There we go. Now I'm good.
Sorry. You weren't cool enough.
I wasn't doing enough cool flips. Now I'll be good. Now I got it.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, continue. Also, I just realized I always used to play Yoshi in Mario Kart.
Yeah. But yeah, like, I just started collecting more Yoshis, and the more I collected Yoshis, the more I wanted to collect Yoshis, and the more other people around me started buying Yoshis, and it just kept going from there. I have everything from a Yoshi RC car to Yoshi oven mitts. It's a problem. Corgi, why does anyone collect anything? Who knows? Yeah, that's fair. Hi, Judith.
Hi, Judith.
The game is called Captain Rainbow, J-Hill. I don't want to look that up. I'm sorry.
I'm so curious about it.
I'm scared. I'm real scared. Is it real? Like, I'm gonna look it up now. Never mind.
Yep, Judith, this is New Game Plus Plus. We have to kill Sif, the Bell Gargoyles, the Iron Golem, get to the Giant Blacksmith, and we are done with this run. We'll have every achievement.
Oh my god. This is a real game.
Oh my god, is it?
There's nothing in the Wikipedia article about Verdetta, but I'm gonna look it up.
What's your issue, Corgi? What do you need?
Oh my god, it's bad.
It sounds like it. Like,
oh no.
Berdetta's already the trans misogyny character, so. Ugh. As I said, justice for Berdetta. She deserves so much better.
Yeah, like, part of the game mechanic is you have to go to her home and find proof that she's a female.
Okay.
Which is wonderful. Love that.
Love it.
Why? This was made in 2008. This is unreasonable.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I was assuming this was like a
It's a
90s
Wii
thing.
It's a Wii game.
Oh my god. That's the genuinely surprising part to me. Like, I would have thought this was like an NES and SNES kind of thing.
No, it's on the Wii. Corey, what do you mean by issues? well, Corey will maybe get up to where we're at some point.
Hopefully.
Hey, loser.
Thank you for the sweets. I'm gonna take a sip.
Yeah, and the item retrieved to prove that she's a girl is censored.
Oh, great. This is all so wonderful. Oh yeah, I've seen people pass that clip around, Junie. Like, which Yakuza game is that? I've been meaning to play some Yakuza games.
I don't know. I definitely feel like I've seen trans women characters in some games that weren't terrible. I have to think about it though. There's definitely a lot of terrible ones, but gotta think about it. I wish that Paper Mario Thousand Year Door wasn't localized in the way it was.
In what way?
So I feel like the original, because the Paper Mario Thousand Year Door, I think it's the one that I'm thinking of, has a trans character.
Yeah, with Vivian. Yeah.
Yeah, and in her localization, it's just completely cut out of her characterization.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, they actually just brought out the like a remaster of it, and they brought that back. They made it explicit that she's a trans femme.
Yeah, because like her story, as far as I didn't play it, so I can't tell you how good of a job they did. But from what I understand, her story is just like she is a girl, but her family won't accept that she is.
Yeah.
And like I don't know, like that's not a great portrayal of trans womanhood, I think, but I think it's like not a terrible one.
Yeah, no, I love Vivian. A lot of other trans femmes I know also love Vivian. Like,
yeah,
it's not like there's a certain
like a well-rounded character from what I've seen.
Yeah, and like there's a certain degree to which like I'd like some stories about transness that aren't, like this, but within that story, she's real good.
Yeah. I'm looking at trans women in video games now, which is maybe a thing that I shouldn't be Googling, but I'm gonna Google it anyways.
Oh, we have such wonderful characters, such as like the joke character in Catherine, and who the entire premise of the game Catherine like says that she's really a man, like, or like the ones from Persona 4, or I'm sorry, Persona 3, who's like a predator, and like, oh man, yeah, there's so many good ones.
Yeah. I mean, Madeline Celeste, that's one.
Madeline Celeste, that's yeah, fair. Chihiro from Danganronpa, yeah. Oh.
Apparently, there's a trans mask character in Dragon Age called
There is Krem, yeah. He was actually, it was a big deal back when he came out. Back when that game came out. But that was like, that's in Dragon Age Inquisition, which is not going to be
back when he specifically came out, not the game.
He was already out before the game started. It's just like we didn't know him.
I'm just saying, it was really funny to me.
Yeah. Krem is a pretty good character. And like, I think Inquisition or Veilguard has a trans woman in it that apparently is quite good. And also, you can just play. You can play like an explicitly trans femme player character in Veilguard if you want.
There's a good night, Corgi.
Night, Corgi.
Claire Russell in Cyberpunk 2077 apparently is not terrible. But I don't know. I've never played Cyberpunk. No, could not tell you.
Yeah. I think the story with like the trans femme in Dragon Age, I think Veilguard, who's actually pretty good, is that like in one of the DLCs for Dragon Age 2, they included like a sex worker trans femme joke character, and it just made some trans femmes just like on the BioWare forums just be like, come on, really? And the writers were like, you know what? You're right. That's our bad. And that's why they put Krem in, and then that's why they put like a better trans femme character in Veilguard, and also made the player character like able to be a trans femme.
Heaven Will Be Mine has a good trans character for sure.
I keep meaning to play that one. That's the one with like Halamede, right?
Halamede? Like the ship poster?
The ship. Look, she's named herself after like a character from I think Heaven Will Be Mine.
Oh, I don't remember the characters' names in Heaven Will Be Mine, to be honest.
And apparently Halamede's a very minor character anyway. But yeah.
I have thoughts on Claire, says Judith. It annoys the hell out of me that you can make your character literally trans. And when she brings up that she's trans, there's no way to actually talk to her more about it. That's fair.
Sorry, Claire was in what game?
Literally only... Huh?
Sorry, Claire was in what game?
Cyberpunk 2077.
Right.
And then Audrey says, Heaven Will Be Mine is nothing but trans characters. That's not true, Audrey. They're not all trans. Halamede is literally only one of the only cis ones. Like, I do think, they're all queer in some way, but I don't know if they're all trans. Heaven Will Be Mine is a good game. I do enjoy it. It's certainly hard.
I thought it was like a visual novel. Oh, that's my bad.
Yeah, I mean not hard in a physical way.
Got you.
It's just a very it's a game about a conversion camp.
Oh, I actually know nothing about what it's about.
No, it's about kids in a conversion camp.
Oh.
Finding community in each other.
I see.
Yeah, it's not a simple. It's not it's a very intense. Oh, I'm thinking We Know the Devil. I'm sorry. That's my bad.
Okay.
Heaven Will Be Mine. So that was my problem the whole time then. Heaven Will Be Mine, is that the other one by the same people? Or is that something else, Audrey? I'm so bad with names. Audrey, help. Yes, okay, so it's by the same people. In that one, they're all trans. That's true. Heaven Will Be Mine is by the same people. That's why they're confused in my head. It's about space. And space personhood.
Interesting.
A lot of transhumanist conversation happening in that game. We Know the Devil is a very good game.
That should go on my list then.
It's by the same people. I think We Know the Devil. I like We Know the Devil slightly better. Heaven Will Be Mine is very good, but there's so much text in every part of it that it's almost unplayable. Like, in my mind, because it's like you either stop reading all the text because it's just too much and you need to be able to pay attention to anything that's important. If you read as much as it wants you to, it's just a lot. It's so dense. But also, if you don't read all of it, then you're missing parts of it, and it just feels like a slog. Whappy says Audrey, and Judith says, I'm gonna put you in the jar for killing Sid.
I have to kill Sif. I'm sorry. Oh, she's in the like the near death state where she limps. I'm so sorry, Sif. Oh no. I never actually showed this because I killed her too quick.
The weirdest part about this dog is that it's the most realistic thing in the game.
I
It
know.
looks like just an actual dog. I don't like that.
I feel so bad for doing this to her. I'm sorry, Sif.
Yeah, We Know the Devil I like better because one, it's faster to get through. It's a much smaller game.
Fuck you, Judith.
Heaven Will Be Mine, and there's a lot less reading, but it's a lot harsher.
Ow. Yeah, everyone likes the Sif fight, or like hates the Sif fight, because when you bring her down to below 10% health, she starts limping. And yeah. I must be toxic for my crimes, Jay Hill. I see. I see. Banned. No, I'm kidding. All right, we have killed half of the bosses we need to in this run so far. Now we just need the bell gargoyles and then the iron golem, and then we're basically done with the run. Wait, I should probably spend those souls. I didn't mean to make the puppy limp. I thought I was going to kill it before it limped. I'm sorry. That does not sound better, does it?
No.
Both previous times I fought her, I killed her before she started limping. I'm sorry it didn't happen this time. But yeah, Sif is the only boss in the game. I've said this a few times, I think. Sif is the only boss in the game whose soul makes 3 different weapons, which is why we need to go all the way to New Game Plus Plus in order to do this. Now, it is also for Gwyn's soul, because you can do 2 things with Gwyn's soul, but since that's the final boss, you can't do them in the previous run where you would get it, you know?
Apparently there's also a trans character in Last of Us 2, but I don't recommend anyone play that.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Like, it's one thing to make a game that's, like, entirely inspired by the IDF.
Yeah.
It's another thing to say that.
Yeah, and, like, and once you hear it said, like, this is what they're doing, it's like, oh my god, I see exactly how someone's simplified racist view of what's going on in Palestine was turned into this game. I actually see how they thought, I see what they thought they were doing, and that makes it so much worse, and it was already bad. Anyway, the trans character in The Last of Us 2, is fleeing from her family who are in the Palestinian analog because they found out she's trans. Or they found out he's trans. I forgot who the character was for a second. And they were going to kill him over it. Because that's the thing that Palestinians do, you see.
Yeah.
I forgot about the Baraniki Night. Whoops.
I think if I can think of any other trans characters in games. I can think of more transphobic characters, but I don't really want to talk about them.
Yeah, that's fair. The one character in Dishonored 2. Oh, right. What's her name? Shit. The really cool one. Mindy? Is her name Mindy?
Pepper says, "Now, does Jodi's jar feel warm when warm to lean on when she's toxic?" Yes, it feels great actually.
No, no, please help me. I thought I could depend on you, Manal.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you're suffering in front of me, it's actually kind of funny.
Oh yeah, Baldur's Gate 3. Like, was that the one where even though it was like kind of said indirectly, people freaked the hell out about how like woke it was? Yeah,
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Ugh.
No, I remember that. And Audrey asked, how do you do redeems? Audrey, the redeems are in the description.
And
there's all the
and you earn points by participating in chat and just over time.
I think to check how much you have, you do
exclamation point points.
Mark redeem space points.
Or no, not redeem points, just exclamation point points.
Oh, that's my problem. I know, but you, you know, someone else might have the same question. It's not.
Audrey.
Audrey,
that is a totally normal question to ask. It's fine.
Yeah, and also, like, you know, other people are in this stream who maybe have never used the thing.
Thank you for demonstrating, Jay Hill.
haha, noob, this Junie who also probably didn't know how to do this.
Oh, did not mean to go that way, but that's fine.
Well, Audrey, you have 900.
Alright, that is it for the bell gargoyles. Oh, thank you, Audrey. It's actually exclamation point redeem space toxic.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that I have someone who's out for out to protect me on this stream.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Yay! Thank you.
Hey, loser.
Full of toxic people.
Toxic people who want to make me toxic, and I don't like it. No!
Makes you prettier, Jodi.
J Hill, no! J Hill, why? Ow! Why, J Hill? No. I liked you. You were the viewer I liked, and oh, damn it.
I can do nothing for this. I think I have a lot of points, Audrey, if you want to sign into my account. Okay. I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom.
If I can talk, I can breathe. What kind of attitude is that? Why does everyone hate me? You all suck. I'm sure it was an accident, J Hale. I'm sure. Fuck you, Pepper. Oh, there's a cooldown. That's right. I did that because people were toxifying me too much. That's also why it costs 900 now. But... uh-oh. Hoist by my own petard. It is a cooldown per person, not like a global cooldown, I'm pretty sure. Get Blighttowned? No! I've avoided all the blow dart guys this time. I don't have to be toxic. That's not fair. That was the deal.
What I missed?
People are being so mean to me about toxic. So I think Sen's Fortress is actually the thing I started with this stream. I think. Oh no, wait. Going to the getting the key to the Painted World was. But like, I'm officially going to have done Sen's Fortress twice in one stream.
What is that word? I'm not actually sure.
What, hoist by your own petard?
Yeah, I don't know that word.
Petard means. It's like, it's one of those words where it's like, it's fallen out of use completely except for like the one expression it's a part of, you know?
Uh-huh.
Where is the snake guy that's supposed to be here? Did he fall? Where are you? Huh, whatever. I actually don't remember fully what it means.
Whoa. Late medieval landmine spotted.
Judith, of course, of everyone in chat, you'd be the one to know that. Why is that so perfectly, like, in your bailiwick? Why is that... Why is that the thing you specifically would know? I don't know.
I don't think that's what it means, Judy.
I actually always thought that too, though. I don't know why. Like, Judy, this must have been from something, because I thought that too.
Well, it's because it sounds
Audrey
like
too.
A leotard.
Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. That makes sense. No, Judith, I think you're probably right. I think we all just have, like, the misconception.
I think because it sounds like leotard, so there's the, like, linguistic leap to being about an article of clothing.
Yeah, I think that's probably it. Or I think there was, like, a cartoon or something where... It was, like, in Ed and Nettie or something where someone, like, did get, like, a super wedgie, like, up, like, a flagpole, and then another character was, like, you got hoisted by your own petard. I think that might be why I thought that.
I don't know. I don't like Ed and Nettie.
That's fair.
Didn't watch that show.
That's fair.
Made me uncomfortable. Maybe it was just the art style. I don't know. Don't like it. Yeah. Snakehead.
No, Pepper, it doesn't infer that. It implies that. People are being mean to me, so I'm going to be a pedant. Fuck all of you.
You're gonna be mean to me too?
You're not helping. You haven't helped me at all.
What? I'm the best. I'm incredible. I don't know what you're talking about.
Thank you, J Hill. You're back to being, like, not hated. Thank you. I appreciate it. Pepper, no! Pepper, no!
Hey, loser.
Yeah.
Why? No.
Get wrecked, idiot.
Ow.
Whoops, says Pepper.
Are you claiming you didn't do that on purpose? Fuck you, Pepper.
I don't really believe the whoops.
I'm sure you were, Pepper. The redeems are in the description, Junie. These are not all the redeems that are available on the channel at all times. Those are just the ones
Jeannie,
that are available right now.
There is only toxic or non-toxic jar. There is no soup.
That's not a bad idea, though.
We can make other jars. We can make soup. We can make jam.
Yeah, I like that. I can be a preserve jar. Ooh.
Ooh, we can put pickles in there.
Ooh. Yeah. I forgot those guys can do a jump attack sometimes.
Yeah. What are the Elden Ring jars?
Oh. Oh, you should look that up.
Pepper.
That was kind of the original joke, actually.
But now I turned myself into a pickle.
Funniest shit I've ever seen.
You should, no, it'd be funnier if you'd be like, I'm really gonna pickle.
No. No. Oh. Oh, I hate everyone in this stream.
What if we had flavors of soup? Like if it was chowder, you're like mostly obscured.
And I have to put on like a voice filter that means you can barely hear me. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to add some enrichment to her enclosure.
You're so Tumblr. Fuck. But I met you on Tumblr, so it's not like I can really say any shit about
It's
that.
actually kind of funny that I speak in some Tumblrisms because I only started being on Tumblr like in 2023.
Yeah, same actually. Like Judith is the one that got me onto Tumblr.
Judith says, vote war over what type of clam chowder to do. She doesn't even have a twig, says Audrey. Judy says, wait, your jar has no air holes. Yeah, she's gonna die in there.
Yeah, that's why you gotta stop toxicking me. Fuck.
It makes it go faster.
I want a lot less poison in my jar with me. That's what I want.
Maybe a little cat.
None of you ever listen to me. Yeah, thank you, J Hill.
Hey, loser.
Is anyone else gonna accidentally retoxify me now?
Hey, Jodi, are you able to pause the game for a
Yeah,
second?
I had a Tumblr for a really long time,
I really
but
want to do something that'll be really funny.
Please don't. I know what you're gonna do.
No, you don't.
Okay, what is it? What are you gonna do? What
maybe the poison is
Pepper's
actually
stretching
poison.
behind
I
me.
need to sit down for a second.
What?
I need to sit down for a second.
I mean, you need to sit down for a second.
I need to sit down for a second.
What are you doing?
You'll like this.
Will I like this?
Yes.
Okay, let me just quickly leave the game so that
You don't
nothing
leave the
happens.
game.
I don't? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, just because I can't really pause, but
Oh,
yeah, it should be okay.
maybe.
Yeah.
And Judith says, honestly, Tumblr is the best social media platform right now, in my opinion, and that's not a good thing, but the others are worse.
That is unfortunately
that's
true.
Fair. I
trying
don't
to
like
do
Twitter for obvious reasons. Facebook is a algorithm nightmare. Instagram is similar. Mastodon I hate for lots of reasons. Blue Sky is annoying. TikTok sucks. I think that's all of them.
Yeah.
I hate Mastodon. I know a lot of people like it, but honestly, Mastodon is full of people who are very much eternal. What's the word? eternal. What's the phrase, Audrey? Eternal September.
Oh yeah, Eternal September is the phrase. Yeah.
Everyone on Mastodon has the mindset of an Eternal September, and I hate them for it.
Okay, well, that's not how you. Eternal September is like the environment. It's not like something that an individual person is.
Well, no, I meant like a person thinking that the world, like they're in an Eternal September.
Oh, I see.
That's the mindset of people on Mastodon.
I see.
Because they give you an idea of Mastodon, what it is like for me at least. Obviously, other people have different experiences. A lot of people have different experiences, but Mastodon's full of techies, and techies, unironically, have this huge problem of they think they're better than everyone else, and they think everyone else is an idiot because they don't know tech. And anytime anyone asks a question about anything on Mastodon, it's a problem. And everyone's like, oh my god, all these normies are here now that Twitter's falling apart. And I'm like, unironically using the term normie to describe people who are leaving a social media site because it's gotten racist and transphobic and all sorts of things, is maybe not the move.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah.
But a lot of people have the same mindset as like the Eternal September. Because for those who don't know, Eternal September is like this concept of... So it used to be way back in the day when the internet was pretty confined to mostly academic circles. Every September, new people would get on the internet because they would find themselves in an academic situation where they would start being on the internet. And they didn't understand internet etiquette, and they made a fool of themselves. And it was always annoying. It always was a problem for these early internet people because all these September newbies just always sucked and always had to be acclimated to the culture in a way that really just sucked for everyone. And people who believe in the Eternal September believe that this happened and is permanently happened. It's constantly happening ever since, I forget the year, it was something like the mid-90s. And now the internet is full of people who don't understand the culture and are bad. And people who believe in the Eternal September, I think, are really just fundamentally... you don't get a more authority over space just because you've been there longer. I think that's a bad mentality. I think seniority is not a meaningful way to distinguish who matters in a situation. And I do think people need to acclimate to different cultural spaces online. I think that's a real thing that can be frustrating, but I don't think that people changing that culture because they think that it's not good for them, or going against that culture because they think it's a bad idea, are not bad. People should be allowed to exist. I think the internet should be allowed to be accessed by everyone and used by everyone. Yeah, J Hill, I don't like the mindset at all. I think it sucks. And a lot of really techie people. Techie I just used to mean like people who are very invested, either career-wise or in hobbies or academically invested in technology. Tend to have this attitude around technology as if it makes them so awesome and wonderful and amazing, and they understand the world on a deeper level than all the rest of us. And techies have a very strong superiority complex. And I think this extends it like a lot of people associate it with like masculinity, and I don't think that's actually fair. I think that it extends outside of the bounds of like gender or class.
Hey Manal, I have a thing to say to you. Are you watching the stream, or are you just watching the
I'm just watching
screen
the
share?
thing, but I can put on the stream.
Yeah, put on the stream for a second.
Okay. Okay, I'm on the stream.
Okay, get jarred, idiot.
Am I in a jar now? Oh no! I've been put in the jar!
Pepper, I love you. Thank you so much. We're gonna end.
Oh my god! Now I can be toxified.
No, you can be toxified.
No.
In fact, I'm gonna pull up the stream.
No.
If it was less of a pain in the ass, I'd pull up the stream myself and toxify you. But I'm not gonna do that.
That's so funny.
Pepper's really funny.
Damn. I've been trapped. into the confines of darkness.
Thank you, Jay Hill. Thank you for the
There,
sweets.
Jay Hill.
Yummy. It's so tasty. It's so tasty.
That's
Oh
fair,
no,
Jay Hill.
we can't actually activate the toxic because it deactivates me in the jar. Uh-oh.
There's one.
There is one?
Yeah.
Yeah, wrecked, loser.
What?
Image 6.
Image 6?
Because if you said it put you back in the jar.
Yay! There we go.
Oh dang, I'm back in the jar.
So tasty.
Unfortunate. Well, that was my comeuppance, I guess.
Anyway, let's do the last boss of the entire run.
Hooray!
Which is, anticlimactically, the Iron Golem, the boss nobody cares about.
He seems kind of boring. He's
He
just
is.
a big guy in an armor.
Yep. That is exactly what he is. Except he's not actually a guy in armor, he's like a construct, but still.
Oh my god.
Punted me like a fucking football.
It's what's his name? Al?
Not punted.
From
Spiked
Fullmetal
me.
Alchemist.
Yeah, it's Al. That's why we actually, when we kill the Iron Golem, we don't get a soul. We get a, like, we don't get, like, the soul of the Iron Golem. We get the core of an Iron Golem, because it's, like, it's not an entity that has a soul. It's, yeah.
Golems are such an interesting, mythological concept.
When I was more visible.
Yep.
I don't know what Pepper just said.
Just like a logistics thing. Just to make you more visible in the toxic jar. Yeah, golems really are interesting, especially like I can't think of other like concepts from like Jewish culture that have been just like fully co-opted and separated from Jewish culture in that way. It's really just golems that I can think of.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of like I don't know, the only thing I can think of else that like Jewish culture that has like kind of mainstreamed in some ways, there's some Yiddish words that have become like mainstream.
That's
words.
very, very true. That's a good point.
But those aren't like mythological or like they're just words. They're just words for like things like gossiping or so on and so forth.
Yeah. I have actually wanted
Yiddish
to.
is such an age.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yiddish is just such an interesting language.
It really is. I've been wanting to learn it for a while, especially because like it's a dying
Hard to learn
language.
it these days.
Yeah, it's it's a dying language thanks in no small part to Israel.
Yeah, I mean they kind of.
I actually remember like there was this one instance when I was still with Anita where like she was just using the word nosh and she didn't know that that was a Yiddishism, and she just had to find out that a whole bunch of words that she learned were Yiddish and she had no idea. And like, and I think she was so surprised specifically because like that's apparently a word that's used a lot in England specifically. But
yeah, it is. Pepper says, "How does it feel to be toxic now?" You know, unfortunately, it kind of sucks.
Yeah. Get toxic.
I really did get my comeuppance.
You did.
I
hope you think about this.
I hope you think about what you've done. Thinks about it. Continues to do nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of Yiddish words in English. There's a lot of every kind of word in English. You know, because English is such an interesting language and how it absorbs other languages.
I was gonna say like English is like syncretic, but that's not really the way you would talk about that. It's just it doesn't syncretize in the way that we you know.
Arabic words in English are always very funny to me because like there's not a ton of them, but the ones that exist are like also have really interesting linguistic histories. Like alcohol, for example, is an Arabic word.
Yeah.
And alcohol does not come from a word to like to drink, like in terms of like alcoholic. Like alcohol Spanish has a ton of Arabic roots. It's really easy to learn Spanish if you know Arabic and vice versa. I know a lot of Arabs who learn Spanish.
I didn't realize that. Like it makes sense for historical reasons, but it's not just like a relationship I ever really thought about.
The words are very, very like blusa is shirt. blusa is shirt in Arabic too.
Interesting.
Pantalones in Arabic it's pantalones. Same word. But anyways, but like alcohol, for example, is comes from a word that meant it was this black powder that was used to make eyeliner for like ancient Arabs.
Interesting.
And that's kol is the name for that, and the kol comes from the process of distilling that powder, and then that became a word that meant distilling anything, and eventually it became a word that meant distilling alcohol.
I love that kind of linguistic drift over time. That's so interesting.
And then alcohol, when it first got into English and the other Romantic and European languages, meant only like spirits, only distilled alcohol, and then eventually it got brought into all alcohol. Gita said there's one post that I made a long time ago that I can't find, but it was about showing the Al-Khwarizmi. I'm sorry, I'm bad at reading Arabic and English, so I might have pronounced that wrong. That's a weird sentence. I'm bad at reading Arabic when it's not written in Arabic script. I'm sorry if that's weird to say. A social media algorithm and telling him that it's named after him. Yeah, a lot of really important math algorithms are made by Arabs. It's very interesting how few of them are named after Arabs. Like we call it Pythagoras' theorem, but the person who we know of as the first person who theorized about it is actually an Arab man.
I didn't know that.
Lots of theorems, and usually theorems that aren't theorized by European men or European people are just called by their concept. Like the quadratic formula is one example. We don't call Pythagorean theorem the triangle theorem. Like it's always made into when the European person's name is on the founder of or the finder of that knowledge. They're always included in the naming convention, but that it's not always true in the opposite direction. Anyways, but yeah, alcohol kind of expanded in lots of ways. Another really fun linguistic history is assassin, comes from the Arabic word hassassin. Hassassin kind of means, from what I understand, and I cannot say this for a certainty because oh yeah, that's true. Algorithm is an Arabic word. You can usually tell an Arabic word is in English if it has the L in the beginning. Almanac, alcohol, algorithm, algebra, all Arabic words. Not a normal convention for Romantic languages, but a very normal one for Arabic.
Also, the assassin example is interesting also because I think about how, like, back when the Assassin's Creed series was pretending it was even remotely historically plausible, like, oh, I didn't know the archers could hit me from here. When they were pretending it was even remotely historically plausible, that was like the hook. It was like, oh, it's like the original like assassins is who it was apparently supposed to be about, and yeah.
Yeah, but Hassassin, it had the connotation of someone who would do anything for money.
Oh.
So like, and usually had the connotation specifically of an addict.
Oh, interesting.
Like someone who like, and to some extent it does make sense if you use it for assassin because it means, interesting. But yeah, it has a connotation in Arabic for like someone who like will do anything for money because they're desperate, not because assassin in English has this connotation of like knowledgeable, skilled. That's not its connotation in Arabic. Hassan is a different Jahil Hassan it has a different root than Hassassin. Just they're different. From what I understand. And I'm not sure what you're talking about, Jade, personally, but I also don't know Arabic linguistics super well. So I might just not understand. I know some Arabic from my childhood, but I grew up. Both of my parents grew up in this country, even though they're native Arabic speakers. They never learned how to read or write in Arabic, so they mostly communicate in English with each other, and they only really speak in Arabic when they have to. So I didn't grow up around a ton of Arabic in the way that a lot of other heritage speakers did. So I can speak a little without I can get around. I can ask you what your name is. I can ask you where the bathroom is. I can ask you how are you doing. But I can't really do more than that without my understanding of Fusha. So okay, let me go back a little bit because I feel like Arabic's one of those languages that a lot of specifically English speakers just do not get, for a good reason. Arabic speakers also don't really understand why this exists. But Arabic is like two different languages. The dialect that your family speaks and the written language are different. No one writes in their dialect for the most part. You can write poetry, you can write like fiction in your dialect, but it's generally written in Fusha, which is modern standard Arabic. And no one speaks Fusha. No one speaks in modern standard Arabic. It's like, imagine if every written thing that you cool. Also, my knowledge of Assassin is largely from my grandfather, so I don't know if there's conflicting information online, or if like maybe the connotations don't really translate well or whatever, but that's what I was told. Anyways, but
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt because just in 1 second from now we are gonna get every achievement. So
whoa.
Let's just quickly finish the run and then we can continue the conversation because I'm really interested. Okay, we need the Great Sword of Artorias and the Great Lord Great Sword. Oh no, not the Great Sword of Artorias. I almost made a big mistake.
You have to make every sword for all the achievements?
No, every like special weapon. I almost made a big mistake. I already have the Great Sword of Artorias. If I accidentally made that right now, we'd have to go around again and kill Sif a 4th time. So I'm glad I didn't do that. We need the Great Lord Great Sword. There we go. And we need the Great Shield of Artorias. And now we're done. All achievements completed. That's the end of our run. And I'm happy to keep talking for a bit if folks want to do that. Let me update.
Good job, Jodi. Yeah.
Thank you, Pepper.
Good job. Woo.
All right. But yeah, so the thing I was saying was that Arabic is kind of like imagine if everyone wrote in like Shakespearean English, and everyone always wrote in Shakespearean English, and every paper you ever had to write was in Shakespearean English, and all of your classes were in Shakespearean English, but you never spoke that at home. That's how it is basically in the Arab world. There's kind of two different languages that everyone knows, dialect and Fusha. The reason why this exists in the way that it does is complicated, and part of it is nationalism, part of it is Quranic, and part of it is for the sake of clarity. The nationalism argument is that it makes it so everyone, to some extent, can mutually understand something. And the Quranic thing is that the Fusha is based grammatically and structurally on the Quran. So it can't really change too much because it has to be related to the Quran has to be intelligible by people who read Arabic is kind of the rule. And the third reason is just I forget what the third reason I stated. Anyways, it's so people can communicate with each other. Because like if let's say you're watching the news in Morocco, and the news broadcast is coming from Egypt, how are you gonna understand that if it's in Egyptian dialect? It's a different words, just entirely. Like the dialects are very, very different. Like the difference between how are you in my dialect is kif halik, how are you in Egyptian dialect is zayak, how are you in Fusha kif al hal.
Thanks, Pepper Paysan.
Thank you, Pepper.
So it's all very different. So you have to have a standard way to like have the news broadcast. So the news is the only thing that anyone ever speaks Fasala for, so everyone can understand the news. Really frustrating in lots of ways. For lots of reasons. But it makes it really hard to learn Arabic, because if you want to learn Arabic and you want to speak Arabic, they're very different.
Well,
The end.
It's a really interesting topic. I'm like, I don't know. Linguistics are so fascinating to me, and just the way that languages differ, including like within themselves, is so fascinating to me.
Yeah, and Arabic is such an old language that it differs so much on so many different axes.
Yeah. And like,
anyways,
and J-Hill raises an interesting point about how, you know, is it something akin to how there's like 4 different versions of Chinese? I think that's largely just because China's really fucking big and there's a lot of people there. And I'm sure like historically different languages arose in different regions just because, you know, before, like the construct we now know of as China wasn't always uniting all these regions, you know?
Oh, yeah, and
sorry, go ahead.
There is some overlap in the concept of the different Chinese dialects and the different Arab dialects, although I think they differ significantly more in Chinese. Also, fun fact, there was a Chinese dialect that was written in Arabic script.
That's cool. Yeah.
Junie is of Chinese descent for context of that.
I'm actually
but there's a lot of dialects.
Yeah. I'm actually currently learning Chinese, but it's just from an app, and they haven't been very clear about like what specific like dialect I'm learning. I'm sure it's just like the most like
probably Mandarin.
Yeah, probably Mandarin. But like, I mean, even then, I'm sure there's like dialects of Mandarin. You know, like.
Well, Mandarin is very standardized these days.
Oh, I see.
So there probably was sub-dialects of Mandarin, but they don't really exist super much anymore because of the way that Mandarin education kind of worked in China for a really long time.
That makes sense.
The way that China has gone about trying to standardize their language is very interesting, and some people have qualms with it, but I don't really care to get into that. But it is very interesting.
I am still not knowledgeable at all about the actual language. I'm just now getting to the point of being able to say the days of the week. So I am by no means someone to come to with like questions about how Chinese works, but I don't know. I'm fascinated with what I'm learning so far, you know?
In Arabic, the days of the week are the first day, the second day, the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, the day we pray, and the Sabbath.
It's actually almost the same exact thing in Chinese. Like most of the days are just like they end with a number except for Sunday, which is it's interesting.
Well, technically, even the Sabbath is like means the seventh. It comes from the word for 7, but it also the word for Sabbath also comes from 7.
Oh, that makes sense.
As far as I'm aware.
Oh.
I might be wrong, but in Arabic at least they're very related.
Yeah. Anyway, I said that we were going to keep talking, but now that the game is over, I'm realizing I am suddenly so tired.
Yeah, I kind of expected that we would just finish that one point and then say goodbye.
Yeah. So this has been fantastic. I've enjoyed this entire stream series, but like this last episode especially, it's been so nice having you here, Manal. Like we should definitely do more streams together, I think.
Yeah.
And I think
it'd be fun to make you play Chicory.
I would like that. And you know what? Like I can tell you more about the specifics of like our stream analytics after, but like this stream did really well. So
yay!
That makes me really happy.
Well, I have good viewer retention.
Yeah, you do. Like people seem to really like you having you here.
People like to hear me ramble. It's wonderful. That's not normally true in my life.
Well, this is a venue for rambling. It's perfect.
They did suggest that.
I thought I'm saying that because the meme saying you should start a podcast with someone, so I'm saying it to you now.
I don't know if you heard that, but
I heard a little
Audrey
bit
suggesting that we should start a podcast.
Yeah.
In both meme way and also in non-meme way. Wow, thank you, Judith. I'm glad that you like hearing me ramble. I ramble all the time.
It's true. He does.
Anyways,
Right, I guess
we
I'm
should
gonna
get going.
Yeah, I'm gonna go into the spiel. Thank you all for watching. You're all wonderful, beautiful people, and I love you so much. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider becoming a member. If you do, you get special benefits such as emotes, badges, shoutouts, and the possibility of joining us in stream or in Pepper's Minecraft realm. The Minecraft realm is currently a little bit in flux, but we're gonna figure that out. Our current tier 3 grubs are Shiny Warrior Wolf and Nonex. Our current tier 2 treat is Pie the Queen of Orange, and our current tier 3 full tummy is Moopy Star. If you want to support the channel in other ways, please consider supporting us through Streamlabs donations or super chats. Those go directly to our survival, and they help us a lot. Pepper's Blue Sky and Discord server are in the description. Next stream. Good question, J Hill. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to stream tomorrow. If I do, that will probably be Dragon Age, but no promises yet. We'll try to have the schedule out well before the stream would start, so that people could know ahead of time if I'm streaming tomorrow night or not. Yeah. Otherwise, I think Pepper, is it Pep Talk on Wednesday?
Yeah.
So otherwise, whether or not I'm streaming tomorrow, Pep Talk on Wednesday. Zach and Pepper, whole deal as normal.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Goodbye, bye-bye. Goodbye, bye-bye.